Welcome to Daily Story, where real experiences from real people come to life. Each episode brings something different, and today is no exception. If today's experience resonates with you, feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, or share the episode. It helps others discover these real stories. Let us take a breath and begin the story. Alright, so picture this, guys. You are swiping through Tinder, just like half the planet, looking for, well, whatever it is you are looking for. A hookup, a casual date, maybe even something real. You swipe left a bunch, swipe right a few times, and then, boom, you see a profile that just clicks. Perfect pictures, interesting bio, everything lines up. You match. You start talking. It is easy, it is fun, it is promising. That is exactly how it started for me. Alex. I was feeling pretty good about it. Honestly, her name was Sarah. She was stunning. Bright, intelligent eyes, a killer smile, and a laugh that seemed to light up the whole conversation, even through text. We talked for a few days, and it felt like we just got each other. We had a ton in common, from obscure indie bands to our shared love for old horror movies. It was almost too good to be true, but hey, sometimes you get lucky, right? We decided to meet up for drinks at this chill little bar downtown. The kind of place with exposed brick and dim lighting. Good for a first date. I got there a little early, nervous but excited. Sarah walked in a few minutes later, and man, she was even more beautiful in person. She was wearing a simple black dress that just accentuated everything perfectly. And her hair was pulled back in a way that made her look both elegant and approachable. My heart did that stupid little flutter thing, and I thought, okay, Alex, do not mess this up. We ordered drinks, and the conversation just flowed. It was effortless. We talked about our jobs, our families, our travel dreams. She was witty, she was smart, and she genuinely seemed interested in what I had to say. I was completely smitten. This was, without a doubt, the best Tinder date I would ever been on. I remember thinking, this could actually be something special. Then, about an hour in, while we were laughing about some ridiculous story I was telling about my college days, she paused, took a sip of her cocktail, and just casually said, your apartment building has really nice window boxes. I love that deep red petunia you have got in the one on the left. Now you gotta understand, my apartment building does have window boxes, and I do have a deep red petunia in the one on the left. But that is not something I would ever mention to her. Not in texts, not on my Tinder profile, not in any of our conversations. It was not even something you could really see clearly from the street unless you were actively looking. My apartment is on the second floor, and the window boxes are pretty subtle. I felt a sudden, cold prickle on the back of my neck. I tried to laugh it off, a little too loudly. Oh, really? You noticed that? Yeah. I try to keep them looking decent. She smiled, a sweet, innocent smile, but something in her eyes did not quite match. Oh yeah, I definitely noticed. They add a nice touch. Makes the whole place feel more homey. I pushed the thought away. Maybe she saw it when she walked by. Maybe it was a coincidence. She probably lives in the neighborhood or something. I tried to convince myself it was nothing. Just a weird observation. But that easy, comfortable feeling we had, it was gone. Replaced by a tiny, almost imperceptible knot of unease in my stomach. We kept talking, but my mind was racing. I started subtly trying to figure out how she would know that. I asked her where she lived. She gave a vague answer about just a few neighborhoods over, nowhere near mine. I asked if she knew anyone in my building. She shook her head. My paranoia, which I usually keep pretty well contained, was starting to bubble up. Then, maybe 20 minutes later, she leaned in, lowering her voice a little. I actually really like that old, beat-up armchair you have by your window. It looks really comfortable for reading. My blood ran cold. The armchair, the one I usually drape the blanket over, the one I used to read in every night, that armchair was inside my apartment. You absolutely could not see it from the street, not even if you craned your neck. My windows are tinted slightly, and there is a sheer curtain. You would have to be right up against my window, looking in, to know about that armchair. I stared at her, my smile frozen on my face. My armchair, I managed, my voice a little hoarse. She nodded, her smile still unwavering. Yeah, it has that faded blue fabric, right? Looks like a perfect spot to curl up with a book. My heart was pounding like a drum against my ribs. This was not a coincidence. This was something else entirely. My mind was scrambling, trying to find a rational explanation, but there was none. She knew about my window box. She knew about my armchair. And she was sitting right across from me, looking at me with those bright, intelligent eyes, as if she had not just dropped 2 nuclear bombs into our conversation. How did you know that? Sarah, I asked, my voice barely a whisper now. The easygoing bartender walked by, and I tried to force a casual expression, but I knew I was failing. She just chuckled softly, the sound that now grated on my nerves. Oh, Alex, I just pay attention to details, that is all. I am very observant. Observant? That was an understatement. That was beyond observant. That was invasive. Stalker level invasive. My fight or flight response was screaming at me. I wanted to get up, walk out, run home, lock every door and window. But I was stuck. I did not want to make a scene, did not want to accuse her without more proof, and honestly, I was terrified. Who was this woman, and what did she want? I tried to regain some composure, to act normal. Well, you are definitely observant, I said, trying for a light tone. You must be a detective or something. She just smiled, a knowing look in her eyes. Something like that. The rest of the date was a blur of forced smiles and internal panic. I kept glancing around, wondering if she had someone with her, wondering if I would have been followed here. Every time she spoke, I dissected her words, looking for another hidden clue, another sign that she knew too much. She talked about my dog, Buster, by name, asking how he was doing. I had pictures of Buster on my Tinder profile, but I had not mentioned his name, just that I had a dog. And she asked if I still use that old chipped coffee mug that said, "World's Okayest Boss." That mug was tucked away in the back of my cupboard. No way she could have seen that. I felt like I was suffocating. Every breath was shallow. I made up an excuse about having an early morning meeting, paid the bill as quickly as possible, and practically sprinted out of there. Sarah walked with me to the street, still smiling, still radiating that unsettling charm. I had a really wonderful time. Alex, she said, her hand lightly touching my arm. Her touch felt like ice. We should definitely do this again, very soon. Yeah, definitely, I stammered, pulling my arm away subtly. I will text you. I practically hailed the first taxi I saw, regardless of the direction it was going. I just needed to get away from her. As the cab pulled away, I looked back. Sarah was still standing there, on the sidewalk, watching the taxi go. She was not waving, just standing, her hands clasped in front of her, a faint smile on her face. And I swear, for a second, I saw her lift her hand and make a small, almost imperceptible waving motion. But it was not towards me. It was like she was waving at someone else, someone unseen, hidden in the shadows of the street. The ride home was a nightmare. My phone buzzed. It was Sarah. Just wanted to say again how much fun I had tonight. You are even better in person than I? Imagine. Sweet dreams. Alex. Sweet dreams. I was not going to have any sweet dreams tonight. I got home, heart pounding. The first thing I did was check all my windows. Locked. All my doors. Locked. I peered through the blinds, scanning the street below. Nothing. Just the usual quiet streetlights and parked cars. I checked my small backyard. Empty. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid, but the image of her standing there, watching me leave, was burned into my mind. I walked through my apartment, flicking on every light. The old armchair by the window looked innocent enough. The window box outside, with its red petunia, seemed normal. But I knew, she knew, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she worked for a private investigation firm and was hired by someone, somehow, for some reason. No, that was ridiculous. Maybe I would posted more online than I thought. I scoured my social media profiles, my old posts. Nothing. No mention of specific furniture. No close-up photos of my window boxes. I finally collapsed onto my couch, exhausted and wired. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Sarah. Buster looked pretty sleepy when I saw him this morning. Make sure he gets a good walk tomorrow, okay? My stomach dropped to my feet. Buster, this morning. She had seen Buster this morning. I had let him out into the backyard before work, like I always do. She must have been outside, watching my house, watching me. Panic set in, cold and absolute. I stood up, walked to the back door, and peered out. The yard was dark, illuminated only by the faint glow of my neighbor's porch light. I swallowed hard. I felt like I was in a horror movie, and I was the clueless protagonist who was about to get got. I called my best friend, Mark, but he did not pick up. It was late. I left him a frantic voicemail, trying to sound calm, but probably failing miserably. Dude, I just had the weirdest, most terrifying date of my life. This girl, she knows things. Mark, things she should not. Call me ASAP. I spent the rest of the night pacing, checking locks, peering out windows. Every creak of the old house, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a jolt of fear through me. I did not sleep a wink. The next morning, I woke up, if you can call it that, feeling like a zombie. I needed coffee. I stumbled into the kitchen, my mind still reeling from the previous night. That is when I saw it. On my kitchen counter, next to my coffee machine, was a small, neatly folded piece of paper. It was not there last night. I would have seen it. I definitely would have. My hands trembled as I picked it up. It was a small, square note, written in elegant cursive. It simply said, "Good morning. Alex, hope you slept well. I left your favorite coffee here for you. Do not want you starting your day without it. See you soon. Exoxo. Sarah." And next to the note, a bag of gourmet coffee beans, my favorite brand. The one I usually special order online because it is not sold in local stores. I dropped the note and the bag of coffee as if they were burning hot. My breath hitched in my throat. She was not just watching me from the outside. She had been inside my apartment while I was home, while I was probably trying to sleep or pacing around in a panic. She had been here. How could she have gotten in? All my doors and windows were locked. I checked them again frantically. They were all still locked from the inside. There was no sign of forced entry. I grabbed my phone, fingers fumbling, and called the police. I tried to explain, to sound coherent, but it came out as a jumbled mess of fear and paranoia. There is a woman. She broke into my apartment. She is stalking me. She knows everything the dispatcher was. Patient, but I could tell she thought I was either drunk or crazy. She said she would send an officer to take a report, but it sounded like a formality. While I waited, I looked around my apartment with new eyes. Every object, every corner, felt tainted. Had she touched my things, sat on my couch, stood over me while I was trying to sleep? The thought made me sick to my stomach. I felt violated, exposed, utterly helpless. The police officer arrived eventually, a young guy named Officer Miller. He listened patiently as I recounted the whole story. The date, the weird comments, the texts, the note, the coffee. He walked through my apartment, checking the windows and doors, just like I had. He found no signs of forced entry. "Mr. Thompson," he said, his voice gentle but firm. "I understand this is unsettling, but without any physical evidence of a break-in, or any direct threats, it is hard for us to do much. It sounds like this woman is obsessed. Perhaps we can file a report, and if anything escalates, or if you find concrete proof of entry, we can investigate further. For now, I would advise you to change your locks. be vigilant and block her number, change my locks. What good would that do if she could just magically appear inside my apartment? I felt a wave of despair wash over me. The police could not help me. I was on my own. I spent the next few days in a fog of fear. I changed my locks, even though I had no idea if it would make a difference. I bought a security camera for my living room, pointing it at the entrance. I barely left my apartment, only to walk Buster, always looking over my shoulder, always feeling watched. Sarah's texts continued. Though I had blocked her number, they somehow still came through, appearing as ghost messages, sometimes from different numbers, sometimes just popping up on my screen without a sender ad. They were sweet at first, then increasingly possessive. Why are not you answering? Alex, I miss you. I know you miss me too. We are meant to be, you know that, right? I have been waiting for you. Do not try to shut me out. I will always find you. Then came the photos. One afternoon, I was staring blankly at my laptop, trying to work, when a notification popped up. An anonymous message, with a photo attached. I clicked it, my heart hammering. It was a picture of Buster, sleeping soundly on his dog bed. But it was not a picture I had taken. The angle was wrong. It was taken from above him, from a perspective that could only be achieved if someone was standing over him. And in the background, just barely visible, was the corner of my old, chipped World's Okayest boss mug. Sitting on the counter, I nearly threw my laptop across the room. She was still here, or she had been here recently. She was playing with me, tormenting me. I called Mark again, and this time he picked up. I poured out everything, my voice shaking with a fear I had not known before. He listened, horrified. He told me to come stay with him, to get out of that apartment. I can't just leave. Mark, I yelled, my voice cracking. What if she just follows me? What if she is already there? What if she is waiting for me? He tried to calm me down, but I was beyond calming. I was trapped in my own home, a prisoner of this woman I would met on a dating app. That night, I tried to sleep on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, with Buster sleeping uneasily at my feet. His security camera was on, recording. Every shadow, every sound sent shivers down my spine. Around 2 a.m., I heard it, a faint scraping sound, coming from the kitchen. I froze, my breath held tight in my chest. Buster let out a low growl, his hackles raised. I slowly, carefully, reached for my phone, my hand trembling. I opened the security camera app. The live feed flickered on. The living room was empty, but I could hear the scraping again, clearer now. It was definitely coming from the kitchen. I clicked on the kitchen camera feed, which I had placed strategically on top of my fridge. The image was grainy, but clear enough, and there she was. Sarah. She was standing in my kitchen, in the middle of the night, wearing a dark hoodie. She was not trying to hide. She was just there. She had a small silver key in her hand, and she was using it to carefully scrape something off the bottom of my old coffee mug. The World's Okayest boss mug. My blood ran cold. The mug. The key. She finished scraping, and then she held the mug up, turning it in her hands, admiring it. She smiled to herself, a soft, almost tender smile. And then she looked directly into the camera. Her eyes, those bright, intelligent eyes that had charmed me just days ago, were now devoid of warmth. They were cold, calculating, and utterly terrifyingly sane. She was not crazy in the way I would imagined, not raving or delusional. She was focused, determined. She lifted a hand, and with a slow, deliberate motion, she blew a kiss at the camera. Then she turned, walked silently to the back door, and simply opened it. It was not locked. It had not been locked. She walked out into the night, closing the door softly behind her. I stared at the empty screen, my mind reeling. The back door, it was always locked. I was meticulous about locking it, but she had just opened it, like she owned the place. Then it hit me, the key. The small, silver key she was using to scrape something. It was not just a random key, it was my spare key. The one I kept hidden under a loose brick in the garden, a secret only I knew. She had not broken in. She had used my own key. She had known exactly where it was. The realization was a punch to the gut. She had not just been watching my apartment, she had been watching me for a long, long time. Enough to know my habits, my routines, my hidden spare key. Tinder was not a chance encounter. It was just her way of finally making contact, of initiating the next step in her twisted plan. I did not call the police again. What was the point? She had not threatened me, had not hurt me. She had just existed in my space, and they still would not have understood the depth of the terror. I did not sleep in that apartment again. Not that night. Not ever. The moment the sun came up, I packed a bag, grabbed Buster, and drove straight to Mark's place. I told him everything, showed him the camera footage, the ghost texts. He saw the fear in my eyes, the exhaustion. He believed me. I never went back to that apartment to live. I had movers come and get my things. While I stayed far away, I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media, even changed my job, moving to a different city entirely. I severed every tie, trying to disappear. I still do not know who Sarah was, or why she fixated on me. Was I just a random target, or had I done something, unknowingly, to attract her attention? I will never know, but to this day, years later, I still can't shake the feeling. Every time I meet someone new, every time I am on a date, I find myself subtly probing, looking for the telltale signs. I check my locks multiple times a night. I scan the faces in, crowds, because the memory of her, standing in my kitchen, blowing that kiss at the camera, knowing she had been watching me, always reminds me of one terrifying truth sometimes. The scariest monsters are not hiding under your bed. They are just a swipe right away, waiting to unlock your front door. And you might not even realize it until it is too late. Your next story starts right here. Then it hit me weeks ago. A lapse of judgment, a moment of carelessness. I would have been so careful, always. But there was that one time, after a particularly rough day, when I would left my apartment door slightly ajar for an hour or so while I was out getting groceries. Just enough for the latch not to catch. I would have been distracted, thinking about work, about how much I hated my boss, and Sarah had been a late-night text that same week asking if I was free. She would known. She must have known. She had not just been in my apartment. She would taken my spare car key, the one I kept on a little hook right by the door, hanging next to my jacket. She had not needed to force anything. She would just walked in, taken what she wanted, and walked out. The realization hit me like a physical blow, a cold, hard fist to the gut. It was not just a lapse. It was an invitation, and I had been the one to extend it. My breath hitched in my throat, each inhale a ragged, painful gasp. The room, which had always been my sanctuary, now felt like a suffocating cage. My heart was a frantic drum, hammering against my ribs, each beat echoing the word trap. I was trapped. She would taken my car key, the last vestige of my immediate escape. My car was sitting out there, a useless hunk of metal, probably already compromised, probably being watched. I stumbled back from the sugar bowl, the small, folded note still lying there like a venomous insect. Looks thirsty. She was not just in my kitchen, she was playing with me. She knew my routines, my habits, my vulnerabilities, the camera glitch during my shower, the phantom jasmine smell that was not so phantom anymore. It was all part of her twisted game. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw its way up my throat. I had to get out. But how? My phone felt like a lead weight in my hand. My friends were gone. Mark had blocked me, and calling the police felt utterly pointless. What would I even say? Some woman I went on one date with keeps leaving notes and smelling up my apartment with jasmine, and I think she stole my car key. They would tell me to get a restraining order, maybe suggest therapy. They would not understand. They could not. I crept to the window, peering through a sliver in the blinds. My street was quiet. Too quiet. The streetlights cast long, eerie shadows. My car sat innocently by the curb, but I knew better. I knew she was out there, or that she had been, or that she would be. The thought of stepping outside, of walking past that car, made my stomach clench. But staying here was a slow, agonizing death. I had to move. I had to think. My mind raced, bouncing off the walls of my skull like a trapped bird. What was my next move? I could not call a cab. She might have access to my phone, to my location. Public transport, same problem. My neighbors, I barely knew them. And what if she was watching them too? What if she would already done something to them, or convinced them I was crazy? The paranoia was a living thing, squirming in my chest. My eyes fell on my backpack, tossed carelessly by the door earlier. A desperate plan, half-formed, began to solidify. I would take only the essentials. Phone, wallet, a change of clothes, my mag light, the only weapon I had. I moved with a terrifying urgency. Each rustle of fabric, each creak of the floorboards, amplified to a deafening roar. I felt like a character in a horror movie, making all the stupid choices. But what other choices did I have? I packed quickly, my hands trembling so violently I almost dropped my phone. The air felt thick, heavy with the cloying sweetness of jasmine. It was not just in my kitchen anymore. It was everywhere, seeping into the very fabric of my home, clinging to my clothes, filling my lungs with its sickening perfume. It was her signature, her way of telling me she was here, she was watching, she was with me. As I zipped up my backpack, my gaze swept over the apartment one last time. The comfortable sofa, the worn rug, the books on the shelf, all of it now tainted, corrupted. My sanctuary was a tomb, and I was escaping from my own funeral. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to steady my nerves. This was it. I had to leave. I had to walk out that door and pray to whatever God was listening that I would not walk straight into her arms. The reinforced locks, the new deadbolts, they were supposed to make me safe. Now they were just a cruel joke, a testament to my pathetic attempt to control a situation that had spiraled wildly out of my grasp. I unlatched the deadbolt, the metallic click echoing loudly in the silent apartment. My hand hovered over the doorknob, sweat beading on my palm. What was waiting for me on the other side? I twisted the knob, pulling the door open a crack. The hallway was dark, empty. No sudden movements, no shadowed figures, just the stale, quiet air of an apartment building at night. I slipped out, closing the door as softly as I could, the click of the latch sounding like a gunshot in my ears. Every nerve ending in my body was screaming. I did not take the elevator, too slow, too enclosed. I took the stairs, my feet barely making a sound on the worn carpet. Down, 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 3 flights, my heart pounding with each step. I kept my maglite clutched in my hand, its weight, a small comfort. When I reached the ground floor, I paused, peering through the glass door into the lobby. Empty. The street beyond was bathed in the dim glow of the city lights. No movement, no sign of her, just a chilling whisper of the wind. I pushed open the lobby door, stepping out into the cool night air. It was a relief, a momentary reprieve from the stifling jasmine. But the relief was short-lived. My eyes immediately darted to my car. It was still there, parked exactly where I would left it. But something was different. The driver's side window was ever so slightly ajar. Just a crack, enough to let the jasmine in. My blood ran cold. She was not just watching, she was taunting me. She had been in my car, probably left something, another note, another reminder of her presence, or maybe she was still in there, curled up in the back seat, waiting for me. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I did not dare approach the car. I could not. It was a trap, a lure. I forced myself to look away, to focus on the sidewalk, on putting one foot in front of the other. I started walking, not running, because running would draw attention. Running would confirm her suspicions. I walked with purpose, as if I had somewhere to be, as if this was just a normal night. But inside, I was screaming. My plan, if you could even call it that, was to get to the nearest bus station. It was about 2 miles away, a long walk in the dead of night, but it was my only option. I kept to the shadows, my head on a swivel, my eyes scanning every parked car, every alleyway, every darkened doorway, every rustle of leaves, every distant siren, every car that passed me by sent a jolt of terror through my system. I imagined her behind every corner, her eyes fixed on my back, her jasmine scent preceding her like a ghostly vanguard. I could almost feel her breath on my neck, hear her silent laughter. About 10 minutes into my walk, I saw it. A dark sedan, parked a few blocks ahead, lights off. It looked familiar. Too familiar. My stomach dropped. It was a black Honda Civic, just like the one Sarah had been driving on our date. My heart began to pound even harder, a frantic, desperate rhythm. I tried to convince myself it was just a coincidence. There were a million black Honda Civics in this city. But the knot of ice in my stomach tightened. I ducked into an alleyway, my breath catching in my throat. I pressed myself against the cold brick wall, trying to control my ragged breathing. I peered around the corner, my eyes fixed on the car. Nothing. No movement. Was she in it? Was she waiting? I waited for what felt like an eternity, my muscles cramping, my eyes watering from the strain. Finally, I forced myself to move. I could not stay here. I had to keep going. I emerged from the alley, walking quickly now, trying to put as much distance between myself and that car as possible. I kept looking back. The car was still there, still dark, still silent, but as I rounded the next corner, I risked another glance, and that is when I saw it. The car's headlights flickered on, just for a second, then off again. A signal, a confirmation. She knew she was there. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead, trickling down my temples. My legs felt like lead, but I pushed myself forward, my pace quickening. I was no longer walking. I was a desperate, panicked stumble. The bus station seemed miles away, an unreachable oasis. I ducked into another alley, this one darker, narrower. Trash cans lined the walls, casting grotesque shadows. The air was thick with the smell of stale garbage, but even that could not mask it. The jasmine, faint at first, then stronger, cloying, sickening. It was here. She was here. I froze, pressing myself against a dumpster, my breath held captive in my lungs. My eyes darted around, searching for any sign of her. Nothing. Just the oppressive darkness, the reek of garbage, and the insidious sweetness of her perfume. Then I heard it, a faint scraping sound, like shoes on pavement, coming from the mouth of the alley. My heart leaped into my throat. I gripped my maglite, my knuckles white. This was it. This was the confrontation I would have been dreading. I waited, my body coiled tight with terror. The scraping sound grew closer, then stopped. Silence. A heavy, suffocating silence, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. And then, a whisper. So soft, so close, it felt like it was inside my head. Looks like you needed some fresh air. My blood ran cold. It was Sarah's voice. Calm, almost playful. She was right there. Somewhere in the darkness, I could not breathe. I could not move. My mind screamed at me to run, to fight, but my body was paralyzed by an icy grip of fear. You really should not have left, she whispered again, her voice closer now, just behind the dumpster. This is a dangerous city, alone at night. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears pricking at them. This was not happening. This could not be real. Then, a faint click. A camera shutter. My eyes snapped open. I could not see her, but I knew she was there, documenting my terror, adding it to her twisted collection. I found a surge of adrenaline, a desperate primal instinct for survival. I burst from behind the dumpster, screaming, swinging my mag light wildly into the darkness. I did not hit anything. She was gone, or she was never really there, but the jasmine smell was overwhelming, suffocating. I scrambled out of the alley, not caring anymore about being quiet or discreet. I ran, my lungs burning, my legs pumping, my backpack bouncing against my back. I ran until I thought my heart would explode, until the alley, the jasmine, and the whisper were a distant, horrifying memory. I did not stop until I reached the bus station. It was deserted, a desolate concrete island under the harsh fluorescent lights. My chest heaved, my vision blurred. I leaned against a cold metal bench, trying to catch my breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling. I needed to call someone, anyone. But who? My contacts list felt empty, useless. I scrolled past Mark's name, a bitter lump forming in my throat. He would just left me to this. I forced myself to think clearly. I needed to get out of the city now. I checked the bus schedule. The next bus out, heading north, was in 45 minutes. It was a Greyhound, heading to a town I would never even heard of. It did not matter. Anywhere was better than here. I bought a ticket online, my credit card details feeling exposed and vulnerable. Every transaction felt like another breadcrumb for her to follow. But I had no choice. I sat on the bench, hunched over, trying to make myself small, invisible. Every shadow danced. Every distant sound was her approaching footsteps. I kept checking my phone, the time ticking by, agonizingly slowly. Just when I thought I might actually make it, just when a sliver of desperate hope began to bloom in my chest, I saw it. On the bench opposite mine, tucked neatly under the edge, was a small, folded piece of paper, identical to the one I would found under my sugar bowl. My heart seized. No, it could not be. My hands trembled as I reached for it. I unfolded it slowly, red washing over me like a cold wave. It was a picture, a selfie, of me. My blood ran cold. It was a picture of me, right now, sitting on this very bench, looking exhausted and terrified. My eyes were red-rimmed, my hair disheveled, and in the background, out of focus, was the bus schedule board. Underneath the picture, scrawled in neat, elegant handwriting, were two words, "Safe Travels." A choked sob escaped my lips. She was here. She was always here. She had been watching me the entire time, from the moment I left my apartment, through the alleys, to this bus station. She would take in my picture, a souvenir of my terror, a memento of her triumph. The jasmine smell, faint at first, then stronger, filled my nostrils. It was everywhere now. It clung to the air, to the bus station, to me. It was in my clothes, in my hair, in my very being. I looked up, my eyes frantically scanning the empty bus station. No one, just the harsh fluorescent lights and the oppressive silence. But I knew she was here. I could feel her eyes on me, her silent, chilling presence. The bus arrived, its massive engine rumbling, its headlights cutting through the darkness. A few other passengers emerged from the shadows, looking just as tired and anonymous as I felt. I stood up, my legs feeling like jelly, and shuffled towards the bus. As I stepped onto the bus, I risked one last look back at the station. Nothing, just the empty benches, the harsh lights, and the lingering, cloying scent of jasmine. I found a seat by the window, pulling the curtain shut, trying to block out the world. The bus lurched forward, pulling away from the station, leaving the city behind. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass, tears finally streaming down my face. I was on the bus. I was moving. I was technically escaping, but I knew it was not over. The picture, the jasmine, the whispers, they were all proof. Sarah was not just a stalker. She was a hunter, and I was her prey. She did not want to hurt me physically, not yet. She wanted to break me, to strip away every layer of my sanity, to make me utterly, terrifyingly alone. And she had succeeded. My life, my home, my sense of safety, it was all gone. Replaced by a constant, gnawing fear. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my bones, that no matter how far I ran, no matter where I went, I would always carry the jasmine with me. It was her scent, her mark, a permanent reminder that she was out there, watching, waiting, and that I would never truly be safe again. The bus rumbled on, carrying me further into the unknown, but I knew deep down that the hunt had only just begun. Our time continues with another story. The silence after Mark's dismissive words was a cold, heavy blanket. Just a bad date, he would said. Maybe you forgot you watered it. Or it rained. I stood there, phone still pressed to my ear, listening to the dial tone, feeling utterly, terrifyingly alone. It had not rained. I knew I had not watered that petunia. My apartment, which had once been my sanctuary, now felt like a cage. And Sarah, my Tinder date, was the one holding the key. That red petunia, vibrant and healthy in my window box, was a beacon of dread. It meant she would been here. While I was gone, while I slept, my blood ran cold just thinking about it. The locks were useless. I would fumble with the deadbolt, locking it repeatedly, pressing my ear against the cold metal, but it was all performative. She had a key or some chilling skill that made locks irrelevant. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation, a way to claw back some control, but there was none. Only the crushing weight of her unseen presence. The first thing I did, after a night spent huddled in a chair, jumpy at every creak of the building, was call a locksmith. I did not just want the locks changed, I wanted them reinforced. Deadbolts, chain locks, a new lock on the fire escape door, even though it was rarely used. The locksmith, a burly man with kind eyes, looked at me with a mixture of concern and professional detachment. I mumbled something about a recent break-in attempt, avoiding the real, more unsettling truth. He nodded, but I could tell he thought I was just another paranoid city dweller. The cost was astronomical, but I did not care. Money was meaningless if I was not safe. While he worked, I paced, my eyes darting to every corner, every shadow. I even bought a cheap, motion-activated doorbell camera and a few discrete internal cameras, placing them strategically. They were basic, but they were something, a sliver of hope, a desperate attempt to regain some agency. For a brief, fleeting moment, watching the locksmith pack up his tools, I felt a tiny spark of relief. Now I was safe. Now, she could not get in. That night, for the first time in days, I almost slept. Almost. I drifted in and out. My dreams a twisted collage of Sarah's intense stare, and the red petunia growing, thriving, choking everything around it. Around 3 a.m., a faint smell woke me. Jasmine. Sarah's perfume. I sat bolt upright, heart hammering against my ribs. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. My apartment was small. There was no mistaking it. I scrambled out of bed, grabbing the heavy mag light I would bought, checking every room, every closet. Nothing. No open windows, no signs of forced entry. The new locks were solid. The cameras showed nothing but my own frantic movements. I told myself it was my imagination, a phantom scent born of my fear and exhaustion. But a knot of ice formed in my stomach. The smell lingered, just on the edge of perception, a cruel reminder that she was still there, in my head, if not in my apartment. The next day, the paranoia did not just return, it intensified. I could not shake the jasmine smell. It was subtle, insidious, like a ghost. I reviewed the camera footage from the night before, frame by agonizing frame. Nothing. Just an empty apartment. Then me, a frantic blur of movement. I felt like I was losing my mind. My friends had stopped answering my calls. Mark had blocked me. I was truly alone, trapped in this waking nightmare. Then, 4 days after the new locks were installed, I found it. It was not a grand gesture, nothing dramatic. It was a small folded piece of paper, tucked neatly under the sugar bowl on my kitchen counter. A place I would definitely check that morning. My hands trembled so violently I almost dropped it. The paper was heavy, slightly textured. On it, in elegant looping script, were 2 words looks thirsty. No signature, no date, just those 2 words. A chilling echo of her casual comment about the petunia. My blood ran cold. My breath hitched. I stumbled backward, knocking over a chair. She had not just been in my apartment, she would been in my kitchen. She would left something. The new locks, the cameras, the frantic security measures, all useless. My carefully constructed illusion of safety shattered into a million pieces. I frantically checked the camera footage from the kitchen. Nothing. A sudden flicker, a brief distortion, right around the time I would have been in the shower. A glitch, the cheap camera malfunctioning, or had it. My mind screamed. She knew the blind spots, the moments of vulnerability. She was toying with me. The jasmine smell was stronger now, a cloying, sickly sweet scent that made my stomach churn. I felt a wave of nausea, followed by a surge of pure, unadulterated terror. I was not just being watched, I was being hunted. I needed to get out. I packed a small bag, just essentials. My car keys, wallet, phone. As I reached for my spare car key, usually kept on a hook by the door, it was not there. My heart pounded. I always kept it there. Always. I searched frantically, tearing through drawers, overturning cushions. Nothing. It was gone. A cold, horrifying realization dawned on me. The spare key. I remembered, weeks ago, a momentary lapse of judgment. I would have been rushing out, juggling groceries and my phone, and I would accidentally left my main set of keys, including my car key and apartment key, in the ignition for a few minutes, while I ran back inside for something I would forgotten. Sarah, on our date, had casually mentioned she lived in the area. What if she would seen? What if she would waited, taken the key, and then returned it? Or maybe she would even made a copy right then. That explained everything, the initial entry, the petunia, the note. She did not need to pick locks, she just needed a moment of my carelessness. It made her even more terrifying, because it was my own fault. I would given her the tools to violate me. I decided I could not stay another minute. I called a taxi, my voice a shaky whisper, barely audible over the frantic drumming of my heart. I did not care where I went, just away. I grabbed my bag and headed for the door, my eyes scanning every inch of the apartment, half expecting her to materialize from the shadows. As I reached the threshold, my gaze fell upon my small, cheap digital clock on the bedside table. It was unplugged. I always kept it plugged in. Always. And the time displayed was exactly 300 a.m. The time I would woken up to the jasmine. Smell. My blood ran colder than ever before. She was not just leaving notes, she was leaving a timestamp. A signature. A declaration of her mastery over my life, even over the very concept of time within my own home. I yanked open the door and practically ran down the stairs, not waiting for the elevator. The taxi was pulling up as I burst onto the street. I practically threw myself into the back seat, yelling, "Just drive." The driver, a young man with a tired expression, gave me a strange look but complied. I spent the next few days holed up in a cheap motel on the outskirts of the city. I did not sleep. Every shadow, every sound, every passing car sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I kept my phone clutched in my hand, scrolling through news articles, anything to distract myself from the gnawing terror. I even considered going to the police again, but what would I say? My Tinder date is watering my plants and leaving notes? they would laugh me out of the station. One morning, my phone buzzed with an unknown number. My heart leaped into my throat. I hesitated, then answered, my voice barely a whisper. "Hello." Silence. Then, a soft, almost imperceptible sigh. "Do not you miss your home?" a voice whispered, smooth and familiar. "Sarah." My hand clamped over my mouth, stifling a scream. "I have been taking good care of it for you," she continued, her voice light, playful, utterly devoid of malice. "The plants are thriving, and I even rearranged a few things. I think you will like it." Then, a soft click, and the line went dead. I dropped the phone. My entire body was shaking uncontrollably. She was inside my apartment. Not just that, she was living in it, rearranging things, taking care of it, taking care of my life. This was not just stalking, this was an invasion, a complete takeover. I knew then that I could not go back. Not ever. My home was hers. My life, or at least the life I would build within those four walls, was hers. I tried to call a different friend, a distant cousin, anyone who might listen without judgment. No one picked up. I was truly, utterly alone, desperate. I started researching stalking laws, restraining orders, anything that might give me a weapon against this invisible enemy. I found nothing that applied to my situation. How do you get a restraining order against someone who you can't prove has done anything, who leaves no fingerprints, no direct threats, just chillingly personal violations, days blurred into a haze of fear and exhaustion? I felt like a ghost, haunting my own life, unable to reclaim it. I knew I had to go back, just once, to retrieve some essential documents, maybe a few cherished photos. It felt like walking into a trap. But I had no choice. I drove back to my apartment building in a rental car, parking several blocks away. My hands were slick with sweat as I approached the familiar street. My building looked exactly the same, innocent and unassuming, but I knew the horror that lurked within. I crept up the stairs, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. Every step was agony. I unlocked the reinforced door. My hands, shaking so badly, I fumbled with the key. The new locks, a bitter irony, now only served to keep me out, or at least to make my re-entry a terrifying ordeal. The moment I stepped inside, the smell hit me. Jasmine, overpowering, cloying, it was everywhere. And it was not just perfume. There was another scent, something cooking, something sweet. My eyes darted around the living room. It was different. Subtle changes. My favorite armchair was angled differently. Facing the window, the books on my shelf were rearranged, not by genre or author, but by color. My small collection of framed photos was gone, replaced by a single, large, framed portrait of me. Not a photo I would ever had in my apartment. It was a candid shot, taken from a distance, of me laughing, completely unaware, sitting on a park bench. It was a picture of me from years ago, before I ever met Sarah. Before the terror, a chill colder than any I would ever felt, permeated my bones. She had not just been in my apartment. She had lived here. She had made it her own. In that photo, she had been watching me for a long, long time. This was not just a Tinder date gone wrong. This was a meticulously planned, long game obsession. From the kitchen, I heard a soft humming, a familiar tune. It was a song that had been playing on the radio during our date. My blood ran cold, solidifying in my veins. She was here, right now. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to breathe. My eyes were fixated on the kitchen doorway, a dark maw leading to an unimaginable horror. The humming stopped. A plate clinked. Then, a voice, soft and sweet, carrying through the quiet apartment. "Oh, good, you are home. I just made some cookies. Your favorite, I think. Sarah." Her voice was calm, welcoming, as if I would just stepped out for groceries and returned to her waiting. Embrace. She was not hiding. She was not fleeing. She was waiting for me. In my own home. A primal scream tore through my throat, but it was silent, trapped in my terror. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my feet felt rooted to the floor. I looked around wildly, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. My eyes landed on the mag light. I would left on the coffee table, as if on cue. Sarah appeared in the kitchen doorway. She was wearing my old, oversized sweater, the one I used to wear around the house. Her hair was pulled back in a loose ponytail, her face devoid of makeup, looking utterly domestic. She held a plate of freshly baked cookies, steam still rising from them. A soft, gentle smile played on her lips. "Welcome home," she said, her eyes, those intense, unnerving eyes, fixed on mine. "It has been so lonely without you." Her voice was so normal, so calm, that it was utterly terrifying. It was the voice of a woman who genuinely believed she was doing nothing wrong, a woman who truly thought this was our home, our life. My mind snapped. Fight or flight? Fight? I lunged for the mag light, my fingers closing around its heavy metal casing. Sarah's smile faltered, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. "What is wrong, darling?" she asked, her voice still soft, but now with an edge of confusion. "Do not you like the cookies?" I raised the mag light, my arm shaking uncontrollably. I did not know what I would do, what I could do, but I knew with absolute certainty that I could not stay another second in that apartment, in that life she had so chillingly orchestrated for us, with a guttural cry, more animalistic than human. I swung the mag light, not at her, but at the nearest window. Glass shattered, raining down onto the floor. The sudden noise, the rush of cold air broke the spell. Sarah flinched, her eyes widening, the plate of cookies clattering to the floor. That was my chance. I scrambled through the broken window, ignoring the searing pain as shards of glass bit into my skin. I landed hard on the fire escape, adrenaline coursing through me, dulling the pain. I did not look back. I just ran, clambering down the metal stairs, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out, until I collapsed in a gasping heap on a cold, anonymous street corner. I did not stop until I was miles away, until I was sure she could not follow. I never went back to that apartment. I left everything behind, my clothes, my furniture, my memories, my entire life. I changed my name, moved to a different state, cut off all contact with anyone who knew my old identity. I live a quiet, solitary life now, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows, forever haunted by the scent of jasmine. Sometimes, when I see a red petunia, vibrant and healthy in someone's window box, a cold dread washes over me. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, I swear I can hear a soft, familiar humming, just on the edge of hearing. I know she is still out there, watching, waiting, because some horrors do not end with an escape. They just become a part of you, a permanent, chilling echo in the quiet corners of your mind. And I know, deep down, that she believes I will come home someday. After all, she is still taking care of it for me. What comes next is another personal moment. I have always been a pretty private person. You know, not antisocial, but I liked my routines, my quiet life, my little apartment, my morning coffee, my walks with my dog, Buster. For a long time, that was enough. But then, a couple of years back, after a particularly bad breakup, loneliness started to creep in. It was a cold, quiet kind of loneliness that gnawed at you in the evenings, when the silence felt too loud. So, like a lot of people these days, I decided to give Tinder a shot. Swiped left on most, right on a few. It was mostly just for a laugh, a distraction, until I matched with Chloe. Her profile was perfect. Stunning photos, a witty bio that actually made me chuckle, shared interests that felt almost too good to be true. She was an artist, loved hiking, had a dry sense of humor. We started chatting, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. She was smart, engaging, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. After a week of non-stop texting, we decided to meet up. I suggested the Rusty Mug, a cozy, dimly lit bar downtown that I liked. It was not too loud, and they made a decent old-fashioned. I was a little nervous, which was unusual for me. I usually played it cool, but there was something about Chloe that had me feeling a mix of excitement and something else I could not quite place. She was already there when I arrived, sitting at a small table by the window. Even prettier in person, if that was possible. Long, dark hair, striking green eyes, and a smile that lit up the corner of the room. She was wearing a simple black dress, but she looked like she would step right out of a magazine. "Alex?" she asked, her voice soft, a little husky. "Chloe?" I grinned, feeling my nerves ease a bit. "Glad you could make it." We ordered drinks, and the conversation picked up right where our texts had left off. She talked about her art. I talked about my job in graphic design. We found common ground on everything from obscure indie films to our shared love for spicy food. It was easy, comfortable, almost too comfortable for a first date. Then, about halfway through our second round of drinks, she paused, swirling the ice in her glass. Her eyes, those striking green eyes, seemed to lock onto mine, and for a split second, they held an intensity that made the hair on the back of my neck prickle. "So," she said, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips, "how was your morning run today? Did Buster enjoy the park?" I blinked. My morning run? With Buster. I went for a run with my dog every morning, usually around the local park trails. It was a routine I loved, a peaceful start to my day, but I not mentioned it on my Tinder profile. I had not even mentioned Buster, my golden retriever, beyond a vague reference to my furry companion in my bio. And I certainly had not told her about my morning run during our chats. "Oh," I said, a little thrown. It was good. Buster loves the park." "How did you know about that?" She chuckled, a light, airy sound. "Just a lucky guess, I suppose. You just look like a morning runner, and I saw a picture of a golden retriever on your Instagram once. Put two and two together." I nodded, trying to brush it off. It could be a lucky guess. And sure, I had a few old Instagram posts with Buster, but nothing that detailed my daily routine. Still, a faint tendril of unease began to snake its way into my gut. "Anyway," she continued, smoothly changing the subject, "what about your coffee? Do you still take it black with just one sugar?" My blood ran cold. Black, one sugar, in my chipped blue mug. That was exactly how I took my coffee every single morning, without fail. And that chipped blue mug was a personal thing, something I would have for years. I had never mentioned that to anyone online, not even to my closest friends in passing. It was such a specific, mundane detail. I forced a laugh, trying to keep my voice light. "You are really good at guessing. Are not you? What, are you a psychic?" Her smile did not waver, but her eyes, they held something I could not quite decipher. A depth, an almost predatory glint that vanished as quickly as it appeared. "Something like that," she murmured, taking a slow sip of her drink. "I just pay attention to details." The rest of the date felt different after that. The easy conversation started to feel like an interrogation. Her questions a little too pointed, her gaze a little too fixed. I found myself subtly shifting in my seat, my initial excitement replaced by a growing sense of discomfort. When she excused herself to the restroom, I quickly pulled out my phone. I scrolled through my Instagram, my iUtube, my public profiles. Nothing. No mention of my coffee, no detailed schedule of my runs. It was impossible. When she came back, she seemed to pick up on my unease. "Is everything all right?" "Alex, you seem a little distant. Just a long day." I lied, forcing another smile. "Look, Chloe, I had a really great time tonight, but I should probably head home soon. Early start tomorrow." She nodded, her smile still in place, but those eyes, they seemed to bore right through me. "Of course. It was wonderful meeting you. Alex, I had a feeling we would connect." She leaned forward slightly. "I will text you." I paid the bill, walked her to her car, a sleek dark sedan I did not recognize, and gave her a polite goodbye. As I watched her drive away, a shiver ran down my spine, despite the warm night air. The feeling that something was deeply, profoundly off about Chloe clung to me like a shroud. I tried to shake it off on the drive home. Paranoia. I told myself, "You are just overthinking it. She probably saw something, heard something, and you just do not remember." But the specific details, the chipped mug, the one sugar, the morning run with Buster, they gnawed at me. The next morning, I woke up feeling exhausted, having tossed and turned all night. I made my coffee, black, one sugar, in my chipped blue mug. It tasted bitter. As I sat there staring out my window, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Chloe. "Good morning. Alex. Hope Buster is enjoying his breakfast. Do not forget your gym bag today. You left it by the door." My heart hammered against my ribs. My gym bag was by the door. I had packed it last night and completely forgotten about it. How could she possibly know? My hands trembled as I typed a reply, trying to sound casual. "Thanks. Chloe." Almost forgot it. "You have a good day." I did not get a reply. And that in itself was unsettling. She was usually so quick. For the next few days, it was a subtle escalation. Her texts became more frequent, more familiar. They were not just guessing anymore, they were statements of fact about my daily life. "Your new plant looks lovely on the windowsill. I would bought a small succulent yesterday and put it on my kitchen windowsill. That new client meeting must be stressful. You will nail it." I had not mentioned the new client to anyone outside of work, and certainly not on social media. Buster looked so happy chasing squirrels in the backyard. My backyard was fenced, private. You would have to be actively watching from a specific angle to see him. I started checking my apartment obsessively. Every window, every lock. I bought extra deadbolts. I installed a cheap motion-activated security camera near my front door, pointed at the entrance. I told myself I was being ridiculous, but the unease was now a constant cold knot in my stomach. I tried looking up Chloe again online. This time, I dug deeper. I found a few old, almost ghostly, social media profiles. Her photos were always artfully posed. Her face often partially obscured or taken from a distance. No friends tagged, no recent posts, no real personal details. It was like she existed only in the digital ether, a phantom crafted for online consumption. The more I looked, the less I found, and the more unsettling it became. One evening, I came home from work to find a small package on my doorstep. No return address, just my name, handwritten on the label. Inside was a brand of artisanal tea I loved, a specific blend I had only ever mentioned to my grandmother years ago, a blend I had not bought in ages, because it was hard to find. My hands shook as I opened the package. Who could have sent this, and how did they know? That night, I was sitting on my couch, trying to distract myself with a movie, when my eyes drifted to my bedside table. There, nestled amongst my books and a charging cable, was a small, intricately carved wooden bird. It was delicate, beautiful, and utterly foreign. I knew it had not been there that morning. I knew it. I lived alone. I had not had anyone over. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. This was not a guess. This was not a text message. This was undeniable proof. Someone had been inside my apartment. Someone had been in my bedroom. I scrambled off the couch, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I snatched up the wooden bird, its smooth surface feeling strangely warm in my trembling hand. I checked every inch of my apartment again, more frantically this time. Windows, doors, every possible entry point, all locked, all secure. The security camera footage from the front door showed nothing but the mailman. No sign of Chloe, no sign of anyone. It was impossible. Yet the bird was real. I called my best friend. Mike, he is a rational guy, always had a logical explanation for everything. I poured out the whole story, from the first date to the wooden bird. He listened patiently, but I could hear the skepticism in his voice, even over the phone. "Alex, man," he said, sounding concerned, but also a little exasperated. "Are you sure you did not just forget you put the bird there? Or maybe someone slipped it through a window you left cracked? It sounds like you are really stressed out. Maybe you need a break, a little vacation." "Mike, I am not making this up. I know that bird was not there. And the coffee, the gym bag, the tea. How could she know all that? She is stalking me, man. I swear it." My voice was tight with fear and frustration. "Look, Alex, I know it feels real to you," he said, his tone softening slightly. "But it could be a lot of things. An old mutual friend, a distant acquaintance who knows your routines, a coincidence. Online dating can be weird. People do a little digging. It is not necessarily sinister." His words, meant to reassure, only made me feel more isolated, more alone with my terror. He was not seeing it, was not understanding the creeping, insidious horror of it all. I hung up, feeling a fresh wave of despair. No one believed me. I was on my own. That night, I barely slept. I sat up, a heavy flashlight clutched in my hand, listening to every creak, every whisper of the wind outside. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into Chloe's hauntingly perfect face, her unnerving green eyes. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I changed my routes to work, avoided my usual coffee shop, started taking Buster to a different park. I installed more cameras, inside this time, hidden in plain sight. I bought pepper spray. I felt like a hunted animal, constantly looking over my shoulder. Then a message popped up on my phone. Not a text, but an email, from an address I did not recognize. The subject line simply read, "Alex." I hesitated, my finger hovering over the screen. Every instinct screamed at me not to open it, but a desperate need for answers, for understanding, overrode my fear. I tapped it open. The email was from Chloe. "Alex," it began, her tone gentle, almost loving. "I know you have been feeling a little distant lately, and I understand this is a lot to take in, but I can explain everything. I know you are scared, but you do not need to be. We are meant to be. Alex, I have known it for a long time. I found this amazing, secluded spot perfect for us to talk, to truly connect. It is beautiful there. Come meet me. I will be waiting." Below the message were GPS coordinates. I copied them into my map app. It led to a remote area, deep in the woods, far off any main road, an old, abandoned cabin. Judging by the satellite image, my blood ran cold. This was it. The trap. But a strange, almost magnetic pull drew me to it. I needed to know. I needed to confront her, to understand the madness behind those beautiful eyes. Maybe, just maybe, I could get her to stop. I called Mike again, my voice tight. "Mike, I need you to listen to me, carefully. I am going to meet Chloe. She sent me coordinates to some cabin in the woods. If you do not hear from me by midnight, call the police, give them these coordinates, and tell them everything I told you. Please." There was a long silence on the other end. "Alex, no. Do not go. That is insane. Let me call the police now." "No," I insisted, my voice firm. "I need to do this. I need to understand. Just promise me you will call if I do not check in." Reluctantly, Mike agreed, his voice laced with worry. "Be careful, man. Please." I grabbed my car keys, the pepper spray, and a heavy wrench from my toolbox. My heart was a frantic drum solo in my chest. The drive was long, the road growing narrower and more overgrown as I ventured deeper into the wilderness. The last mile was a dirt track, barely passable, trees looming on either side like skeletal fingers. Finally, the GPS announced my arrival. Through the sparse trees, I saw it, a dilapidated wooden cabin, its windows boarded up, its porch rotting. It looked like something out of a horror movie. A chill that had nothing to do with the evening air snaked down my spine. I parked my car a little distance away, half hidden by a thick cluster of pines. I got out, the silence of the woods pressing in on me, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the frantic pounding of my own heart. Then I saw her. She was standing on the rickety porch, bathed in the pale light of the setting sun. She was not wearing the simple black dress from our date. Instead, she wore a long, flowing white dress, almost like a gown, that seemed out of place in the desolate surroundings. Her dark hair was loose, blowing gently in the breeze. She looked ethereal, like a ghost. "Alex," she said, her voice carrying softly through the quiet woods. There was no anger, no menace, only a strange, serene joy. "You came." I gripped the wrench tighter, my knuckles white. "Chloe," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "What is all this? Why have you been doing this?" She smiled, a wide, beatific smile that did not quite reach her eyes. "Come inside. Alex, we can talk. It is all waiting for you." My gut screamed at me to run, to turn and flee, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. I needed answers. I slowly walked towards the cabin, my eyes scanning for any sign of movement, any hidden threat. As I stepped onto the porch, the rotting wood groaned under my weight. Chloe turned and pushed open the cabin door. It creaked ominously. "After you," she said, gesturing inside. I hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and stepped across the threshold. The air inside was thick with dust and a strange, cloying sweetness, like dried flowers and old paper. My eyes struggled to adjust to the dim light filtering through the boarded-up windows. What I saw made my blood run cold. The cabin was not empty. It was a shrine. A shrine to me. Every wall was covered with pictures. Not just photos from my social media, but candid shots. Me at the coffee shop holding my chipped blue mug, me walking Buster in the park, my specific running route, me leaving my apartment, my gym bag by the door, me buying that succulent, pictures taken from a distance, through windows, from hidden vantage points. There were even pictures of me inside my apartment, through my kitchen window, sitting on my couch, reading a book. My stomach lurched. This was not just online stalking. This was a full-blown, terrifying obsession. In the center of the room, on a makeshift table, was an altar. On it were items I recognized. A small, faded drawing I would posted online years ago, a used coffee filter from my trash, a single dog hair I recognized as Buster's, and nestled carefully amongst them, the intricately carved wooden bird she had left on my bedside table. "You have been watching me," I whispered, the words barely a breath. My voice trembled with a mixture of fear and pure disgust. Chloe walked past me, towards the altar, her white dress rustling softly. She picked up the wooden bird, cradling it in her hands. For months, Alex, long before Tinder, I saw you. I knew you were the one. We are connected, you and I. Destined. She turned to face me, her green eyes shining with an unsettling fervor. You are my soulmate. Alex, my true love, I have been waiting for you my whole life. And now, you are finally here. We can be together forever. My mind raced. She was delusional, completely, utterly unhinged. There was no reasoning with her. I had to get out. Chloe said, trying to keep my voice calm, "This is not right. You need help." We barely know each other. Her smile vanished, replaced by a look of hurt, almost betrayal. Do not say that. Alex, we know everything about each other. I know your fears, your hopes, your dreams. I know the way you sigh when you are tired, the way you hum that old song when you are happy. I know you better than you know yourself. She took a step towards me, her eyes fixated on mine. And I know you are meant to be with me. I took a step back, my hand tightening around the wrench. Stay away from me. Chloe. Her expression hardened. No, not again. I lost him once. I won't lose you. Lost who? I asked, confused. My love, she whispered, her voice tinged with a chilling sadness. My other half. You look so much like him. Alex. The same kind eyes, the same quiet strength. When I saw you, I knew he had come back to me, reincarnated for us. My blood ran cold. This was not just stalking. It was a complete break from reality. I was trapped in a mad woman's fantasy. I am leaving. Chloe, I said, trying to push past her towards the door. She moved with surprising speed, blocking my path. Her strength was unexpected, fueled by a terrifying conviction. Her eyes were no longer serene. They burned with a fierce, possessive fire. You are not leaving, Alex, she said, her voice low and dangerous. Not ever again. We are going to build our life here, just like we were always meant to. I swung the wrench, not to hit her, but to create space, to make her flinch. She dodged it, her movements unnervingly fluid. She lunged, grabbing my arm with surprising force. Her grip was like iron. Let go of me, I yelled, struggling against her. She pulled me towards her, her face inches from mine. Do not fight it. Alex. It is our destiny. Her breath, sweet and cloying, washed over my face. Desperation surged through me. I twisted, pulling my arm free with a violent jerk, and stumbled back. She came at me again, her eyes wide and unblinking. I had to get out. My eyes darted around the cabin. There was a small, unboarded window near the back, partially obscured by a tattered curtain. It looked small, but maybe I could squeeze through. I am sorry. Chloe, I stammered, trying to distract her. I need to think. She paused, a flicker of hope in her eyes. Think about what, my love? About us? I lied, my voice shaking. I need a moment. As she hesitated, I lunged for the window. I kicked at the rotten frame, splintering the wood, then shoved my body through the opening. The glass shattered, cutting into my arm and shoulder. But I did not care. Adrenaline surged through me. I landed hard on the outside, scrambling to my feet. I heard Chloe's shriek of rage from inside the cabin. Alex. No. Come back. I did not look back. I ran through the dark, unfamiliar woods, branches whipping at my face, roots tripping my feet. I could hear her voice, distorted and echoing, calling my name, getting fainter, but never quite disappearing. I burst out of the woods, gasping for air, and stumbled towards my car. My hands were shaking so violently, I could barely get the key in the ignition. I started the engine, threw it into reverse, and sped away, kicking up a cloud of dust. I did not stop until I was miles down the main road, my heart still pounding, my body covered in cuts and scrapes. I pulled over, my hands still gripping the steering wheel, and called Mike. Mike! I gasped, my voice hoarse. She is insane. She had a shrine, pictures of me, my things. She thinks I am her dead lover, reincarnated. I got out. I am safe. Call the police now. Tell them everything. Mike did not argue this time. His voice was grim, filled with a horror that finally matched my own. I am on it. Alex, stay where you are. I am calling them right now. The police arrived quickly. I gave them my statement, my body still trembling with shock. They went to the cabin, found the shrine, the photos, the evidence of her terrifying obsession, but Chloe was gone, vanished into the woods, leaving behind only the chilling remnants of her delusion. They never found her. I moved out of my apartment a week later. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media, even changed my job. I could not shake the feeling that she was still out there, somewhere, watching, waiting. Every shadow seemed to hold her silhouette. Every distant car sound made my heart leap into my throat. The world that once felt safe and predictable now felt like a minefield. The anonymity of online dating, the ease with which someone could delve into your life, the thin veil between reality and pure, unhinged obsession, it had all been shattered. I learned the hard way that sometimes the most terrifying monsters are not hiding under your bed, but behind a perfect profile picture, waiting to claim you as their own. And that, sometimes, the only thing scarier than the monster itself is the chilling thought that it might still be out there, looking for you. The next moment shapes itself right here. So, there I was, leaning against my apartment door, gasping for air like I would just run a marathon. But it was not exertion that had me winded. It was sheer, gut-wrenching terror. The kind that makes your blood run cold and your skin prickle with a million invisible needles. Sarah. Her name itself now felt like a curse, a whisper of dread that echoed in the silent confines of my supposed sanctuary. The petunia, that damn red petunia in my window box. Her words, "Do not forget to water that petunia. It is looking a little thirsty," played on a loop in my head. A venomous lullaby. She knew about my petunia. It was not a random guess. It was too specific, too casual, too knowing. It meant she would been watching my apartment, watching me. My hands were shaking as I fumbled with the deadbolt, locking it, then locking it again. And again, I checked the chain lock, the bottom lock, then just stood there, my ear pressed against the cold metal, listening. For what? Her footsteps, her chilling, knowing smile. My mind conjured images of her graceful, silent form, gliding through the shadows outside, her eyes, once so captivating, now burning holes into my soul. Every creak of the old building, every distant car horn, every rustle of leaves outside my window sent jolts of adrenaline through me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum solo that refused to quiet down. I stumbled backward, away from the door, my eyes darting around my living room, the beat-up armchair, the sheer curtains, the stack of books on the coffee table. All innocent objects, now transformed into monuments of her chilling knowledge. They felt tainted, violated, like they would witness something I had not. Sleep. Forget about it. The idea was laughable. My mind was a battlefield, replaying every moment of that date, searching for clues, for signs I would miss. Her intense gaze, her unnerving silences. The way she seemed to dissect me with every glance. It all made sense now. She was not interested in me, she was interested in my life, in my boundaries, in how far she could push them. I spent the rest of the night like a ghost in my own apartment. I checked every window, ensuring they were locked, pulling the blinds down so tight they practically groaned. I peered into every closet, every dark corner, half expecting to find her lurking, her slow, patronizing smile greeting me from the shadows. The sheer curtains, once a simple decoration, now felt like a flimsy shield against an invisible enemy. I even checked under my bed, a childish habit I had not indulged in since I was 8 years old. The absurdity of it all did not diminish the fear, it only amplified it. When the first slivers of dawn finally pierced through the heavy blinds, painting the room in a weak, grayish light, I felt no relief. Only crushing exhaustion and a deeper sense of dread. The night had passed, but the threat had not. It was still out there, waiting, watching. I dragged myself to the kitchen, the simple act of making coffee feeling monumental. My hand still trembled, spilling grounds on the counter. I kept glancing at the window, that window box. The petunia. I could not bring myself to look directly at it. It felt like a direct line to Sarah, a beacon for her unseen eyes. Part of me wanted to rip it out, throw it away, incinerate it. But another, more terrified part, felt a strange, chilling compulsion to obey, to water it, just in case. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and exhaustion. I changed my routine, leaving for work earlier, taking different routes. I avoided looking out my windows, keeping the blinds drawn even during the day, plunging my apartment into a perpetual twilight. Every shadow seemed to lengthen, every sound seemed to amplify. I jumped at my own reflection in the mirror, my own shadow on the wall. At work, I tried to focus, but my mind kept drifting back to Sarah. I would catch myself staring blankly at my computer screen, replaying her words, her smile. I even tried searching for her online, on Tinder, on social media. Nothing. Her profile was gone, vanished, as if it had never existed. It only deepened my unease. It was not just a bad date. It felt like I would stumbled into something far more sinister, something carefully orchestrated. One evening, about 4 days after the date, I was finally brave enough to approach the window. I pulled back a corner of the blind, just a sliver, and peered out. My heart gave a sickening lurch. The petunia, the red petunia, it looked vibrant, healthier than I remembered. Its leaves were a deeper green, its blooms a richer red, and I had not watered it. Not once. A cold wave washed over me. It was not just healthy, it looked cared for. Someone had watered it. Someone had been here. While I was at work. While I was asleep. The thought was like a physical blow, knocking the wind out of me. My apartment, my sanctuary, had been breached. Again, I immediately checked the locks again, even though I knew it was futile. If she could get in once, she could get in again. I ran my hand along the window frame, checking for pry marks, anything. Nothing obvious. It was too clean, too perfect, which meant she either had a key or she was incredibly skilled. Both options were terrifying. That night, I decided to confide in my friend, Mark. He was usually good for a laugh, a dose of common sense. I called him, my voice tight with fear, recounting the entire date, the petunia comment, the feeling of being watched, the healthy plant. He listened patiently, but I could hear the skepticism in his voice. Look, man, he said, it sounds like you just had a really bad date. Some people are just intense. The petunia thing, maybe she just noticed it and remembered, and you probably just forgot you watered it. Or it rained. It has not rained in days. Mark, and I know I did not water it. It looked wilted before I practically shouted, my frustration boiling over. Okay, calm down. Look, I get it. It is unsettling, but you do not have any proof she actually did anything, right? No broken locks, no notes, no actual stalking. The petunia is proof. I insisted, but even to my own ears, it sounded weak. He was right. There was no concrete evidence, no smoking gun, just a gut feeling, a chilling whisper of invasion. He advised me to just block her number, forget about it, and maybe get a new plant. Easy for him to say. He was not the one living in a house that felt like a glass box. His dismissal, though well-intentioned, only served to isolate me further. I could not rely on anyone else. This was my nightmare, and I was in it alone. The subtle disturbances started to escalate. Small things. At first, my coffee mug, which I distinctly remembered leaving in the sink, would be on the drying rack. A book I was reading would be closed and placed neatly back on the shelf, even though I would left it open, face down. My toothbrush, sometimes, felt damp, like it had just been used. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I was forgetting things. Maybe I was doing them unconsciously. But the sheer number of these coincidences began to chip away at my sanity. It was like a psychological torture, designed to make me question my own memory, my own perception of reality. One morning, I woke up to a faint, sweet smell in my apartment, like vanilla, but with an underlying, almost metallic tang. It was not a scent I recognized, and it definitely was not mine. I searched the apartment, trying to locate the source, but it seemed to emanate from everywhere, and nowhere at once. It was faint, almost ethereal, but undeniably present. It was Sarah's scent. I was sure of it. I started to set up rudimentary traps. A hair on the crack of the door frame, a piece of tape across the window, simple, easily detectable methods. And every morning, the hair would be undisturbed, the tape intact, yet the subtle shifts in my belongings continued. It was like she was mocking me, showing me that my feeble attempts to detect her presence were useless. She was too smart, too careful, too patient. The petunia, meanwhile, continued to thrive. It was almost unnerving how healthy it looked. It was a constant, vibrant reminder of her presence, her reach. I started watering it myself, just to feel like I had some control, but even then, I would sometimes find the soil already damp, glistening with fresh water. It was a silent, chilling communication. I am still here. I am still watching, and I am still caring for our plant. Then came the text. It was from an unknown number. Just a single word, thirsty. My blood ran cold. My hands started to shake so violently, I almost dropped my phone. It was her. It had to be the petunia. The word was a direct reference, a taunt. I blocked the number immediately, but it did not stop the feeling of dread. She had multiple numbers, or she could just get new ones. It did not matter. She was reaching out, the game was escalating. I went to the police. I know, Mark's words echoed in my head. No concrete evidence. But I was desperate. I walked into the precinct, my story tumbling out in a rush of panicked words. The bad date, the petunia, the moved objects, the mysterious text. The officer listened politely, his expression unreadable. "Sir," he said, his voice calm, "I understand this is very upsetting for you, but we can't really do anything without more concrete evidence. There is no forced entry, no direct threats that are not ambiguous. It sounds like a misunderstanding, or perhaps you are just feeling a bit overwhelmed." Overwhelmed. She is breaking into my apartment. She is stalking me. I practically screamed, but it was no use. He handed me a pamphlet on restraining orders, advising me to come back if I had actual proof of harassment or a direct threat. I walked out, feeling even more alone, more vulnerable, more utterly helpless. The feeling of being watched intensified. I started seeing her, or at least, I thought I did. A fleeting glimpse of a tall, graceful figure with dark hair in the periphery of my vision when I was out getting groceries. A flash of captivating eyes in the rearview mirror, only to disappear when I looked directly. Each time, my heart would leap into my throat, my palms would sweat, and I would feel a wave of nausea. Was it really her? Or was my mind playing tricks on me, painting her face onto every stranger? I could not tell anymore. My paranoia was a suffocating blanket, blurring the lines between reality and delusion. One evening, I came home from work, utterly drained. The apartment felt colder than usual, a subtle chill that had nothing to do with the weather. As I stepped inside, a faint, sweet scent hit me. Stronger this time. The vanilla, with that metallic tang. It was definitely Sarah. She had been here recently. I walked into the living room, my breath catching in my throat. On my coffee table, right next to the petunia, which was of course perfectly watered, was a small, delicate red rose. Not a fake one, a real one, fresh, with dewdrops still clinging to its petals. It lay there, stark against the dark wood, a chilling declaration of her presence. But it was not just the rose. My eyes scanned the room, and then I saw it. On the beat-up armchair, where I usually threw my jacket, was a neatly folded blanket. My blanket, but it was not just folded, it was arranged in a way that looked inviting, like someone had just finished sitting there, waiting for me. And on the cushion, next to where the blanket lay, was a faint indentation, like someone had been sitting there for a while. My blood ran cold. She was not just coming in and out. She was staying She was making herself comfortable. She was waiting. I backed away slowly, my eyes wide, darting around the room. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every sound seemed to amplify. The silence of the apartment was no longer comforting. It was menacing, pregnant with unseen presence. I felt her eyes on me, even though I could not see her. I knew she was here. She was in my apartment, probably watching me right now, enjoying my terror. My hand reached for my phone, but then I stopped. What was the point? The police would not believe me. Mark would not believe me. I was on my own. I took another step back, my gaze fixed on the armchair, on that rose. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. The air grew heavy, thick with that strange, sweet scent. Then, a faint whisper, so soft. I almost thought I imagined it. It seemed to come from the hallway, just outside the living room. "You are home." My blood froze. It was her voice, low, melodious, utterly devoid of warmth. I spun around, my eyes frantically searching the dark hallway. Nothing. Just shadows. "I missed you," the voice whispered again, closer this time. It sounded like it was right behind me. I whirled around again, my eyes wide with terror. And there she was, standing in the doorway of my kitchen, framed by the faint light from the window. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her initially captivating eyes now gleamed with a predatory light. She wore the same dress from our date, a dark, elegant fabric that seemed to absorb the light, and on her lips, that slow, knowing smile, the one that had made my blood run cold at the bar. She took a step forward, her movements fluid, graceful, like a cat. I stumbled backward, hitting the coffee table, sending the rose clattering to the floor. The petunia remained undisturbed, a silent witness. "Do not worry," she purred, her voice a chilling caress. "I watered it for you. It was looking a little thirsty." I could not speak. My throat was dry, constricted by fear. My mind screamed at me to run, to fight, to do something, but my body was frozen, paralyzed by the sheer, overwhelming terror radiating from her. She took another step, her gaze fixed on me, unblinking. "You know," she continued, her voice gaining a subtle edge, "you are quite predictable. That is what I love about you. The way you always leave your window slightly ajar when you cook. The way you always forget to lock the back door when you take out the trash. The way you always leave your key under that silly little gnome by the porch." My stomach dropped. The gnome? I would forgotten all about the gnome. It was a habit from years ago. A silly, sentimental gesture. She knew everything. "But you are also quite frustrating," she said, a hint of annoyance creeping into her tone. "Always checking the locks. Always trying to get away. It makes things less fun." She was right in front of me now, her eyes boring into mine. I could smell that sweet, metallic scent, stronger now, almost suffocating. My heart was a frantic bird trapped in a cage, desperate to escape. "But it is okay," she whispered, reaching out a hand, her long, slender fingers tracing the line of my jaw. Her touch was cold, like death. "We have all the time in the world now. You won't be leaving again." Panic, raw and primal, finally broke through my paralysis. This was not just stalking. This was imprisonment. This was the end. I had to run. I had to fight. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I shoved her hand away, scrambling backward. My foot caught on the edge of the coffee table, sending me sprawling to the floor. She merely watched, her smile widening, a flicker of amusement in her eyes. "Naughty, naughty," she tutted, taking another slow step towards me. "Do not you know, it is rude to run from your host." I crab-walked backward, desperate to put distance between us. My eyes frantically searched for an escape route, a weapon, anything. The front door was too far. The kitchen was behind her. The window was my only chance. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain in my ankle. and lunged towards the window, tearing back the blinds. My fingers fumbled with the latch, desperate. "Oh, you do not want to go out there," she said, her voice now dangerously close, right behind me. "It is much nicer in here. Much safer." I finally managed to unlatch the window, pushing it open with a desperate grunt. The cool night air rushed in, a welcome reprieve from the stifling dread inside. I started to climb out, my legs already halfway over the sill. But then a hand clamped onto my ankle. Her grip was surprisingly strong, like iron. I cried out, struggling, trying to kick free. "Where do you think you are going?" she purred, pulling me back with surprising force. I lost my balance, tumbling back into the room, landing hard on the floor. She stood over me, her shadow looming, her smile gone, replaced by a look of cold, calculating anger. "You really do not appreciate what I have done for you, do you? All this time, all this care, and you just want to run away." My mind raced, every instinct screaming at me to fight, to survive. My eyes darted around, landing on a heavy ceramic vase on a nearby bookshelf. It was my only chance. With a desperate cry, I lunged for it, grabbing the vase and swinging it wildly. It connected with something, a sickening thud, and I heard a sharp gasp. Sarah stumbled backward, clutching her head. This was it. My chance. I did not wait to see if she was down. I scrambled back to the window, my hands shaking, and threw myself out, not caring about the fall. I landed awkwardly on the small patch of grass below, pain shooting through my ankle, but I barely registered it. All that mattered was getting away. I scrambled to my feet, limping, and ran. I did not look back. I did not dare. I just ran, my heart a frantic drum solo, my breath ragged, not stopping until I was miles away, until I could not hear anything but the pounding of my own feet on the pavement. I never went back to that apartment. Not really. I called the police from a payphone at a gas station, my voice hoarse, shaking. This time, with the vase, with the actual physical assault, they took me seriously. They found the vase, shattered on the floor, a smear of blood near it. But Sarah was gone. Vanished. Like a ghost. They found my apartment locks still intact, the window I had jumped from, open. The petunia was there, still vibrant, still red, but the rose was gone, and so was any trace of Sarah. I moved across the country, changed my name, cut off all contact with my old life, but the fear, that suffocating blanket of paranoia, never truly left me. Every shadow, every distant sound, every unfamiliar car on the road sends jolts of adrenaline through me. I check my locks multiple times, every single night. I never leave a window even slightly ajar, and I have not owned a single plant since. Sometimes late at night, when the world is quiet and the darkness presses in, I still think about that petunia, that vibrant red petunia thriving in my window box, and I wonder if it is still there. And if, somewhere out there, Sarah is still watching, still waiting, still watering a thirsty plant, and I know, deep down, that she is, and that one day, she might come looking for me again, because some connections, once made, are simply impossible to break, and some thirsts, once awakened, can never truly be quenched. Let us continue the journey with another story. The phone felt cold and slick in my trembling hand. Mark's voice, usually a warm, reassuring rumble, now sounded distant, wrapped in a blanket of disbelief. "A woman knows how you take your coffee, and you are freaking out this much," he would ask, a hint of amusement, almost pity, in his tone. Maybe she just asked someone, or overheard you. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing the phone harder against my ear. Mark, she knew about Buster's morning walk. She knew I drink it from my chipped blue mug, and I have not seen her in a week. I blocked her everywhere. Then this note, tucked into my mailbox, my address, Mark. I never gave her my address. My voice cracked on the last word. And inside, it just says, "Still black." A beat of silence stretched between us, long and thin like a wire about to snap. I could almost hear him processing it, trying to fit this jagged piece of reality into his neat, logical world. "Okay," he finally said, the amusement gone, replaced by a cautious concern. "Okay, that is definitely not normal. Look, I am probably overreacting, but you should just call the police. It is probably nothing, but just to be safe." Call the police? The words hung in the air, heavy and useless. What would I tell them? A woman I went on one date with knows how I like my coffee, and she mailed me a note. They would laugh me out of the station. Or worse, they would tell me to get a restraining order. Something that felt as flimsy as tissue paper against the invisible, insidious threat that was Chloe. I do not know. "Mark," I whispered, staring at the chipped blue mug on my counter, the one I would bought years ago at a flea market, the one that felt like a part of me. It was no longer just a mug. It was a symbol, a beacon for her surveillance. What would I even say? "Just tell them what you told me," he insisted, his voice regaining some of its usual firmness. "It is unsettling. It is harassment. They can at least log it." I hung up feeling no better, perhaps even worse. Mark's skepticism, however subtle, had only deepened my sense of isolation. This was not just an external threat, it was an internal one, eroding my sanity, making me doubt my own perceptions. Was I overreacting? Was I letting my imagination run wild? The rational part of my brain fought a losing battle against the cold, hard evidence, the note, the address, the chilling familiarity of her words. Buster, my scruffy terrier mix, nudged my hand, his soft muzzle, a welcome distraction. I knelt, burying my face in his fur, inhaling his comforting doggy scent. He was my anchor, my innocent companion in this spiraling nightmare. But even he could not dispel the feeling of being watched. Every shadow stretched longer, every creak of the old house amplified into a deliberate sound. I felt like a character in a bad horror movie, waiting for the jump scare, but the jump scare never came. It was worse. It was the slow, agonizing dread of knowing it could come at any moment. That night, sleep was a cruel joke. I lay in bed, eyes wide open in the dark, straining to hear anything unusual. The wind rustling the leaves outside became a whisper. The hum of the refrigerator, a low, guttural growl. I got up 3 times to check the lock's front door, back door, windows, as if a deadbolt could stop someone who could peer into my very routine. My chipped blue mug sat on the counter, a silent accusation. I felt a desperate urge to smash it, to erase the evidence, but then what? She would just find another detail, another piece of my life to claim. The next few days were a blur of hypervigilance. I varied Buster's walking routes, taking detours down unfamiliar streets. Constantly glancing over my shoulder, I changed my coffee order at the local cafe, opting for a latte instead of my usual black, 1 sugar, feeling utterly ridiculous as I did it. I even bought a new mug, a bright yellow one, to replace the blue one. It felt like a childish attempt to reclaim some control, a futile gesture against an unseen enemy. Then came the second note. It was a Tuesday morning. I would just returned from a particularly convoluted walk with Buster, convinced I would thrown off any potential tale. As I reached my mailbox, a flash of white caught my eye. Not an envelope this time, but a single folded piece of paper, held in place by a small, smooth river stone. My heart hammered against my ribs. I knew, even before I picked it up, that it was from her. My hands shook so violently, I almost dropped it. Unfolding the paper, I saw a single line, written in the same elegant script as before. "Yellow really is not your color." My breath hitched. The new mug, the bright yellow one I would bought just yesterday, sitting innocently on my kitchen counter. She knew. She was inside my house. Or she had been. The thought sent a jolt of icy terror through me. My blood ran cold, fear prickling every inch of my skin. I practically threw Buster into the house, slamming the door shut and locking it with a desperate click. My eyes darted around the living room, searching for any sign of intrusion, any misplaced object, any telltale mark. Nothing. Everything seemed exactly as I would left it. But the note, the chilling reference to the yellow mug, was undeniable proof. She had been here. She had seen it. Panic began to set in, a cold, hard knot in my stomach. I called Mark, my voice barely a whisper, recounting the new note, the Riverstone, the terrifying implication. Okay, this is different, Mark said, his voice now devoid of any skepticism, replaced by genuine alarm. You need to call the police. Right now, this is breaking and entering, even if nothing was taken. This time, I did not argue. I called the non-emergency line, my voice shaking as I explained the situation to the dispatcher. She listened patiently, her tone professional but detached. A patrol car would be sent. 2 officers arrived within the hour, a tall, burly man named Officer Miller and a younger, quieter woman, Officer Chin. They listened to my story, their faces unreadable. I showed them the note, explained about the chipped blue mug, the morning routines, the blocked accounts. I felt like a lunatic, recounting the minute details of my life, and Chloe's unsettling knowledge of them. Officer Miller walked through the house, his heavy boots echoing on the hardwood floors, while Officer Chen took notes. He checked the windows, the doors, the back patio. "No signs of forced entry, madam," he stated, his voice flat. "Windows are all locked. Doors secure." "But the note," I insisted, gesturing to the paper clutched in my hand. "And the yellow mug." She knew I bought it yesterday. She was inside. Officer Miller sighed, a long, weary sound. "It is possible she saw you buy it, madam, or saw it through a window. Without any signs of forced entry or anything stolen, it is hard to classify this as breaking and entering. It is more harassment." My heart sank. Harassment. That is all it was to them. A nuisance, not a threat. They took down Chloe's name, the date of our single Tinder date, and my contact information. They assured me they would keep an eye out and suggested I consider a restraining order. They left me with a sense of profound disappointment and a gnawing fear that only intensified once their patrol car pulled away. The feeling of being utterly alone in this nightmare was crushing. The police would not help. Mark, while concerned, was still at a distance. It was just me and Buster against Chloe. I spent the rest of the day fortifying my home. I bought heavier curtains for the living room and kitchen windows, hoping to block out her prying eyes. I installed motion sensor lights in the backyard. I even ordered a cheap security camera system online, though I knew it would take days to arrive. Every click of a lock, every drawn curtain, felt like a desperate, futile gesture. The next day, the silence was almost worse than the notes. No new messages, no ominous signs, just the oppressive weight of her unseen presence. I found myself jumping at every shadow, every unexpected sound. Buster seemed to sense my distress, staying close, often nudging my hand or resting his head on my lap. He was a small comfort in a world that felt increasingly hostile. I tried to keep up my routine, forcing myself to go to work, but my concentration was shattered. Every unfamiliar car that drove past the office window, every person who lingered a little too long, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I started taking my lunch breaks in my car, parked in a different spot each day, eating a sad sandwich while constantly scanning my surroundings. One evening, about a week after the yellow mug note, I was walking Buster in the park. It was getting dark, the streetlights just beginning to flicker on. I was on high alert, my senses stretched taut. As we rounded a bend in the path, I saw her, Chloe. She was sitting on a park bench under a lamppost, perfectly still, watching me. Her hair, the same dark, glossy cascade I remembered, framed a face that held a faint, unsettling smile. She was not hiding. She was not trying to be subtle. She was just there, a silent, predatory presence. My heart seized in my chest. Buster, usually oblivious to human drama, let out a low growl, the fur on his back bristling. He sensed it too. I froze, caught in the beam of her gaze. I wanted to run, to scream, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. Her smile widened, a slow, deliberate movement that sent shivers down my spine. She did not speak. She did not move. She just watched, her eyes burning into mine, a chilling message in their depths. I see you. I finally broke free, yanking Buster's leash and practically sprinting in the opposite direction, not daring to look back. I ran until my lungs burned, until I was safely inside my house, double locked and panting, tears streaming down my face. This was not just notes and coffee orders anymore. She was making her presence known. She was escalating. I called Mark again, sobbing into the phone. I saw her, Mark, in the park. She just sat there, watching me. She smiled. Mark was clearly shaken. Okay, look. I am coming over. I am staying with you tonight. This is too much. His presence was a small comfort, a fleeting shield against the pervasive fear. He checked all the locks again, walked around the perimeter of the house with a flashlight, and even tried to reassure Buster. But even with him there, I could not shake the feeling that Chloe was out there, somewhere, still watching. I slept fitfully on the couch. Buster curled tightly against me, Mark on the armchair opposite. The next morning, Mark urged me to get a restraining order. It felt like a useless piece of paper, but at his insistence, I went to the courthouse. The process was slow, bureaucratic, and humiliating. I had to recount everything again, feeling the judgment in the eyes of the clerks and the judge. They granted the order, but it came with a warning. It was just a piece of paper. If she violated it, I would have to call the police again. The restraining order seemed to only embolden Chloe. That afternoon, I received an email. It was not from any of my usual contacts. The sender was an unfamiliar address, but the subject line made my blood run cold. Still thinking about that black coffee. I opened it. The email contained a single grainy photo. It was a picture of my chipped blue mug, sitting on my kitchen counter, filled with coffee. But it was not from this morning. It was from yesterday. And the angle suggested the photo had been taken from inside my house. A cold wave of nausea washed over me. This was it. She had not just been watching from outside, she had been inside. Repeatedly. The yellow mug note was not a guess. It was a taunt. I zoomed in on the photo, my hands shaking. In the background, barely visible, was a small, dark smudge on the window frame. A smudge I had not noticed before. A tiny, almost invisible scratch. I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that it was where she would pry open the window. I called the police again, this time with concrete evidence. The photo, the email, the restraining order, they sent the same two officers, Miller and Chen. They took the photo as evidence, dusted for fingerprints, finding none, of course, and once again, found no signs of forced entry this time. But the photo was enough. They promised to investigate further, to try and trace the email, but the damage was done. My home, my sanctuary, was utterly compromised. Every corner, every shadow felt tainted by her presence. I could not sleep there. I could not eat there. I could not even breathe comfortably. Mark, bless his heart, offered to let me stay with him. I packed a small bag, Buster whimpering at my feet, sensing the urgency in my movements. As I was about to leave, my eyes fell on the new security camera box, still sitting unopened on the counter. Too little, too late. I spent a week at Mark's apartment, trying to regain some semblance of normalcy. But the paranoia clung to me like a second skin. Every time the doorbell rang, I jumped. Every unfamiliar noise, sent my heart racing. I missed my home, but the thought of returning filled me with dread. Then, one morning, Mark found something on his doorstep, a small, clear plastic baggie. Inside, nestled on a bed of dry leaves, was a single chipped piece of ceramic blue. My chipped blue mug. Smashed, and tucked beneath it, a tiny, folded note. Some things are just too broken to fix, but I can always find a new one. My blood ran cold. She knew where I was. She had been to Mark's apartment. The restraining order, the police, moving out, none of it mattered. She was always one step ahead. She was everywhere. Mark was furious, terrified. He called the police again. This time, they took it more seriously. The violation of the restraining order, the appearance at his address, the clear threat it was enough to elevate the case. They promised to put out an alert, to actively search for Chloe. But I knew it would not be enough. Chloe was not just a stalker. She was an obsession. And I was her obsession. I could not stay at Mark's. I was putting him in danger. I could not go home. I felt like a hunted animal, with nowhere to run. I decided to go to my parents' house, several states away. It was a drastic measure, but it felt like my only option. I packed everything I could, sold my car, and bought a plane ticket under a false name, paying in cash. I left Buster with Mark, tearfully promising to come back for him. It broke my heart to leave him, but I could not risk bringing him into this. The flight was a blur of anxiety. Every face in the airport, every person who brushed past me, sent a jolt of fear through my system. I was convinced she would find me, that she was already on the plane, sitting just a few rows behind me, watching. I made it to my parents' house. They were shocked and worried, but welcomed me with open arms. For a few days, I felt a flicker of hope. The distance, the anonymity, the comfort of family maybe, just maybe. I had escaped. Then came the package. It arrived a week after I did, addressed to my real name at my parents' address. My heart plummeted. How could she possibly know? My father, oblivious to the terror that gripped me, brought it in from the porch. It was a small, plain cardboard box. No return address. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside, nestled in shredded paper, was a small, intricately carved wooden figurine. A tiny, perfect replica of Buster, his scruffy fur, his perky ears, even the small scar above his left eye, all meticulously reproduced. It was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, beautiful and utterly horrifying. And around its neck, tied with a thin red ribbon, was another note. He misses you. But do not worry. I am taking good care of him. We will be seeing you soon. My breath caught in my throat. Buster. She had him. She had taken him from Mark, and she was coming for me. The world tilted. My parents looked at me, bewildered, as I let out a guttural cry, the sound torn from the deepest part of my soul. I showed them the note, the figurine. The terror in their eyes mirrored my own. The police were called again. This time, the local police, who were even less familiar with the ongoing saga, they took the figurine, the note, and my frantic story. They promised to contact the police in my old town to coordinate, but I knew it was futile. She was always faster, always smarter, always one step ahead. I could not stay at my parents' house. I was a magnet for her, a danger to everyone I loved. I had to disappear, truly disappear. I emptied my bank accounts, cut off all contact with Mark, my parents, everyone. I deleted all my social media, smashed my phone, and bought a bus ticket to a remote town thousands of miles away, a place I would never heard of before, chosen randomly from a map. It has been 6 months since then. I live under a new name, in a tiny apartment above a dusty general store. I work odd jobs, keeping to myself, never forming attachments. I look over my shoulder constantly. Every new face is a potential threat. Every unexpected sound sends a jolt of adrenaline through me. I have not seen her. I have not received any notes, no emails, no packages. The silence is deafening, yet it offers no comfort. It is just the calm before the storm. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls outside my window, I hear a faint scratching sound, or I catch a glimpse of a shadow moving just beyond the edge of my peripheral vision. I tell myself it is just my imagination, the lingering trauma, the paranoia eating away at my mind. But deep down, I know she is still out there. She is watching, she is waiting, and sometimes, I swear, I can smell coffee. Black, 1 sugar, and I wonder with a chilling certainty if she has already found me. If she is just waiting for the right moment to remind me that some things, like a chipped blue mug, are just too broken to fix. And some people, like me, are just too broken to ever truly escape. And now, the next part begins. I immediately call the locksmith, my voice still shaking. The phone pressed so hard against my ear, my knuckles were white. The photo of my own front door, taken from inside my building, the chilling suggestion to change that lock, was burned into my mind. It was no longer just texts, no longer just a feeling. He had been there, right there. The locksmith, a quiet man with kind eyes, arrived within the hour. He did not ask many questions, just nodded grimly as I stammered out something about a security scare. He replaced the old, flimsy lock with a heavy-duty deadbolt, the kind that felt like it could withstand a battering ram. Each turn of the screwdriver, each metallic clang, was a small victory, a tiny chip at the mountain of fear that had been growing inside me. When he finally handed me the new set of keys, heavy and cold in my palm, I felt a fleeting, fragile sense of relief. It was a flimsy shield, but it was something. I spent the rest of that day in a blur. I ordered a set of wireless security cameras online, paying extra for express shipping. They arrived the next morning, little white sentinels with wide, unblinking lenses. I installed one in my living room, pointing towards the front door, another in the kitchen, covering the back window, and a third, a smaller, more discreet one, in the hallway leading to my bedroom. I downloaded the app, watching the grainy, silent feeds on my phone. Every rustle of leaves outside, every shadow shifting in the corner of a frame, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The cameras were supposed to make me feel safer, but they only amplified my paranoia, turning my apartment into a high-tech cage. I tried to go back to normal, to reclaim some semblance of my old life. I went to work, but I was a ghost, jumping at every sudden noise, every unexpected tap on the shoulder. My colleagues noticed, of course. Everything okay? Sarah, they would ask, their faces etched with concern. I would offer a weak smile, a vague excuse about stress or not enough sleep. How could I tell them? How could I explain that a man I would met once, for coffee, was systematically dismantling my sense of security, piece by terrifying piece? I changed my routine. No more power walking in the park. No more leisurely strolls to the coffee shop. My groceries were ordered online, delivered to my door. My social life shriveled. I would make plans with friends, then cancel at the last minute, unable to shake the feeling that stepping outside was an invitation, a challenge to him. I was a prisoner in my own home. The 4 walls that once offered comfort now felt like a spotlight, illuminating me for his unseen gaze. The texts from the unknown number stopped for a while. A week passed, then 2. The silence was almost worse than the harassment. It was a suffocating quiet, pregnant with anticipation, like the hush before a storm. I found myself checking my phone constantly, not just for new messages, but for the camera feeds. I would scroll through hours of footage, looking for what? A flicker, a shadow, proof that he was still out there, still watching. Then, the subtle things started. I came home one evening, my hands full of the delivered groceries. As I unlocked my new, heavy-duty deadbolt, I noticed something. My mailbox, the one right outside my apartment door, was slightly ajar. Not open enough for mail to fall out, but just enough that the little metal flap was not fully closed. I always made sure it was shut tight. Always. I frowned, pushed it closed with my elbow, and went inside. The next morning, I was making coffee when I noticed the kitchen window. I always double-check that window before leaving for work. It faced the alley, and even though I was on the 3rd floor, I was meticulous about security. But this morning, the latch was slightly open. Not enough to let a draft in, but definitely not fully secured. My heart gave a little thump. I stared at it, my mind racing. Had I forgotten? Was I just paranoid? I slammed it shut, the sound echoing in the silent apartment. I tried to rationalize it. Stress, fatigue, my mind playing tricks. But the incidents kept happening. Small, insidious things that chipped away at my resolve. A book on my bedside table, one I had been reading, was moved, not to a different room, not even to a different shelf, just a few inches to the left, angled slightly differently. I could have sworn I left it perfectly straight. A picture frame on my living room mantelpiece, a photo of my sister and me, was tilted, just a fraction. Each time, I would tell myself I was imagining it, that the fear was making me see things, creating threats where none existed. But the doubt, the cold, creeping dread, always won. I started meticulously documenting everything. I took photos of my apartment before I left, of how I left my books, my windows, my mailbox. I wanted proof. Proof for myself, proof for the police. Should they ever decide I had enough for a proactive investigation? The text resumed, not from the unknown number, but from a new unknown number. This one was even more chilling because it seemed to acknowledge my attempts at security. Nice new hardware. Sarah. Very secure. I stared at the message, my breath catching in my throat. He knew about the deadbolt. He was still watching. I blocked the number, my fingers trembling, but I knew it was futile. He would just get another text came. A few days later, you are looking tired. Sarah, are you sleeping well? This one hit me harder than the others. It was not about my apartment or my locks. It was about me. He was observing my physical state, my exhaustion, my deteriorating well-being. It felt deeply personal, a violation of my inner world as much as my physical space. I dropped my phone, the screen cracking slightly on the wooden floor. I sank to my knees, tears finally starting to fall. I was losing it. I was truly losing my mind. One night, about a month after the locksmith, I came home from work. The city outside was a symphony of evening sounds, distant sirens, the rumble of traffic, the chatter of people on the street below, but inside my apartment, it was utterly silent. I locked the deadbolt, double-checked the windows, and scanned my camera feeds. All clear, the familiar routine, a hollow comfort. I heated up some leftovers, ate mechanically, my eyes constantly darting around the room, checking the live feeds on my phone. I went through my evening rituals, shower, brush teeth, change into pajamas. I got into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin, but sleep was a distant dream. My mind raced, replaying every unsettling incident, every subtle shift, every chilling text. Around 2 a.m., I heard it, a faint creak. It came from the living room. My heart hammered against my ribs. I froze, holding my breath, straining my ears. The apartment was old, prone to settling noises, drafts. It was probably nothing, just the building. Another creak. This one was distinct. It sounded like a floorboard, a footstep. A wave of ice washed over me. I slowly, carefully, reached for my phone on the nightstand. My fingers fumbled, trying to open the camera app. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. The living room camera feed flickered to life. The room was dark, but the camera had night vision. Everything looked normal. The sofa, the coffee table, the window, all still. Then, I saw it. On the coffee table, right in the center, was a small, white paper origami crane. My blood ran cold. I do not own origami. I do not know how to make origami, and it was definitely not there. When I left for work this morning, I would have seen it. I know I would have seen it. He was here, he had been here, and then a new thought, a truly terrifying one. What if he was still here? I slid out of bed, my movements agonizingly slow, silent. My eyes were glued to the camera feed, then darting around my bedroom, searching for shadows, for signs. My heart was a frantic drum solo in my chest. I grabbed the heavy cast iron skillet from my kitchen, the one I use for searing steaks. It felt reassuringly heavy in my hand, a poor weapon, but the only one I had. I crept out of my bedroom, the skillet held in front of me like a shield. Each step was a battle against the urge to scream, to run. The hallway was dark, silent. I moved towards the living room, my eyes sweeping back and forth. The origami crane sat innocently on the coffee table. It was a stark, undeniable piece of evidence. He had been here. He wanted me to know. I looked at the front door. The new deadbolt was still locked, still secure. How did he get in? My gaze fell upon the window, the one I always double-checked, the one that had been slightly ajar that morning. I had slammed it shut, yes, but maybe he had already been inside. Maybe he had left it open deliberately, a taunt. My eyes scanned the room again, slowly, painstakingly, and then I saw it, a small, dark rectangle tucked into the corner of the ceiling, above the bookshelf. It was another camera, not one of mine. It was tiny, almost invisible, blending in with the shadows. It was pointing directly at my front door. He was not just watching me from outside anymore. He was watching me from inside my own home. He had installed his own surveillance. A choked gasp escaped my lips. I felt like throwing up. He was not just a stalker, he was an invader. He had crossed the line I did not even know existed. He had not just been in my building, he had been in my apartment multiple times. He had been living alongside me, a ghost in my machine, observing my every move, my every attempt at security. I backed away slowly, my eyes still fixed on the tiny camera, then on the origami crane, then on the locked front door. He had a key. He must have, or he was a master at breaking in without leaving a trace. The police had said they needed more. Well, this was more. My hand shaking so violently I almost dropped the skillet. I fumbled for my phone again. I opened the camera app, not to check my feeds, but to record. I recorded the origami crane, the tiny camera in the ceiling, the locked deadbolt. I narrated, my voice a broken whisper, explaining what I was seeing, what I was feeling. This was my proof. This was what they needed. I called 911 again, my voice a ragged gasp. He is in my apartment. He has been here. He left things. The operator, a calm, steady voice, tried to soothe me, asking for details. I gave them, trying to keep my voice from spiraling into a full-blown scream. They dispatched officers. I waited in my living room, the skillet still clutched in my hand, my back pressed against the wall, my eyes darting between the door and the hidden camera. Every shadow seemed to lengthen. Every creak of the building sounded like footsteps. I felt exposed, vulnerable, utterly violated. I was no longer just scared, I was enraged. The police arrived quickly this time. 2 officers, a man and a woman, their faces serious. I let them in, my eyes still scanning the hallway behind them, half expecting to see him. I showed them the origami crane, carefully pointing it out without touching it. I showed them the tiny camera in the ceiling, using the flashlight on my phone to illuminate it. Their expressions hardened. They took photos, bagged the crane as evidence. They ran their gloved hands over the door frame, checked the window latches. "There is no sign of forced entry, madam," the male officer said, his brow furrowed. "The lock is intact." But he was here, I insisted, my voice cracking. He put that camera up there. The female officer, Detective Miller, a no-nonsense woman with sharp eyes, looked at me. We believe you. Ems. Hayes. This is definitely concerning. She picked up my phone, examined my recording. This is good evidence. We are going to process this apartment for prints, and we will take that camera down. It will go to forensics. The relief that washed over me was immense. They were finally taking me seriously. You can't stay here tonight. Ems. Hayes. Detective Miller said gently. It is a crime scene now, and frankly, it is not safe. Do you have somewhere you can go? I shook my head, tears welling up again. No, I do not want to bother anyone. Nonsense, she said, her voice firm. We will find you a safe place. This is not your fault. They helped me pack a small bag, mostly essentials. I felt like a refugee, fleeing my own home. As I walked out, the officers securing the apartment behind me. I glanced back at the tiny camera in the ceiling. I imagined Mark, wherever he was, watching me leave, a smirk on his face. The thought fueled a cold, hard resolve in me. This was not over. The police arranged for me to stay at a local hotel, a small, unassuming place on the outskirts of town. I tried to sleep, but every shadow, every unfamiliar sound in the sterile room sent my mind spiraling. Detective Miller called me the next morning. Ems. Hayes, we found some fingerprints in your apartment. She said, they are a match for Mark Jensen. A shiver went down my spine. Mark Jensen. I repeated, that is his name. Yes. We have got an active warrant out for his arrest for breaking and entering, stalking, and harassment. We are also looking into the hidden camera. That is a serious felony. So, you are going to find him. We are doing everything we can. We are checking his last known address, his phone records, everything. But he has gone dark. No social media presence, no public records beyond what we have. The next few days were a blur of police interviews, calls with Detective Miller, and a suffocating sense of helplessness. My apartment was still a crime scene, sealed off. I was living out of a suitcase, jumping at every ring of my phone. Then, the texts started again. From yet another unknown number, missing your own bed. Sarah, I am keeping it warm for you. My blood ran cold. He knew I was not in my apartment. He knew I was displaced. He was still watching, still following. The next text was even worse. It was a photo, a blurry photo of the hotel lobby. My heart leaped into my throat. He was here. He knew where I was staying. I immediately called Detective Miller. He has found me. He is at the hotel. She was calm, professional. Stay in your room. Ems. Hayes. Do not open the door for anyone. We are sending officers now. I barricaded my door with a chair, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I peered through the peephole, seeing nothing but the empty hallway. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every distant sound was a threat. The police arrived, sweeping the hotel, but he was gone. Again, he was a phantom, always one step ahead. Detective Miller came to my room. He is slipping up. Sarah, she said, her voice firm. He is getting bolder, more desperate. That is a mistake. We are going to catch him. How? I whispered, feeling utterly defeated. He is everywhere. He knows everything. We are going to set a trap, she said, a glint in her eye. And you are going to help us. The plan was simple, terrifying, and utterly necessary. I would return to my apartment. The police would set up a surveillance operation, discreetly monitoring the building. They believed Mark would be drawn back to the apartment, his territory, once he knew I was there. He wanted to watch me, to control me. He would not be able to resist. I hesitated, fear twisting in my gut. What if he gets in before you do? "We will be on high alert," she assured me. "We will have officers inside the building ready to move. You will have a panic button, and we will have a direct line to you. We won't let anything happen." It was the most terrifying decision of my life, but I knew I could not live like this anymore. I could not keep running, keep hiding. I had to face him to end this. 2 days later, I was back in my apartment. It felt alien, cold, despite the police having processed it. The hidden camera was gone, the origami crane a piece of evidence, but the memory of his presence clung to the air like a suffocating shroud. The police had installed new, even more advanced cameras linked directly to their command center. They would even set up a motion sensor system that would alert them if anyone entered through any unauthorized point. I had a small, discreet panic button, disguised as a keychain, in my pocket. The first night was excruciating. Every creak, every gust of wind sent a jolt of terror through me. I barely slept, my eyes glued to my phone, which now only displayed a single direct line to Detective Miller. On the second night, around 3 a.m., I heard it, a faint scraping sound coming from the living room. It was not a floorboard. It was a distinct, metallic sound, like a lockpick. My heart leaped into my throat. I froze, reaching for the panic button. I did not press it yet. I wanted to see him. I wanted proof. I crept out of bed, moving silently towards the hallway. My eyes were fixed on the living room. The scraping sound continued, methodical, persistent. Then, I heard a soft click, followed by the quiet, almost imperceptible creak of my front door opening. He was here. I pressed the panic button, my thumb digging into the plastic. A silent alarm had been sent. I backed away, further into the shadows of the hallway, my eyes wide with terror and a strange, cold fury. A figure stepped into the living room. Tall, lean. I recognized the silhouette instantly. Mark. He moved silently, slowly, his head turning, scanning the room. He seemed to be savoring the moment, the invasion. He did not see me in the shadows. He walked towards the coffee table, where the origami crane had been. He reached into his pocket. Then, the sudden, blinding flash of light. Police. Hands in the air, 2 officers burst through the door, their weapons drawn, their voices booming. Mark froze, startled, his hand still in his pocket. He spun around, his pale blue eyes wide with shock, then a flicker of something else. Anger, frustration. "Do not move. Mark." Detective Miller's voice cut through the air as she followed the officers, her own weapon drawn. For a split second, he hesitated. Then, with a guttural roar, he lunged, not at the officers, but at the window. He was going to try to escape, but the police were faster. One officer tackled him, bringing him down with a heavy thud. Mark struggled, thrashing, but they were too strong. They cuffed him, pulling his arms behind his back. I stepped out of the shadows, my legs shaking, but my gaze unwavering. Mark looked at me, his eyes full of a chilling mix of obsession and defeat. "Sarah," he rasped, "we were meant to be—" I felt a wave of disgust, of pure, unadulterated loathing. "No," I said, my voice steady despite the trembling in my body. "We were never meant to be. You are sick." They let him out, his eyes still fixed on me, until he was out of sight. The apartment, once filled with his terrifying presence, suddenly felt empty, but also, finally, safe. In the aftermath, Mark Jensen was charged with multiple felonies. The evidence was overwhelming: the fingerprints, the hidden camera, the origami crane, my recordings, and finally, his capture inside my apartment. He had a history, a pattern of similar, albeit less extreme, stalking behaviors with other women. He was a predator, and I was just his latest obsession. He was sentenced to a long prison term, and I was granted a permanent restraining order. Legal battles were draining, but necessary. Life slowly, painstakingly, began to return to a new normal. I moved to a new apartment, in a different part of the city. I changed my phone number, deleted my social media profiles. I started therapy trying to process the trauma, the violation, the constant fear. The paranoia never completely went away. Every shadow still held a hint of menace. Every unexpected sound made my heart race. I still checked my locks multiple times, still scanned rooms for hidden cameras. The world, once a place of relative safety, was now tinged with a permanent layer of suspicion, but there was also a strength that had been forged in the crucible of fear. I had faced my monster, and I had survived. I had fought back, and I had won. Sometimes, late at night, I would think of Mark locked away, his obsession contained, and I would remember his pale blue eyes, the unnerving intensity, and I would remember his last words to me. We were meant to be, and I would shiver, knowing that some shadows, once cast, never truly fade. Let us lean gently into the next story. The rest of that date was a blur. A sickening kaleidoscope of forced smiles and internal panic. My heart was a drum solo against my ribs, each beat a frantic warning. Sarah just sat there, sipping her drink. Her eyes, which I would initially found captivating, now felt like twin lasers, dissecting me, seeing through me. She would occasionally offer a comment about the bar, or a light question about my job, but every word felt hollow, every gesture a performance. I was trapped, a rabbit caught in headlights, unable to make a scene, unable to run. My mind raced, trying to find an escape route. I considered faking a sudden illness, a phone call from a dying relative, anything. But the thought of her watching me, seeing through any lie, paralyzed me. I just kept nodding, laughing at jokes I did not hear, my smile stretched thin, probably looking more like a grimace. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw my chance. You know, Sarah, I said, trying to sound casual, my voice a little too high. This has been fantastic. Really? But I actually have an early start tomorrow, a big presentation. I should probably head out. She blinked slowly, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips. Oh, already. Her tone was not surprised, more like she was humoring a child. I thought we were having such a good time. We are... I almost shouted, then quickly lowered my voice. We are, but, responsibilities, adulting, right? I gave a pathetic chuckle. She just stared at me for a moment, her gaze unwavering, and I could feel the blood drain from my face. It was like she was looking right into my soul, seeing the terror I was desperately trying to hide. Then she slowly nodded. Of course, responsibilities. She stood up, smooth and graceful, and I flinched, expecting her to grab me, to do something, but she just walked towards the exit, waiting for me to follow. The walk out of the bar was agonizing. Every step felt like I was walking a tightrope over a pit of vipers. I kept glancing at her, expecting her to say something else, something even more chilling. But she just walked beside me, silent, her presence, a heavy, suffocating blanket. Outside, the cool night air was a shock, but it did little to clear the fog of fear from my mind. Well, I said, and trying to sound upbeat, it was great meeting you. Sarah, I had a really interesting time. The word interesting hung in the air, weighted with everything I was not saying. She turned to me, her eyes glinting under the streetlights. That same innocent yet utterly terrifying smile returned. Me too. Alex, I had a very observant time. She paused, then leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper that sent shivers down my spine. Do not forget to water that petunia. It is looking a little thirsty. My blood ran cold. The petunia. The red one? My window box. She knew. She still knew. And she was reminding me, this was not a playful jab, it was a statement. A declaration. I could only nod, my throat suddenly dry. Right, the petunia. I backed away slowly, practically tripping over my own feet. Well, good night. Sarah. Good night. Alex, she replied, her smile widening just a fraction. She did not move until I had turned and practically sprinted down the street, fumbling for my car keys. I did not look back, not once, until I was safely inside my car, engine roaring to life. Even then, I checked my rearview mirror frantically, expecting to see her standing there, watching me. But the street was empty. The drive home was a blur of paranoia. Every car behind me, every shadow, every person on the sidewalk felt like a potential threat. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. My mind replayed every word, every look. Who was this woman? What did she want? And how in the hell did she know about my petunia, my armchair, things that were impossible to see when I finally pulled into my apartment complex? I did not feel relief. Instead, a fresh wave of dread washed over me. My apartment, my sanctuary, now felt tainted, violated. It was not safe anymore. She had seen it, studied it, known it. It was like she had already been inside. I parked and practically ran to my building, my heart hammering. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the lock. Once inside, I slammed the door shut, locking it, then locking the deadbolt, then the chain. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, my eyes darting around my living room. Everything looked normal. The old, beat-up armchair sat by the window, just as I would left it. The sheer curtains were drawn. The tinted windows were still tinted. But now, seeing that armchair, it was not just furniture. It was a monument to her invasion. It was a stark, chilling reminder that she had seen it, described it, made it hers in some twisted, terrifying way. I walked to the window, pulling back the curtain just enough to peek outside. Nothing. Just the quiet street, the glow of distant streetlights. My gaze drifted to the window box. The deep red petunia sat there, vibrant and oblivious, just like she would described. I felt a cold prickle of sweat on my back. I spent the rest of the night in a state of hyper-alertness. I double-checked every lock, every window. I walked through my apartment 3 times, opening closets, looking behind curtains, half expecting to find her lurking in the shadows, her innocent smile chilling me to the bone. I even checked the fire escape, just in case. It was ridiculous. I knew, but I could not shake the feeling that she was already here, or had been here, or was just outside watching. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, every rustle of leaves outside my window sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying the date, trying to find a logical explanation. Was it a prank? Was she a private investigator? But for what? I was not important enough to warrant a pie, and her explanation of observant felt like a cruel joke. This was not observation, this was something else, something far more sinister. The next morning, I was a wreck. My eyes were bloodshot, my head pounded. I felt exposed, vulnerable. My apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt like a glass cage. I decided I could not stay there. Not yet. I needed to clear my head. And, more importantly, I needed to feel safe again. I called into work, feigning sickness. I told my boss I had a stomach bug, which was not entirely a lie. My stomach was definitely churning. My first instinct was to call the police, but what would I say? A woman I met on Tinder knew about my window box and armchair. They would laugh me out of the station. There was no actual threat, no physical harm, just an overwhelming sense of dread and invasion. I packed a small bag, grabbed my keys, and headed for my car. As I walked down the stairs, I found myself scanning every corner, every shadow. I even checked under my car before getting in. I felt ridiculous, but I could not help it. My paranoia had gone into overdrive. I decided to drive to my friend Mark's place, a few towns over. He was a sensible guy, and maybe he could offer some logical perspective, some way to rationalize this nightmare. I needed to talk to someone, anyone, who would not think I was completely insane. As I pulled out of my complex, I glanced at my rearview mirror, and that is when I saw it, or thought I saw it. A dark sedan, parked a little too far down the street, almost hidden by a tree. The windows were tinted. I could not make out the driver. My heart leaped into my throat. Coincidence? Or was she there? I sped up, turning a corner, then another, taking a convoluted route to Mark's, just in case. I spent the next few hours at Mark's, trying to explain the situation. He listened patiently, his brow furrowed, occasionally shaking his head in disbelief. So, she just knew about your stuff, he asked, trying to grasp the absurdity of it. Yes, exactly, I exclaimed, pacing his living room. The petunia, the armchair, things you literally cannot see from the street, not even from the sidewalk. My windows are tinted. Mark, and I have sheer curtains. Mark rubbed his chin. Okay, look, I know it is creepy as hell, but maybe you mentioned it in your profile, or on social media, or she saw an old photo. No, I have been through everything. My profile is generic. My social media is locked down tighter than Fort Knox, and I never post pictures of my apartment interior anyway. And I definitely never mentioned a specific deep red petunia in the left window box, or an old armchair by the window. That is just too specific. It is unsettling, for sure, he conceded. But what do you do? Call the cops? They would tell you there is no crime. You had a weird date. She is observant. He air quoted Sarah's word, and it made my stomach clench. I know. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. That is why I am here. I do not know what to do. I do not feel safe going back to my apartment. Mark, being a good friend, offered me his guest room for a few days. It was a temporary reprieve, but the fear still gnawed at me. I kept my phone close, checking it constantly, half expecting a text from Sarah, a chilling message confirming her presence, her knowledge. And then it happened. Not a text, not a call, something much worse. 2 days later, I was still at Mark's. I was trying to relax, trying to convince myself that Sarah was just a weird one-off encounter, a bizarre anecdote for future dates. Maybe she just Googled me really well and was a master at piecing together clues. It was a weak explanation, but it was better than the alternative. I decided to check my mail, something I had not done since the date. I cautiously drove back to my apartment, my heart thumping. I parked a few blocks away and walked the rest of the way, trying to look inconspicuous. The street seemed normal. My building seemed normal. I opened my mailbox. There was the usual junk mail, a bill, and then, nestled among them, a small, unmarked envelope. It felt heavier than it looked. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside, there was no letter, no note, just a single photograph. It was a picture of my apartment, not from the outside, like a distant shot. It was a picture taken from inside. Specifically, it was a close-up shot of my old, beat-up armchair by the window. And sitting on the armchair, placed carefully, was a single, deep red petunia, the exact shade of the one in my window box. My breath hitched. My vision swam. This was not observation. This was not gut GU. This was impossible. She had been inside my apartment. She had been in my home. A raw, primal scream tore through my mind, but no sound escaped my lips. I stood there, frozen, the photograph clutched in my trembling hand, the image of my violated sanctuary burning into my retinas. The sheer audacity, the chilling message it conveyed. She was not just watching me from afar, she had been inside. I dropped the mail, the bill scattering on the floor, but I could not tear my eyes from the photograph. The petunia, so vibrant and innocent in the picture, felt like a mocking gesture, a signature. My fight-or-flight response, which had been simmering for days, now exploded into a full-blown panic attack. I backed away from the mailboxes, my legs feeling like jelly. I had to get out of there. I had to get away. I practically sprinted back to my car, my mind racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. She had been inside. How? When? Had she copied my keys? Picked the lock? Was she still there? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I called Mark, my voice hoarse, barely coherent. She was inside. Mark, she was inside my apartment. She left a picture of my armchair with a petunia on it. Mark listened, his voice growing increasingly alarmed. Alex, slow down. Are you sure? A picture from inside. Yes. I am holding it. I am not crazy. I was shaking uncontrollably. I am leaving. I am not going back there. Not ever. He told me to come back to his place, to calm down. But I could not calm down. My mind was in a frenzy. This was not just a weird date anymore. This was a full-blown invasion. A stalker. A psycho. I drove back to Mark's, but my mind was already made up. I could not stay in that apartment. I could not even stay in the same city. This woman, Sarah, was dangerous. She was relentless. She was everywhere. Over the next few days, I made arrangements. I told my landlord I had to break my lease due to a family emergency. I called movers, arranging for them to pack my things while I was not there. I could not bear the thought of stepping back into that apartment, knowing she had been there, knowing she might still be there. I gave Mark a spare key and asked him to oversee the move, to pack the essentials and to throw away anything that felt tainted, anything that might connect me to that place, to her. I got a new phone number. I deleted all my social media accounts. I even changed my email address. I felt like a ghost, erasing my own digital footprint, trying to disappear. I applied for a transfer at work, requesting a location in a completely different state. It meant uprooting my entire life, leaving behind friends, a city I loved, everything familiar, but the alternative, living in constant fear, always looking over my shoulder, was unbearable. The day I left, I did not even go back to my old apartment. I just drove away, leaving everything behind, a new life awaiting me, a life I hoped would be free of Sarah's terrifying gaze. I moved to a small town hundreds of miles away, a place where no one knew me. I got a new job, found a small apartment on the 3rd floor with no window boxes and no old, beat-up armchairs visible from the street. I installed extra locks, a security camera, anything to feel safe. But the fear never truly left me. Even now, months later, I still jump at shadows. Every new face I meet, I scrutinize, searching for that innocent, chilling smile. Every time my phone rings from an unknown number, my heart leaps into my throat. Every time I see a dark sedan with tinted windows, a cold prickle runs down my spine. I live my life constantly aware, constantly vigilant. I avoid dating apps like the plague. The idea of meeting someone new, of letting them into my life even a little, fills me with a paralyzing dread. I never found out who Sarah was, or why she targeted me. Was it random? Was it something I unknowingly did or said? The unanswered questions are the most terrifying part. She just vanished. But her presence, her chilling knowledge, her invasion, carved a permanent scar into my soul. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows play tricks on my mind, I still think about that deep red petunia, and I wonder, somewhere out there, if she is still watching, still observing, still waiting. And that is the real horror of it all, the knowledge that she is out there, somewhere, and I will never truly be free. Another part of today's stories begins now. A shiver ran down my spine, and I knew deep down that this was not just some quirky personality trait. This was wrong. The air, which had been warm and muggy just moments before, suddenly felt ice cold against my skin. I stood there on the sidewalk, watching the taillights of Chloe's car disappear around the corner, leaving me alone with a sickening knot in my stomach. I tried to rationalize it, to tell myself I was overreacting. Maybe. I had mentioned the morning run with Buster on an old Instagram story that she would somehow dug up. And the coffee, black, 1 sugar, in my chipped blue mug. Maybe I would posted a picture of it once, a blurry background detail she would somehow honed in on, but even as I tried to construct these explanations, they felt hollow, flimsy. The way she would set it, the knowing smile, the brief, predatory glint in her eyes that was not a lucky guess. That was something else entirely. I practically sprinted the 2 blocks back to my apartment building, my heart hammering against my ribs. Buster was waiting for me, wagging his tail, oblivious to the terror that had just seized me. I knelt down, burying my face in his fur, trying to find some comfort, some normalcy. He licked my cheek, his usual happy-go-lucky self, but even he could not soothe the deep unease that had settled over me. The first thing I did was go through my phone like a madman. I checked every single social media account. I had Instagram. YouTube, even an old, forgotten Twitter profile. I scrolled back years, looking for any mention, any photo, any hint of my morning routine, my specific coffee order. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. My Instagram was mostly landscape photos from hikes, Buster playing in the park, and the occasional selfie where my coffee mug was definitely not visible, let alone identifiable. My YouTube was locked down tighter than Fort Knox, only visible to close friends. Tinder, of course, had even less. Panic started to set in. How did she know? It was not just a detail, it was my detail. Mundane, everyday ritual that I would never thought to share with anyone outside my closest circle. And Chloe, I would known her for, a week of text messages and 1 unsettling date. I blocked her number. I blocked her on Tinder. I even went as far as to block her on Instagram. Just in case, even though we had not exchanged handles, I wanted to erase her, to pretend this bizarre encounter had never happened. I wanted to go back to the quiet loneliness I knew, the one that did not feel like it was being watched from the shadows. Sleep did not come easy that night. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind against my window, made me jump. I kept imagining her eyes, that unsettling green, staring at me from the darkness. I pulled the blinds down tight, double-checked the locks on my door and windows, even though I knew rationally that would not stop someone who could somehow know the exact contents of my morning mug. Buster, sensing my agitation, curled up closer to me than usual, his warm weight a small comfort in the suffocating darkness. The next morning, I was a wreck. I skipped my run with Buster, opting for a quick walk around the block instead. I could not shake the feeling that she would be out there, waiting, watching. Every car that drove by slowly, every pedestrian who glanced my way, felt like a potential threat. My morning coffee, the one I usually savored, tasted like ash. I kept looking at my chipped blue mug, half expecting her to materialize and comment on it. A few days passed, and the initial terror began to subside, replaced by a lingering sense of paranoia. I was constantly on edge. I started varying my routes, changing my coffee order, even buying a new, anonymous travel mug. It felt ridiculous, like I was playing a spy game, but the alternative was to live in constant fear that my every move was being tracked. Then came the first contact after I would blocked her. It was not a text or a call or an email. It was far more insidious. I came home from work one afternoon, and as I walked past my mailbox, I noticed a small, plain white envelope tucked between a stack of junk mail. No stamp, no return address, just my name handwritten in elegant looping script. My blood ran cold. I had not given Chloe my address. My hands trembled as I tore it open. Inside, there was a single, folded piece of paper. On it, in the same elegant script, were just 2 words, still black. That was it. No signature, no threat, just those 2 chilling words. My chipped blue mug sat on my kitchen counter, holding the remnants of my morning coffee. Black, 1 sugar, just like always. I dropped the note as if it had burned me. This was not a coincidence. This was not a lucky guess. This was a deliberate act, a message telling me that blocking her, trying to erase her, was futile. She was still there. She was still watching. I immediately called my friend, Mark, an old college buddy who usually had a practical, no-nonsense approach to everything. I tried to explain what was happening, my voice trembling. He listened patiently, but I could hear the skepticism in his tone. "Dude, it sounds like you went on a bad date with a really intense person," he said, his voice trying to be reassuring. "She probably just drove by your place and saw your mailbox. And the coffee thing, maybe she just remembered you mentioning it, even if you do not..." "Mark." I know I did not. I insisted, pacing my living room. "And the note, that is not normal. That is not a bad date. That is stalking." Okay, he conceded, sensing my distress. "Look, if you are really worried, go to the police, but what are you going to tell them? A woman knows how I take my coffee and sent me a weird note." He had a point. I knew I sounded crazy. What proof did I have? A note with no fingerprints. I was sure she would worn gloves. No identifying marks, just 2 words that, out of context, meant nothing. The police would tell me to block her again and call them if she actually did something. But the psychological torment was already doing something. The next few days were a blur of hypervigilance. I started taking Buster to a different park, one further away, hoping to throw her off. I installed a cheap security camera facing my front door, though I was not sure what good it would do against someone who seemed to have a supernatural insight into my life. The camera footage showed nothing out of the ordinary. Just the mailman, a few neighbors, and me coming and going. Then the details became more intimate. More private. I woke up one morning to find my favorite book, a worn copy of Frankenstein that I kept on my bedside table, moved to the living room coffee table. I specifically remembered reading it in bed the night before and leaving it right there. It was a small thing, easily dismissed as me being forgetful, but it sent a fresh wave of dread through me. I lived alone. I was meticulous about my things. I knew where that book had been. Later that week, I was having a particularly bad day at work. My boss had been on my case, and I would spilled coffee all over my shirt. I came home, utterly defeated, and collapsed onto the couch, muttering to Buster, "What a day, huh, boy?" Just one of those days where everything goes wrong. I would have been alone in the apartment, just me and Buster. The next morning, I found a small, perfectly folded piece of paper tucked under my windshield wiper. It was not the elegant script this time, but a neatly typed message. Some days are like that. But remember, the sun always rises. My breath hitched in my throat. This was it. This was no longer just about coffee or runs. This was about my private thoughts, my unguarded moments. She was not just watching my apartment, she was inside my apartment. Or she could hear me, or I did not know what to think. The implications were terrifying. How could she have known what I would said to Buster? How could she have known I would had a bad day, let alone my exact words? My home, my sanctuary, now felt like a cage with invisible bars, every corner under surveillance. I felt a cold, clammy sweat break out on my forehead. I called Mark again, his number practically etched into my memory. This time, he heard the sheer terror in my voice. "Dude, this is getting serious," he said, his voice losing its skeptical edge. "This is beyond weird. Are you sure you have not told anyone about this stuff?" "No, Mark. I swear." I choked out. I do not even talk to anyone about these little things. This is like she is living in my head. Okay. Look, I am coming over. We need to figure this out. Mark arrived an hour later, looking grim. I showed him the typed note, explained about the book, the coffee, everything. He walked around my apartment, checking windows, looking for hidden cameras, but found nothing. "This is messed up, man," he said, shaking his head. "I have never heard of anything like this. It is like she is a ghost or something, or she is really good." I whispered, my voice hoarse, really good at what she does. We decided the best course of action was to pack a bag, grab Buster and go stay at Mark's place for a few days. Just to get out, to clear my head, and to see if she would make a move on an empty apartment. I felt a pang of guilt leaving my home, but the thought of staying there another night, knowing she could be anywhere, seeing everything, was unbearable. As I was packing a small duffel bag, I heard Buster let out a low growl from the living room. It was not his usual playful bark, but a deep, guttural sound that sent a jolt of fear through me. I rushed in, and he was standing by the window, hackles raised, staring intently at something outside. I cautiously approached the window, peering through a small gap in the blinds. My heart leaped into my throat. Across the street, parked discreetly under a large oak tree, was a dark sedan, and in the driver's seat, staring directly at my apartment, was Chloe. Her face was illuminated faintly by the streetlights, and even from that distance, I could see the faint, knowing smile playing on her lips. She was not hiding. She was letting me know she was there. She was watching me pack. I froze, unable to move, unable to breathe. Buster continued to growl, a steady, menacing sound. Chloe slowly raised her hand, her fingers curling into a small, almost delicate wave. It was a gesture of farewell, or perhaps a promise. "We have to go," I whispered to Mark, pulling him away from the window. Now, we practically fled the apartment, Buster whimpering softly beside me. I did not even look back. We drove to Mark's place in silence. The image of Chloe's smiling face burned into my mind. For a few days, at Mark's, I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe she would not know where I was. Maybe I could disappear, reset, but the paranoia was a relentless companion. Every unfamiliar car, every late-night shadow, made me jump. Then, one morning, Mark's dog, a boisterous golden retriever named Buddy, started barking frantically at the back door. Mark went to investigate, and a moment later, I heard him swear. I rushed to the kitchen to find him holding a small, intricately carved wooden bird, a robin, clutched in his hand. "Where did this come from?" he asked, his voice strained. I recognized it instantly. It was the exact carving I would seen in Chloe's Instagram profile picture, the one she would supposedly made herself. It was small, delicate, and undeniably hers. And it was sitting on Mark's back porch, right by the doggy door. This was no longer just about me. She knew where Mark lived. She was sending a message, a clear warning that there was no escaping her. My blood ran cold again, but this time it felt like it would never warm up. "She knows," I whispered, taking the bird from his hand. It felt smooth, cold, and utterly menacing. "She knows we are here." Mark, for the first time, looked truly terrified. "Okay," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Okay, we are going to the police. Now, this is harassment. This is stalking. This is enough." We drove to the police station, the wooden bird clutched in my hand like a talisman of dread. I recounted the entire story, from the Tinder match to the coffee, the note, the book, the typed message, and finally, the bird on Mark's porch. The officer, a kind-faced woman named Officer Miller, listened patiently, taking notes. But even as she nodded, I could see the familiar skepticism in her eyes. "I understand this is very upsetting." "Sir," she said, looking at the bird, "but without any direct threats of violence or a clear pattern of physical harassment, it is difficult to press charges. We can send a patrol car by your apartment and your friend's apartment to keep an eye out. And we can try to contact MS, Chloe, but if she denies everything, and there is no evidence of a crime, but she knows everything about me." I burst out, my voice cracking. "She has been in my apartment. She knows my thoughts." Officer Miller sighed, a sympathetic but weary sound. "We will do what we can, sir, but I recommend you change your locks, consider a security system, and avoid any contact with her." Avoid contact? It felt like she was the one avoiding contact, choosing instead to haunt my life from the shadows. I walked out of the police station feeling more helpless than ever. The law, it seemed, could not protect me from someone who operated in the realm of the psychological, the deeply personal, the utterly inexplicable. That night, I could not sleep at all. I kept replaying Chloe's words, her smile, the gleam in her eyes. I just pay attention to details. But it was more than details. It was an invasion, a parasitic attachment. The next morning, I woke up with a chilling realization. I had to confront her. I could not live like this, a prisoner in my own mind, constantly looking over my shoulder. I had to know how she did it, what she wanted. I drove back to my apartment, alone. Buster was safely at Mark's. As I pulled up, I noticed the dark sedan was gone. The street was empty. My apartment building looked normal, innocuous. But I knew better. I walked up to my front door, my hand trembling as I inserted the key. I pushed the door open, stepped inside, and immediately froze. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine, a cloying, sweet perfume that I did not recognize. And then I saw her. Chloe was sitting on my couch, perfectly at ease, as if she lived there. She was wearing a simple, elegant black dress, and her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her green eyes, those unsettling green eyes, were fixed on me. And on the coffee table, right in front of her, was my chipped blue mug, filled with steaming black coffee, a single sugar packet lying beside it. "Took you long enough," she said, her voice soft and melodic, but with an underlying current of something cold and unyielding. "I was beginning to think you would not come." I could not speak. My mind raced, trying to process the impossible. How did she get in? My locks were new. My camera was on. She gestured to the mug. "Still black, one sugar. You are a creature of habit, are not you." I always found that endearing. "How did you get in?" I finally managed to croak out, my voice barely a whisper. She smiled, that small, knowing smile that had haunted my nights. "Oh, darling, locks are just a suggestion, are not they? For people who do not truly know where they belong." She stood up slowly, gracefully, and walked towards me. I instinctively took a step back, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. "You have been so interesting to watch," she continued, her voice a low purr. "So predictable, yet so deep. The way you talk to Buster, the way you hum that old song when you are doing the dishes, the way you always pause at the same spot on your morning run to admire the old oak tree. I know you. Narrator's name. I will use a placeholder like David if needed, but keeping it unsaid is more Mr. Gas nightmare style. I know you better than you know yourself." "Why?" I demanded, finding a sliver of courage amidst the terror. "Why are you doing this? What do you want?" She stopped just inches from me, her eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that felt like a physical force. "Want? Oh, I do not want anything. I simply am. I have been with you for a long time, darling. Long before Tinder, long before you even knew what loneliness truly felt like. My blood ran cold, a deeper chill than ever before. Long before Tinder. What did that even mean?" She reached out, her fingers brushing my cheek. Her touch was icy, sending shivers down my spine. "You see, I am drawn to people like you. Quiet, solitary souls with vibrant inner lives. You provide such rich company. Are you a ghost?" I stammered, the absurdity of the question battling with the raw fear. She let out a soft, almost amused laugh. "A ghost? No, darling. More like a shadow. A presence. I simply exist where I am needed. And you, my dear, needed someone to truly see you." Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the predatory glint returned, sharper than ever. "But you tried to shut me out, did not you? You tried to block me, to run away. That was not very polite. After all the time I have spent with you." "I do not understand," I whispered, my mind reeling. "Are you saying you were always here? Always watching Always, she confirmed, her voice dropping to a chilling whisper. I have been the quiet whisper in your thoughts, the subtle shift in your mood. I have been the one who truly understands your solitude. And now that we have met, you can't unmeet me. She leaned in close, her breath smelling faintly of jasmine and something else. Something metallic and cold, ghosting across my ear. You will never be alone again, darling, she murmured. Not truly, because I will always be with you. In your home, in your thoughts, in every single detail of your life. Then, she stepped back. Her smile returned, full and serene. Do not worry about Buster. He is a good boy. He will get used to me. And Markwell. He is a bit too boisterous for my tastes, but he means well. My mind shattered. She knew about Buster, knew about Mark, knew about everything. She was not just a stalker, she was something else, something beyond my comprehension, an entity that had somehow inserted itself into the fabric of my existence. I have to go now, she said, turning towards the door. But I will be back. I will... She opened the door, stepped out, and closed it softly behind her. I heard no footsteps, no car driving away. Just silence. I stood there, paralyzed, for what felt like an eternity. My apartment was exactly as it had been, save for the lingering scent of jasmine and the chipped blue mug on the coffee table, still half full. I walked over, my legs feeling like lead, and picked it up. It was still warm. She had been here. She was real. But from that day on, my life became a perpetual nightmare. I moved, of course. Changed my phone number, deleted all my social media, even changed my name slightly. I tried to disappear, but it was useless. A week after I moved into my new anonymous apartment across the state, I found a small, intricately carved wooden robin, identical to the one on Mark's porch, sitting on my new bedside table. I never saw Chloe again. Not in person, but I still feel her presence. I still catch glimpses of her in the periphery of my vision, a fleeting shadow, a subtle movement. I still find little notes, in elegant script or typed, tucked into my belongings, echoing my private thoughts. Sometimes, I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear her soft, melodic voice whispering my name or commenting on my dreams. I still drink my coffee black, 1 sugar, in a new, unchipped mug, but every sip tastes like bitter ash. My quiet loneliness is gone, replaced by a terrifying, inescapable companionship. I am never truly alone. And the horror is not that she is out there, watching. The horror is that she is in here, with me, always, and she always will be. Let us move forward into the next story. The world had shrunk to the size of my apartment. Every shadow a potential threat. Every floorboard creak, a silent accusation. My life, once vibrant and open, had become a self-imposed prison, guarded by an invisible, omnipresent enemy, Chloe. Therapy felt useless. The police dismissed her as a disgruntled acquaintance, and Mark, bless his heart, could only do so much with security cameras and late-night stays. The terror had changed shape, but it had not lessened. It was a suffocating blanket, stitched with paranoia. Then came Tinder. Insane. I know, but in that suffocating darkness, I craved a flicker of light, a human connection that was not tainted by fear. Ethan's profile with his kind smile and shared love for old movies felt like a safe harbor. We matched instantly. His humor, his easygoing chat, it was a tiny crack in my dark wall. We talked for days, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I found myself laughing, truly laughing. The idea of a coffee date in a bustling cafe, surrounded by people, felt almost normal. A tiny spark of anticipation, long extinguished, ignited. The day arrived, surprisingly bright. I dressed up, picked out an outfit I had not worn in months, and even managed a faint, genuine smile in the mirror. Mark had insisted on dropping me off a block away, watching me walk in, just in case. But the cafe was packed. alive with the hum of conversations and the clatter of cups. It felt safe. And then I saw Ethan. He was even better in person, his smile warm, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He stood up as I approached, a gesture I had not realized I missed. For 40 blissful minutes, I almost forgot Chloe. Ethan was charming, attentive, his questions genuine, his laughter infectious. We talked about everything and nothing. Our favorite obscure films, the ridiculousness of dating apps, our mutual love for strong coffee. He had this way of making me feel seen, not just as a collection of fears and anxieties, but as a person. I felt myself relax, a tension I had not even realized I was holding, start to ease. It was a fragile, precious feeling of normalcy. I found myself leaning forward, captivated, a genuine smile plastered on my face. Then, he said it, we were talking about pets, and I would mention Buster, my goofy bulldog. Ethan chuckled, stirring his coffee. He sounds like a character, he said, his eyes twinkling. So, Buster's been a little more energetic lately, huh? Must be all those new routes you are taking him on. My smile froze. The background noise of the cafe, once a comforting hum, suddenly sharpened into a cacophony of jarring sounds. The clatter of a dropped spoon, the high-pitched giggle of a child, the barista calling out an order. It all hit me like a physical blow. My breath hitched. New routes? How could he possibly know about the new routes? I would started varying Buster's walk specifically to throw off anyone who might be watching. It was not something I would ever mention on Tinder, for in our chats, it was a detail born of my paranoia, a desperate attempt to reclaim control. A cold dread, familiar and suffocating, began to coil in my stomach. I tried to play it cool, to dismiss it. Oh yeah, he has always been pretty energetic, I said, my voice a little too high, a little too quick. We just switch things up sometimes, keep it interesting for him. Ethan's smile did not waver. He just nodded, taking a sip of his coffee, but his eyes, which had seemed so kind moments ago, now held a strange, knowing glint. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe he saw me, but I was so careful, so deliberate in my unpredictability, and he lived on the other side of town, according to his profile. It did not make sense. The seed of doubt, planted so subtly, began to sprout. We talked for another few minutes, but my focus was gone. Every word he spoke, every gesture he made, was now filtered through a lens of rising suspicion. I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, the familiar sensation of being watched. I tried to discreetly scan the cafe, but saw no one out of place, no one looking at us. It was just me, Ethan, and the unsettling knowledge that he knew something he should not. Then came the second blow. He said, setting his mug down. I really like your new mug, by the way. The bright yellow one, it really suits you. The air left my lungs in a silent whoosh. The bright yellow mug, the one I would bought after Chloe's first note, the one that had been mentioned in her second, chilling message. Yellow really is not your color. The mug that sat innocently on my kitchen counter, a symbol of my futile attempt to change, to escape. He should not know about that mug. No one should know about that mug, other than Mark and me. And Chloe. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. She had been inside. The words from the note, "Yellow really is not your color," echoed in my mind, a chilling confirmation of her presence in my home. And now, Ethan was talking about it. This was not a guess. This was not a coincidence. This was impossible. My mouth felt dry, my tongue thick. My yellow mug, I stammered, trying to sound casual, as if I just had not registered it. Oh, that old thing. Yeah, it is, right? Ethan chuckled. Not an old thing at all, is it? It is pretty new. I remember seeing it on your counter just the other day. He saw it on my counter. He saw it. My blood ran cold. The implication hit me with the force of a physical blow. He had been inside my apartment. My new mug sat innocently on my kitchen counter. He had been inside. Panic, raw and visceral, consumed me. The cafe, once a refuge, now felt like a trap. Ethan's kind smile twisted into something sinister, his attentive gaze feeling predatory. He was not just a nice guy on a Tinder date. He was connected to Chloe. He had to be... I just remembered, I blurted out, pushing my chair back with a screech that drew a few glances. I have an emergency. I really have to go. My voice trembled, betraying the lie. Ethan's eyebrows raised, his smile finally faltering slightly. Oh, is everything okay? He looked genuinely concerned, but all I saw was a wolf in sheep's clothing. No, it is fine. Just urgent, I insisted, already fumbling for my purse. I pulled out a $20 bill and slapped it on the table, not even bothering to check the bill. This is for my coffee. I am so sorry. Ethan, it was lovely meeting you. I did not wait for his reply. I practically ran out of the cafe, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The cold air outside hit me like a shock, but it did nothing to clear the fog of terror. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling, and called Mark. Mark, you have to come get me. Now, I gasped, trying to catch my breath. I am at the cafe. He knows about the mug. He said he saw it on my counter. He was inside. Mark, he was inside. My voice was a choked whisper, bordering on a sob. Mark's voice, usually calm and reassuring, was laced with immediate alarm. What? Who? Ethan. Are you safe? Get out of there. Go to the corner. I am already on my way. I did not need to be told twice. I walked, then jogged, then half ran to the corner, my head swiveling, convinced Ethan was right behind me, his kind smile now a mocking leer. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist, every passerby a potential threat. My carefully constructed sense of safety had shattered into a million pieces. Mark pulled up moments later, his face pale with worry. I practically dove into the passenger seat, locking the door behind me. He knew. Mark, I repeated, tears stinging my eyes. He knew about Buster's new routes. He knew about the yellow mug. He said he saw it on the counter. He was inside our apartment. Mark gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white. Okay, calm down. Take a breath. We will figure this out. Did he follow you? I do not know. I whimpered, burying my face in my hands. I just ran. The drive home was a blur of terror and Mark's grim determination. As soon as we were inside, the apartment felt like a tomb, not a sanctuary. My eyes darted to the kitchen counter, to the bright yellow mug, sitting there innocently mocking me. Security footage, Mark said, his voice tight. We need to check the cameras. No one should have gotten in without us knowing. We spent the next hour meticulously reviewing the footage from the past week. Every angle, every timestamp. Nothing. No forced entry. No suspicious figures. The cameras, Mark's pride and joy, showed nothing but Buster trotting around, the mailman, and us. It is impossible, Mark muttered, running a hand through his hair. Unless he had a key or the code. The thought sent another wave of nausea through me. The code to the smart lock was changed weekly, known only to Mark and me. A physical key was kept hidden, only for true emergencies. How could Ethan have either his Tinder profile, I said, my voice hoarse. Check his profile again. Everything, his social media, there has to be a connection to Chloe. Mark pulled up Ethan's profile again. It was still there, the same kind smile, the same innocuous details. He clicked through to Ethan's linked Instagram. Normal photos, hiking trips, a few selfies with friends, pictures of his own golden retriever. Nothing out of the ordinary. No mention of Chloe. No dark, cryptic posts. My phone buzzed, making me jump. It was a text. From Ethan. My heart leaped into my throat. Mark saw my reaction and grabbed my hand. What is it? I opened the message, my fingers trembling. Hey, I am really sorry about how the date ended. I hope everything's okay. I know you are scared. She told me you would be, but you do not have to be. My blood ran cold. She told me you would be. The words echoed in my mind, an icy whisper. There was only one she in my life. Mark, I whispered, holding out the phone. Read this. He read it, his face draining of color. Chloe. What the hell does this mean? He is with her. I said, my voice barely audible. He is working with her. This whole date was a setup. The realization hit me with a sickening certainty. My desperate attempt at normalcy, my brief flicker of hope, had been nothing but a cruel, elaborate trap. I need to call him, I said, my voice shaking with a mixture of fear and rage. I need to know what he means. Mark hesitated. Are you sure that is a good idea? It might be what they want. I do not care. I snapped, my fear momentarily overridden by a desperate need for answers. I can't live like this. I need to know. I scrolled to Ethan's contact and hit call. It rang twice, then he picked up. Hey. Ethan's voice was soft, apologetic. I was worried about you. Are you okay? Do not. Are you okay? Me. Ethan. I spat, my voice raw. What the hell was that text? Who is she? How do you know about my mug? How do you know about Buster's walks? How do you know about anything? There was a pause on the other end. A sigh. I knew you would react like this. She said you might. She said you were. A little paranoid given everything you have been through. Everything I have been through. I scoffed. And you know that because she told you. Who is she? Ethan? Tell me. Chloe, he said, his voice quiet. Chloe told me. She is a mutual friend, right? She said you were going through a really rough time, and she was trying to help you get back out there. She said you needed someone kind. My jaw dropped. Chloe, a mutual friend, trying to help me. This was a new level of twisted. Chloe is not my friend. I snarled. She is my stalker. She is the reason I am living in a self-imposed prison. Ethan, she is the one who sent me those notes, the one who broke into my apartment. Another pause. She said you might say something like that. Ethan replied, his voice still unnervingly calm. She said you have been having some delusions, that you have convinced yourself she is after you, but she is just trying to look out for you. She said you are fragile right now. My head spun. Delusions. Fragile. This was gaslighting on an epic scale, orchestrated by Chloe, delivered by Ethan. She was trying to make me doubt my own sanity, using this unsuspecting man as her puppet. She approached me a few months ago. Ethan continued, as if sensing my confusion. She found me through a mutual friend of hers, that I was exactly the kind of guy you needed. She gave me your Tinder profile, said it was a long shot, but worth a try. She fed me details about you, little things, your love for Buster, your coffee order, that you had recently bought a new yellow mug. She said you had been trying to change your routine to feel safer, so she knew about the new walking routes. She said she was just trying to help me make a good impression, to show you I was attentive. My mind raced, trying to process this new, horrifying narrative. Chloe, playing matchmaker. Chloe, portraying herself as my concerned friend, while simultaneously terrorizing me. It was brilliant, in a sick, twisted way. She was not just observing me, she was actively manipulating my reality, my relationships, my perception of myself. And she told you to tell me you saw the mug on my counter. I asked, my voice barely a whisper, a terrifying thought forming. Ethan hesitated again. No, he said, and this time his voice held a flicker of something new, confusion, perhaps even fear. No, she did not tell me to say that. She actually told me not to go into your apartment. She said you were very particular about your space, but she also gave me the code to your smart lock. She said just in case you ever need to check on her, if she is not answering her phone, or if she seems in distress. She said she worried about you. My blood ran cold, colder than it had been all night. Chloe had not just used Ethan, she had set him up. She had given him the means to enter my apartment, knowing I would eventually discover it, and then she had planted the narrative that I was paranoid and delusional. She was not just a stalker, she was a master manipulator, orchestrating my entire world, turning allies into unwitting accomplices, and making me question my own grip on reality. You went in, I choked out, the words tasting like ash. You actually went into my apartment. I did, Ethan admitted, his voice now laced with genuine distress. A couple of days ago, I was just curious, and she would given me the code. I did not touch anything. I swear. I just looked around. I saw the mug. I did not think it was a big deal. Chloe made it sound like she had keys to your place too, that it was normal for friends to look out for each other. He had been inside. He had used the code Chloe had given him, and Chloe had precisely predicted my reaction, weaving it into her elaborate tapestry of lies, making me the paranoid one. The phone slipped from my numb fingers. Chloe was not just watching me, she was controlling my narrative, even to the people I barely knew. She had found someone, spun a web of lies, and used him to breach my last sanctuary, all while making it seem like she was the benevolent protector, and I was the one unraveling. Mark caught the phone, his face a mask of horror. What did he say? She gave him the code, I whispered, tears finally streaming down my face. She told him to go in, and she told him I would think I was crazy. She is not just stalking me, Mark. She is playing with my mind. She is making me doubt everything. She is making me doubt myself. The terror had reached a new, unimaginable depth. Chloe was not just an external threat. She was inside my head, twisting my thoughts, eroding my sanity. She was the architect of my reality, and I was just a pawn in her horrifying game. The apartment, once my prison, now felt like a stage, and Chloe was the unseen director, pulling every string, orchestrating every terrifying scene. I was utterly, irrevocably alone, trapped in a nightmare of her making with no escape in sight. Let us keep the pace and move on. I would been on my fair share of duds, believe me. Tinder in your late 20s is less about finding the one and more about finding the one who won't make me regret this hour of my life. So when I matched with Sarah, I was cautiously optimistic. Her profile was great, smart, funny, loved hiking and obscure indie movies. Plus, she was genuinely beautiful, with bright, intelligent eyes and a smile that seemed to promise good things. We chatted for a few days, the conversation flowing easily, and I felt a flicker of genuine excitement. This one, I thought, might actually be different. We decided to meet at this cozy Italian place downtown, dimly lit and a little noisy, perfect for a first date. I got there a few minutes early, doing that stupid little flutter it does when you are both nervous and hopeful. She walked in a few minutes later, and my breath hitched. She looked even better in person. Her hair, a deep auburn, framed her face perfectly, and she wore a simple, elegant black dress that made her look effortlessly chic. "Mark?" she asked, her voice soft but confident. "Sarah." "Yeah, that is me," I said, standing up, feeling a bit like a gawky teenager. "Great to finally meet you." We settled into our booth, ordered some wine, and the conversation picked right back up where it left off in our messages. We talked about our jobs. She was a graphic designer. I worked in tech support, our shared love for hiking, and how much we both hated cilantro. It was easy, comfortable, almost like we would known each other for ages. She laughed at my jokes, and her eyes sparkled when she talked about her passion projects. I found myself genuinely charmed, thinking, this is it. This is actually a good one. I even started to let my guard down, something I rarely did on first dates. Then, as I was telling her about my recent weekend trip, a quick getaway to my parents' cabin upstate, the air in the restaurant seemed to shift, growing colder despite the ambient warmth. I was describing the quiet, the feeling of getting away from the city, how I loved that old, rustic place. Sarah leaned forward slightly, her smile still in place, but something in her eyes had changed. There was a strange glint, like she was seeing something beyond me, something I could not perceive. "Oh, I know that place," she said, her voice a little lower now, almost a murmur. "The one with the slightly overgrown oak tree by the porch, and the old tire swing hanging from the branch that always creaks in the wind, right?" My fork, halfway to my mouth, clattered onto my plate. The clinking sound seemed deafening in the sudden silence that had fallen, at least in my head. I stared at her, my mind reeling. I had not mentioned my parents' cabin in my Tinder profile. I had not posted about it on any social media in years. Not since high school. Maybe it was a private family spot. There was no way she could know that. Yeah, I stammered, feeling a sudden chill prickle my skin. "That is exactly right. How did you know that?" Her smile widened, but it did not reach her eyes. They seemed to hold a secret, a knowing glint that made my stomach clench. "Oh, just a lucky guess." "I suppose," she said, shrugging playfully. "Or maybe I saw a picture of it somewhere online ages ago. It just stuck with me." She quickly changed the subject, asking me about my favorite hiking trails, and I tried to shake off the unsettling feeling. A lucky guess, or an old picture? Yeah, that had to be it. I probably mentioned it to a mutual friend once, or maybe there was some old forgotten YouTube post. My mind, ever eager to rationalize away discomfort, tried to convince me it was nothing, just a weird coincidence. But a tiny, cold knot of unease had formed in my gut, and it would not quite dissipate. We finished dinner, and despite that brief strange moment, the rest of the date went well enough. We laughed again, talked about movies, and she even paid for her half, insisting on it. As we walked out onto the bustling street, she turned to me. "I had a really great time. Mark," she said, her smile back to its genuine warmth. "We should definitely do this again." "Yeah, I would like that," I said, meaning it, even with that lingering prickle of doubt. We exchanged a quick hug, a little awkward but sweet, and then we went our separate ways. I drove home, the radio on low, but my thoughts were loud. The one with the slightly overgrown oak tree by the porch, and the old tire swing hanging from the branch that always creaks in the wind, right? The words replayed in my head, over and over. It was not just the specific details, it was the way she would set it, so casually, almost like she was testing me, and the way her eyes had looked. It was not playful, it was predatory. I told myself I was being paranoid. It was a first date. I was probably overthinking things. Maybe she did see a picture. Maybe she just had a good memory. But as I pulled into my driveway, a new wave of unease washed over me. My street was quiet, dark, the kind of quiet that feels less peaceful and more watchful. I glanced around, checking the shadows, a habit I did not even realize I had until that moment. Nothing, just the usual suburban night. The next day, I tried to push it out of my mind. I even texted her thanking her for a great time, and she replied almost instantly, suggesting a hike for our second date. I agreed, trying to ignore the small voice in my head screaming, "No." But then the little things started. That evening, after work, I came home to find my living room window, which I was certain I would latch shut that morning, slightly ajar. Just a crack, barely noticeable, but enough to let in a sliver of the cool evening air. I stood there, staring at it, a cold dread creeping up my spine. Had I forgotten? I was usually meticulous about locking up. I dismissed it as absent-mindedness, blaming the stress of the week. But the knot in my stomach tightened. A few days later, I was at the grocery store, picking up some essentials. As I pushed my cart down the cereal aisle, my phone vibrated in my pocket. It was a text from Sarah. "Hey, just saw you at the grocery store. Did not want to interrupt your shopping, but wanted to say hi." Hope you got everything you needed." My blood ran cold. I spun around, scanning the aisle, then the entire store. "No, Sarah. Just a few elderly shoppers and the mom wrangling a toddler." I felt a prickle of fear, a rising panic. How could she have seen me? And why did not she say anything? I texted back, trying to sound casual. "Oh, really? Where were you?" "I did not see you." Her reply came quickly. "Oh, just around." "Do not worry about it. See you Saturday for our hike." My hands were shaking as I finished my shopping. I felt exposed, watched. The grocery store, usually a mundane chore, now felt like a hunting ground. I rushed home, locking my doors and pulling my blinds, feeling like a hunted animal. I spent the next few days in a state of heightened anxiety. Every car that slowed down on my street, every shadow that moved in my peripheral vision, made my heart pound. I started checking my locks multiple times, peering through the peephole before opening my door. I even found myself glancing over my shoulder while walking my dog, a nervous habit I would never had before. Saturday arrived, and I almost canceled. The dread was a physical weight in my chest. But then I thought, no, Mark, do not be ridiculous. It is a public park, lots of people. You are being paranoid. I convinced myself I needed to go, if only to prove to myself that I was overreacting. To confront this fear, head on. We met at the trailhead of a popular local park. Sarah was already there, wearing hiking gear that looked brand new, a wide smile on her face. She looked vibrant, healthy, completely normal. Too normal, perhaps. "Hey," she chirped, giving me a quick, friendly hug. Ready to hit the trails. We started walking, and for a while, it was almost like the first date again. Easy conversation, beautiful scenery. We climbed higher, the trail narrowing, the sounds of other hikers fading. That is when she started again. "You know," she said, as we paused at a scenic overlook, gazing down at the city spread below, "I really appreciate how dedicated you are to your job. Your boss, Mr. Henderson, mentioned how much he values you." I froze. "Mr. Henderson? My boss? How do you know Mr. Henderson?" I asked, my voice tight. My mind raced, trying to connect the dots. No, I had not mentioned my boss's name on Tinder. He was not on my IU2B. She chuckled, a light, airy sound that did not quite match the intensity in her eyes. "Oh, just through a mutual acquaintance. Small world, right?" She then added, almost as an afterthought, "He also mentioned you have been looking a little tired lately. Not sleeping well." My blood ran cold. Not sleeping well. That was true. The past few nights had been plagued by restless anxiety. But how could she possibly know that? Had she called my boss to ask about me? The thought made my stomach churn with disgust. Fear. I forced a laugh, trying to sound casual, but my voice was strained. "Just a busy week. I guess tech support can be draining." She nodded, her gaze fixed on me, unblinking. "I can imagine, especially when you are dealing with that annoying squeak coming from your laptop's fan. I heard you trying to fix it the other night. It sounded like a dying mouse. The air went out of my lungs. My laptop. The fan had been squeaking. I would have been up late, trying to fix it, cursing under my breath. I lived on the 3rd floor of an apartment building. My windows were always closed at night. There was no way anyone could have heard that, let alone known it was my laptop. "Sarah," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "what are you talking about?" She tilted her head, a playful smirk playing on her lips. "Oh, nothing. Just observant. I guess you are a very interesting person, Mark." So many layers. The playful tone was gone, replaced by something dark and possessive. My mind screamed. This was not a coincidence. This was not a lucky guess. This was something far, far more sinister. I felt the primal urge to run, to get away from her, from this isolated spot. "I think I need to head back." I stammered, turning away from the overlook, my heart hammering against my ribs. I am not feeling so great. Her hand shot out, grabbing my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "Oh, but we are just getting to the good part," she said, her voice dropping to a low, chilling whisper. Her eyes, usually so bright, now held a disturbing glint, a predatory gleam that made my skin crawl. "I have learned so much about you, Mark, more than you could ever imagine. Your favorite coffee, the way you always leave your keys on the kitchen counter, the brand of toothpaste you use." She was reciting details of my life. Mundane, intimate details that no one outside of my closest friends or family would know. Details I had not shared with anyone. My apartment. She had been in my apartment. The window, the light I thought I would turned off. She would been watching me. She would been inside. Panic seized me, a cold, suffocating wave. I yanked my arm free, stumbling back a step. "You have been in my apartment," I choked out, horrified. Her smile vanished, replaced by a look of hurt, almost betrayal. "Why do you sound so upset?" "Mark, I just wanted to get to know you better, to make sure we were a good fit. And we are not we? We are perfect for each other." The word perfect hung in the air, twisted into something grotesque. This was not a date. This was an interrogation. A terrifying, intimate invasion. "No," I said, my voice shaking. "No, we are not. This is insane. I need to go." I turned and started to walk, then run, down the narrow trail, slipping on loose rocks. I could hear her footsteps behind me, not running, but a steady, deliberate pace. "Mark, do not be silly. Where are you going?" Talk about. Her voice sounded almost cheerful, which only made it more terrifying. I ran faster, my lungs burning. The image of her face, those chilling eyes, burned into my mind. I burst out of the woods, onto the main path, where a few other hikers were visible. I did not stop, did not look back, just kept running towards the parking lot, towards my car, towards any semblance of safety. I fumbled with my keys, my hands trembling so violently I could barely get the key into the ignition. I glanced in my rearview mirror. She was standing at the edge of the woods, watching me. Her hands were clasped in front of her, almost primly, and a faint smile played on her lips. She did not chase me. She did not need to. She knew where I lived. I sped out of the parking lot, my tires squealing, not caring about speed limits. I drove straight to the police station. I recounted everything, from the cabin detail to the grocery store text, to the laptop fan, to her admitting she had been in my apartment. The officer, a kind-faced woman with tired eyes, listened patiently, taking notes. "I understand this is very distressing. Mr. Thompson," she said, her voice calm, but without any physical evidence of a break-in, or any direct threats of violence. "It is difficult for us to take action. This sounds like a case of harassment and stalking, but we need more concrete proof." She admitted she was in my apartment. I exclaimed, my voice hoarse. "Yes, to you," she said gently. "In a private conversation, we can't just go in and search her home based on that. My advice would be to block her on all platforms, change your locks, avoid her, and if she shows up at your work or home or threatens you, call us immediately." I left the station feeling utterly defeated and more terrified than ever. The police could not help me. I was on my own. The first thing I did was drive to the nearest hardware store and bought the most robust deadbolt I could find. I changed all the locks on my apartment door the moment I got home. I pulled down all my blinds, taped over my webcam, and turned off my phone's location services. I blocked Sarah on Tinder, on my phone, on every social media platform I could think of, but it did not help. The feeling of being watched never left. A few days later, I found a small, neatly folded note tucked under my windshield wiper. My heart leaped into my throat. The paper was thick, cream-colored, with a faint floral scent. In elegant script, it read, "Why are you pushing me away? Mark, we were so close. I know you are scared, but you do not need to be. I just want to protect you. I know what is best. And I know where you work. Do not make me come there. The last sentence was underlined twice. I called the police again. This time, I had the note was a direct threat. They sent an officer to take a report. They dusted the note for fingerprints, but she would worn gloves, of course. They told me they would increase patrols in my area, but again, without a clear physical attack, their hands were tied. It was a he said, she said scenario, and she was careful. I started sleeping with a baseball bat by my bed. I jumped at every sound, every shadow. I changed my routine, taking different routes to work, eating lunch at different times. I even started parking my car a few blocks away and walking the rest of the way, just in case, but she was always one step ahead. One morning, I woke up to find a small, perfectly arranged bouquet of lilies on my doorstep. Lilies, my favorite flower. How could she know that? I had not told anyone. I had not even realized it myself until that moment. It was a subtle, beautiful gesture, but to me it was a chilling declaration of war. The next day, I arrived at work to find a small, intricately carved wooden bird sitting on my desk. It was a blue jay, my favorite bird, perched on a tiny branch. My coworkers, oblivious, commented on how thoughtful it was, wondering who my secret admirer was. I could barely breathe. She was in my office. She had access to my workspace. I felt like I was losing my mind. Every passing face, every dark window, every rustle of leaves was her. I saw her everywhere, in the periphery of my vision, only for her to vanish when I turned. She was a ghost, a shadow, a constant, suffocating presence. My friends tried to help, offering to let me stay with them, but I refused. I did not want to drag them into this nightmare. Besides, I knew she would find me. She always did. One evening, I was driving home, convinced I was finally safe. I would gone to the gym, then stop for groceries at a different store than usual, taking a completely new route. I pulled into my apartment complex, exhausted, but feeling a rare sense of peace. As I got out of my car, I noticed a small white rectangle on my windshield. My heart dropped to my stomach. It was a sugar packet. Just a plain white sugar packet, like you would find at any diner. But I knew what it meant. It was a message, a simple, innocuous object, yet it screamed, I was here. I am still here. I know where you are. My eyes scanned the deserted parking lot, then the windows of my apartment building. Every shadow seemed to stretch, to twist into a grotesque, watchful figure. Was she there, hidden in the blackness, enjoying my terror? The thought made my skin crawl. The sugar packet, that is all it took. A tiny, innocuous rectangle of paper sitting on my passenger seat, and my entire world imploded. It was not just a threat anymore, it was an intimate violation. She had not just been in my apartment, leaving that chilling note in my sugar bowl. She would have been in my car, my sanctuary, my escape route, and now even that was gone. Nowhere, the word hammered in my skull, a relentless, deafening drumbeat. I backed away from the car, slowly, my breath still hitched somewhere between a gasp and a sob. The maglite, still clutched in my white-knuckled hand, felt heavy and useless. What was I supposed to do? Shine a light on the darkness, and make it disappear. No, this darkness was inside me, a cold, creeping dread that had finally taken root. The deserted street mocked me with its silence, every shadow twisting into a grotesque watching figure. Was she there, hidden in the blackness, enjoying my terror? The thought made my skin crawl. My mind raced, a whirlwind of panic. I needed to get out, get away, but where? The police would not understand a sugar packet, and a note hardly screamed stalker to them. By the time they did, it would be too late. She was already so far ahead. My eyes scanned the street. landing on the distant glow of an all-night diner. A public place. Bright lights. Other people. It was a flimsy plan, born of desperation, but it was all I had. I started walking, forcing myself not to run, not to look back at my tainted car, the white beacon of that damn sugar packet burning in my mind. The cold night air did nothing to clear my head. Instead, it sharpened my senses, making every rustle of leaves, every distant siren, sound like a harbinger of doom. I was alone, hunted, and the game had only just begun. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that Sarah was not going to stop until she had me, completely. I had no idea how to escape. Now, let us continue with the next story. My world had been shrinking for weeks, squeezed tighter and tighter by an unseen hand. The memory of that photo, my own front door with its chilling command to change that lock, was a permanent fixture behind my eyes. It was a cold, constant knot in my stomach. The heavy-duty deadbolt, a metallic fortress installed by a quiet man, felt less like a shield and more like a cruel joke now. Those new keys, cold and solid in my palm, were just a reminder of the threat. I had turned my apartment into a high-tech cage. Little white security cameras, unblinking sentinels, were everywhere. Every rustle of leaves outside, every shifting shadow on their grainy feeds, sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through me. It did not ease my paranoia. It amplified it. I was constantly scrolling through footage, searching for proof, for him. My life had shriveled to nothing. Work was a performance, a flimsy mask I wore to hide the unraveling. My colleagues knew something was wrong, their sympathetic glances like tiny needles. I canceled plans, ignored friends. I was a prisoner in my own home, the four walls now a spotlight for his unseen gaze. The text had stopped for a suffocating quiet, a silence pregnant with anticipation. Then, the subtle things began. My mailbox, slightly ajar when I knew I would closed it. The kitchen window, unlatched, though I swore I would locked it tight. A book on my bedside table moved inches from where I would left it. A picture frame, tilted each time. I fought the cold dread, rationalizing it away, until the doubt always won. I started meticulously documenting everything, taking photos of my apartment before I left, desperate for proof that my sanity was not crumbling. Then, the texts resumed from a new unknown number. Nice new hardware. Sarah. Very secure. He knew about the deadbolt. He was still watching. Then, the most terrifying one, you are looking tired. Sarah. Are you sleeping well? It was not about my apartment anymore. It was about me. He was observing my exhaustion, my deteriorating state. Dropping my phone, its screen shattering on the hardwood floor, felt like my own world cracking. Every night was the same. I would lie awake, staring at the ceiling, listening. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, every shift of the wind against my window pane was amplified, distorted into a potential threat. My mind raced, replaying every interaction, every casual glance, trying to identify the monster. Was it someone I knew? Someone I would brush shoulders with? The anonymity was the worst part. He was everywhere and nowhere. The days blurred into a monotonous cycle of fear and exhaustion. I ate little, slept less. My reflection in the mirror showed sunken eyes and a pallid complexion. I was a ghost, haunting my own life. I knew I could not keep living like this. The isolation was suffocating, almost as terrifying as the stalker himself. I needed a distraction, a brief reprieve from the constant terror, a moment where I could pretend, even for an hour, that I was a normal person. It was a stupid idea, born of desperation and a profound loneliness. I knew it, but I did it anyway. I opened Tinder. I scrolled through profile after profile, a parade of smiling faces that felt utterly alien to my current reality. Most of them blurred into a generic sea of hopeful strangers. Then I saw him. Mark. He had a kind smile, dark hair, and intelligent eyes. His profile was simple, loves hiking, trying new restaurants, and good conversation. Nothing exceptional, nothing alarming, just normal. And normal was exactly what I craved. We matched. I felt a strange flicker of something I had not felt in weeks, a tiny spark of possibility. However foolish. We chatted for a few days. He was engaging, funny, and seemed genuinely interested. He asked about my day, listened when I vaguely mentioned work stress, and made me laugh. It was a fragile connection, but in my self-imposed prison, it felt like a lifeline. He suggested dinner. There is this great Italian place downtown, he wrote. It is always busy, good atmosphere. How about Friday? I hesitated. Every fiber of my being screamed, no. Go out into the world. What if he was out there? What if this was another trap? But the other part of me, the part that was suffocating, whispered just one night, Sarah. Just one normal night, I texted my best friend, Jessica, telling her where I was going, with whom, and what time. If you do not hear from me by 10 p.m., call the police. I wrote, trying to make it sound like a joke, but my fingers trembled. She responded immediately. You got it, girl. Have fun. And if he is a dud, just text me pizza and I will call with an exi. Emergency. I managed a weak smile. Getting ready felt surreal. I chose a dress I had not worn in months, something that made me feel a little less like a haunted shadow. I put on makeup, trying to hide the exhaustion etched around my eyes. Every few minutes, I would pause, heart pounding, listening. I checked the cameras on my phone, scanning every feed, the living room, the hallway, the kitchen, the view from my window looking down on the street. All clear. But clear did not mean safe. It just meant he was not visible. As I finally stepped out, locking the deadbolt with a satisfying click, I felt a familiar prickle on the back of my neck. That feeling of being watched. I scanned the hallway, the stairwell. Nothing. Just empty space and the faint scent of stale cigarette smoke from a neighbor's apartment. I hurried to the elevator, my purse clutched tight. The restaurant was exactly as Mark described, bustling, noisy, filled with the comforting clatter of dishes and the murmur of conversations. A warm, inviting chaos that felt a million miles away from my silent, fearful apartment. Mark was already there, waiting at a small table by the window. He stood up as I approached, a genuine smile lighting his face. Sarah, wow, you look even better than your pictures, he said, pulling out my chair. His voice was warm, friendly. Thanks. Mark, you too, I managed, feeling a blush creep up my neck. For a moment, I allowed myself to relax. He seemed normal, really normal. The first part of the date was pleasant. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, travel. It was intelligent, funny, and easy to talk to. He made eye contact, but not in an intense way. He seemed genuinely engaged. The food was delicious. I actually laughed, a real unforced laugh, for the first time in what felt like forever. The tension in my shoulders began to ease. Maybe, just maybe, this was a good idea. Maybe I could have a semblance of a normal life again. Then, the first subtle thing happened. You know, Mark said, taking a sip of his wine, you look like you could really use a night out. Been a rough week, huh? He smiled sympathetically. My stomach fluttered. It was a common enough thing to say, especially to someone who looked as tired as I probably did. But the words echoed in my mind. You are looking tired. Sarah, are you sleeping well? I forced a casual laugh. Yeah, work's been crazy. Just one of those weeks. He nodded. I get it. Sometimes you just need to escape the four walls, right? He winked. I felt a chill. Escape the four walls. Was that a coincidence? Or was he hinting at something more? My paranoia, dormant for a precious hour, began to stir. I pushed it down. Stop it. Sarah, you are being ridiculous. It is a first date. We talked about where we lived. I mentioned my general neighborhood, careful not to give away specifics. "Oh, that is a nice area," Mark said. "Close to that little park with the big oak tree, right?" My blood ran cold. The park he mentioned was a small, almost hidden green space, not a major landmark. It was about a block and a half from my apartment. I had not mentioned it. No, one would know about it unless they were familiar with my immediate vicinity. Yeah, that is the one," I said, trying to keep my voice even. My heart started to thud against my ribs. "I know that area well," he continued, still smiling. "I used to have a friend who lived right around there. Always thought it was a charming street." Charming street? My street. He knew my street. I swallowed hard. The food in front of me suddenly tasted like ash. I tried to change the subject, to steer the conversation to something innocuous, but my mind was racing. My palms were sweating. The comfortable restaurant, the friendly chatter, it all started to feel like a thin veneer over something dark and terrifying. "So what kind of security do you have at your place?" Mark asked, completely out of the blue, as I was mid-sentence talking about a movie I would see. I froze. My fork clattered against my plate. "Excuse me," he chuckled, a light, easy sound that did not reach his eyes. "Oh, just wondering, you mentioned living alone. With all of the break-ins lately, it is good to be safe. I am a bit of a security buff myself. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst through my chest. This was not a coincidence. This was not a guess. I have a good lock." I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. Mark nodded slowly, his gaze intense, almost analytical. "A heavy-duty deadbolt. I would imagine. Good choice. But, even the best locks can be picked if someone's determined enough." He leaned forward slightly, his smile fading, replaced by a strangely knowing expression. "And those wireless cameras you have got, the little white ones, they are great for deterring casual thieves, but a determined individual can often find their blind spots, or even, with a bit of technical know-how, access their feed." The air left my lungs in a rush. I felt lightheaded, dizzy. My vision blurred around the edges. He was not guessing. He knew. He knew about my deadbolt. He knew about my little white cameras. He knew their blind spots. He was describing my exact setup. The words from the new unknown number screamed in my head. Nice new hardware. Sarah. Very secure. This was not a date. This was him. I stared at him, my mouth agape, unable to form a single word. Mark just watched me, a small, unsettling smile playing on his lips. His eyes, which had seemed kind moments before, now held an unnerving glint. "You look like you have seen a ghost." "Sarah," he said, his voice dropping to a low, almost conspiratorial tone, "are you feeling all right?" My chair scraped loudly as I pushed back from the table. "How do you know all that?" I choked out, my voice trembling uncontrollably. "Who are you?" He did not answer immediately. He just kept that chilling, knowing smile. He reached into his jacket pocket, slowly, deliberately. Every muscle in my body tensed, ready to bolt. My eyes darted around the restaurant, searching for an escape, for help, but everyone else was lost in their own conversations, their own worlds. He pulled out his phone. Not a weapon, but something far worse. He turned the screen towards me. It was a picture of my living room. From an angle that was not covered by my cameras, it was dark, blurry, clearly taken at night. And in the center of the frame, illuminated by the faint glow of a screen, was me. I was curled up on my couch, wrapped in a blanket, scrolling through my phone. My hair was a mess. My face, even in the grainy image, showed the profound exhaustion that had become my constant companion. "You really do look tired." "Sarah," Mark said, his voice now devoid of any pretense of warmth. It was flat, cold, and utterly terrifying. "Are you sleeping well?" The exact words from the text message. Spoken to my face, A scream built in my throat, but it died there, trapped. My blood ran cold, then hot, with a frantic surge of adrenaline. I did not think. I reacted. I grabbed my purse, threw a handful of crumpled bills onto the table, more than enough to cover the meal, and scrambled to my feet. I have to go, I whispered, my voice hoarse. Mark did not move, did not try to stop me. He just watched, that chilling smile plastered on his face as if enjoying a private joke. Such a hurry. Sarah, he called out softly as I stumbled away from the table. I was hoping for dessert. I did not look back. I pushed past startled diners, through the crowded restaurant, out into the cool night air. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced them to move, to run. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy with terror, and somehow managed to hail a passing taxi. My apartment. I gasped, giving the address. Please, hurry. The driver, a young man with headphones, looked at me in his rear-view mirror, startled by my appearance. My hair was disheveled, my face probably pale and streaked with tears. He did not ask questions, just nodded and pulled away from the curb. I kept my eyes glued to the back window, half expecting to see Mark emerge from the restaurant, pursuing me. But he did not. The restaurant's glowing sign receded into the distance. I felt exposed, vulnerable, despite the safety of the taxi. He had seen me, touched me, spoken to me. He had inserted himself into my life in the most intimate, horrifying way the moment I was inside my apartment, the deadbolt slamming home with a resounding thud. I collapsed against the door. My lungs burned, my body shook uncontrollably. I fumbled for my phone, immediately pulling up the camera feeds. I scrolled through them frantically, my eyes darting across every pixel. Nothing. No one. But he had been inside. He had taken a picture. That meant he could get in any time. The locks, the cameras, they were all useless. Just a stage for his sick game. My phone buzzed in my hand. A new text. From the unknown number. You left in such a hurry. Sarah. I was hoping for dessert. Another text immediately followed. That dress looked lovely on you tonight. But you should really close your blinds when you are getting ready. My stomach lurched. He had watched me get ready. He had seen me in my apartment before I even left. He had not just taken a picture. He had been there, observing. I sank to the floor, my back against the cold metal of the door. The high-tech cage I had built around myself was now a transparent box. He could see in. He could get in. He had proven it, and he had chosen to introduce himself not as a menacing shadow, but as a charming stranger, only to reveal his true, terrifying nature. I stayed there for a long time, curled up on the floor, weeping silently. The fear was no longer a distant threat, it was a suffocating blanket. He was not just watching my apartment, he was watching me. He had studied my habits, my vulnerabilities, my attempts at normalcy, and he had used my desperate need for connection against me. Eventually, I dragged myself up. I had to call the police. This time, I had a name, a face, a Tinder profile, proof. I dialed 911, my voice hoarse, recounting the horrifying details to the dispatcher. She transferred me to a detective. I explained everything, from the initial photo of my door, to the unlatched windows, the moved objects, the chilling texts, and finally, the date with Mark. I described the picture he showed me, the precise words he used. The detective listened patiently, taking notes. Davis, we understand this is very distressing, he said, his voice calm but distant. We will open a file. We will look into this, Mark, character, but without a direct physical threat or assault. Our hands are somewhat tied. Dating apps can be tricky. He has not explicitly threatened you, correct? He just knew things. He showed me a picture of me in my apartment from an angle my cameras do not cover. I cried, my voice rising in desperation. He was inside. He knows everything. We will investigate the possibility of a break-in, the detective said. But without forced entry, it is difficult to prove. For now, we advise you to block him on Tinder, block his number, and avoid contact. Do not engage with him. Avoid contact, I whispered, tears streaming down my face. He came to my door. He was in my apartment. He went on a date with me. He is contact. The call ended with polite assurances and vague promises. I hung up, feeling a profound sense of hopelessness. They could not help me. Not really. They saw a distressed woman, a creepy date, circumstantial evidence. They did not see the monster that had meticulously dismantled my life, piece by terrifying piece. The next few days were a blur of heightened terror. I did not leave my apartment. I did not sleep. Every shadow was him. Every creak was him. I blocked Mark on Tinder, blocked the unknown number, but I knew it was futile. He had other ways. He always did. I watched my camera feeds constantly, my eyes burning. I checked every lock, every window, 100 times a day. I felt like a rat in a maze, and he was the one pulling the strings, watching my frantic, desperate movements. One evening, as dusk settled, casting long, eerie shadows across my living room, I was scrolling through my camera feeds. The usual grainy images. The empty hallway, the quiet kitchen, the street below. My finger hovered over the last camera, the one pointing out my living room window. I clicked it. The feed loaded. It was my living room, but it was not from my camera. It was from an angle I did not have. It was a clear, high-definition image, positioned perfectly to capture my couch, my bookshelf, the small table where I usually ate. And on that table, where I had left my keys, my phone, and a half-empty glass of water, there was something new. A single red rose. Freshly cut, its petals unfurling, vibrant against the dark wood. And next to it, a small white card. My breath hitched. I zoomed in on the card, my hand shaking so violently, I almost dropped my phone. The camera feed was crisp enough to read the elegant script. Thank you for a lovely date. Sarah, I am right here. You are never alone. The image flickered. Then, the feed went dark. All my cameras went dark. Screen on my phone glowed faintly, reflecting my own terrified face. From the hallway, I heard a soft, distinct sound. A whisper. Sleep well, Sarah. The next story comes in softly. The phone felt like ice in my hand. Mark's voice, a distant echo of reason against the rising tide of my terror. Chloe, a woman I would met once, knew too much. Not just how I take my coffee, but from my chipped blue mug about Buster's morning walk. And then the note, tucked into my mailbox, an address she never had, asking. Still black. Mark's initial skepticism, however subtle, only deepened my isolation, making me question my sanity against the undeniable, chilling evidence. Sleep became a cruel torment. Every shadow, every house creak, amplified into a deliberate sound, a silent accusation. I checked locks obsessively, knowing a deadbolt was useless against someone who could seemingly peer into my very routine. I tried to reclaim control, varying Buster's walks, changing my coffee order, even buying a bright yellow mug to replace the blue one that had become a symbol of her insidious surveillance. It felt futile, a childish gesture against an unseen enemy. Then came the second note, Tuesday morning. After a convoluted walk designed to shake any potential tale, I found it, not envelope, but a folded paper held by a smooth river stone in my mailbox. My heart hammered. Unfolding it, I read, yellow really is not your color. My breath hitched. The new mug, bought just yesterday, sat innocently on my kitchen counter. She knew she had been inside my house. An icy jolt of terror shot through me. I practically threw Buster inside, slamming the door shut and locking it with a desperate click, my eyes darting frantically around the living room for any sign of intrusion. Nothing was amiss, yet the note was undeniable proof. Panic consumed me. This time, when I called Mark, his voice was laced with genuine alarm. I did not argue. The weeks that followed were a blur of adrenaline and exhaustion. Mark had been amazing. Truly, he would help me install a better security system, motion sensor lights, and even convince me to get a deadbolt for the back door. He would stay over a few nights, just his presence, a small comfort against the gnawing fear that Chloe was out there. Always watching, but even with Mark's support, the terror did not subside. It just changed shape. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside, became a potential threat. My eyes constantly scanned the windows, the street, the shadows. Buster, usually a cheerful, oblivious companion, seemed to sense my unease, sticking closer to my heels, occasionally letting out a low, mournful whine at nothing I could see. My once vibrant life had shrunk to the confines of my house, a self-imposed prison where the walls felt transparent. I barely left, only for essentials, and even then, I felt exposed, vulnerable. Mark suggested therapy, a way to cope with the trauma, but I just shook my head. Therapy won't make her go away. Mark, I would said, my voice thin and reedy. It won't stop her from knowing what color mug I am using. He did not push it. He just held my hand, his silence a testament to how truly messed up things had become. The police had been no help. Without a direct threat, without a break-in where something was stolen, without a clear motive or identity, their hands were tied. "It sounds like a disgruntled acquaintance, madam," the officer had said, his tone dismissive, as if I was just another crazy woman crying wolf. I wanted to scream. Chloe was not just a disgruntled acquaintance. She was a ghost, a shadow, an intimate stranger who knew me better than I knew myself. One particularly suffocating evening, after a full day spent staring at my phone, willing it to ring with news that Chloe had been caught, I found myself doing something I never thought I would. Desperate for a sense of normalcy, a distraction, anything to pull me out of the suffocating grip of my fear, I downloaded Tinder. I know. It sounds insane, but I was so lonely, so isolated, so tired of my own thoughts. I just needed to connect with another human being who was not Mark, who did not know about Chloe, who would not look at me with pity or concern. I needed to feel like a normal person, even if just for an hour. I swiped through a few profiles, my thumb moving almost mechanically. Most were forgettable. Then I saw Ethan. He had a kind smile, intelligent eyes, and a profile that talked about hiking and a love for old movies. He seemed normal. Safe. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. We chatted for a few days. He was engaging, funny, and surprisingly easy to talk to. He did not ask probing questions, did not seem to notice the underlying tremor in my voice when we switched to phone calls. He was a breath of fresh air, a small crack in the dark wall that had closed around me. We decided to meet for coffee at a busy cafe downtown. Public place, lots of people, safety first. The day of the date, I felt a flicker of something I had not felt in weeks. Anticipation. I actually put on a nice dress, did my hair, and even managed a faint smile in the mirror. Buster watched me with his head tilted, sensing a shift in my mood. "Wish me luck, boy," I whispered, scratching behind his ears. Ethan was already there when I arrived, sitting at a small table near the window. He stood up as I approached, a genuine smile lighting his face. He was even better looking in person, taller than I expected, with dark, wavy hair and eyes that crinkled at the corners when he laughed. We ordered our coffees. I got a latte. Black coffee felt too vulnerable, too much like a reminder of her, and settled in. The conversation flowed easily. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, the ridiculousness of online dating. He was charming, attentive, and made me laugh, a sound I had not heard from myself in what felt like an eternity. For a blissful 40 minutes. I almost forgot about Chloe, about the notes, about the constant fear. I almost felt normal. Then, he took a sip of his coffee, set the mug down, and looked at me, a subtle shift in his expression. It was not malicious, not exactly, but something in his eyes seemed to linger. "You know," he said, a casual tone in his voice, "I saw you walking Buster the other morning. Quite the intricate route you take around the park. My blood ran cold. The smile froze on my face. My heart, which had just begun to lighten, plummeted into my stomach, a leaden weight. Oh. I managed, my voice a strained whisper. When was that? He shrugged, a seemingly innocent gesture. A few days ago, I think. Tuesday, maybe. I was out for a run. You were really giving that poor dog a workout, doubling back on yourself, cutting through alleys. I actually thought, man, that dog must be exhausted. He chuckled softly, a sound that now grated on my ears. Tuesday. That was the morning I would found. The yellow is not your color note. The convoluted walk, the one I would specifically designed to shake any potential tail, the one I would been so sure had worked. My mind raced. He lived on the other side of town, according to his profile. He could not have just happened to see me. And the details, doubling back on yourself, cutting through alleys, that was not just a casual observation from a passing runner. That was surveillance. A wave of nausea washed over me. I felt the carefully constructed wall of normalcy I would built around myself crumble piece by agonizing piece. My hands started to tremble, and I clasped them together under the table. Funny coincidence, I said, trying to force a laugh, but it came out as a strangled cough. I did not see you. He just smiled, a small, knowing smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Well, you were pretty focused, and I am a fast runner. The rest of the date was a blur. My mind was screaming, every alarm bell blaring. I nodded. I mumbled. I pretended to be engaged, but all I could hear was his voice, repeating those chilling words. Quite the intricate route you take around the park. I made my excuses as quickly as politely possible, mumbling something about a prior engagement. Ethan seemed unfazed, even understanding. He walked me to my car, and for a terrifying moment, I thought he might try to follow me, but he just waved goodbye, his smile still pleasant, still unsettling. I drove home in a daze, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly, my knuckles were white. The sense of relief I would felt earlier had been replaced by a fresh, potent wave of terror, colder and deeper than before. The coffee date, meant to be an escape, had become another trap. As soon as I was inside, I slammed and locked the door, leaning against it, gasping for breath. Buster came trotting over, nudging my hand, sensing my distress. I sank to the floor, pulling him into a tight hug, burying my face in his fur, trying to block out the image of Ethan's knowing smile. It could not be a coincidence. It could not. My mind, already frayed at the edges, began to unravel further. Was Ethan working with Chloe? Was he just another one of her operatives, sent to toy with me? Or was he Chloe herself? The thought was absurd, yet it clawed at my brain. Chloe was a woman. I was sure of it. But what if she was not? What if she was just a persona, a name, a phantom? I called Mark, my voice shaking so badly I could barely form words. He listened patiently, his own alarm evident in his quiet responses. He knew about the walk. Mark. The convoluted walk? The one I did to lose her. Okay, Mark said, his voice calm, trying to soothe me. Let us not jump to conclusions. Maybe he just lives near the park and recognized you. You are distinctive, with Buster. No, I insisted, tears starting to prick my eyes. He lives across town. He said so. And he knew the details, not just, I saw you at the park. He knew I was doubling back. He was watching me, Mark. Just like Chloe. Mark sighed. All right, let us think this through. Do not text him. Do not answer his calls. Block him. We will figure this out. But blocking him felt like a pathetic gesture. It would not stop him from knowing The next morning, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. My heart leaped into my throat. I stared at it, a cold dread seeping into my bones. After a moment of agonizing indecision, I opened it. It was a picture of Buster, taken from what looked like across the street, as he sniffed at a bush in front of my house. The timestamp on the photo was from that very morning, about an hour ago. Below the picture, a single line of text: "He is a good boy. He deserves a less stressed owner." My breath hitched. My hand shook so violently, I almost dropped the phone. It was him. Ethan. Or Chloe. Or both. The line between them had completely vanished. I looked out the window, my eyes darting frantically. The street was empty. No cars, no people, just the usual quiet of a suburban morning. But someone had been there. Someone had been watching. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. Buster, startled, jumped back, then whined, nudging me with his head. I snatched him up, clutching him to my chest, my eyes wide with terror. They were not just watching my walks anymore. They were watching my house. They were here. Mark arrived within minutes, his face etched with worry. He saw the text, his jaw tightening. "Okay," he said, his voice grim. "This is not a coincidence. This is not a random guy. This is escalation." We went to the police again, armed with the new evidence. The officer, a different one this time, was less dismissive but still cautious. "We can open a harassment case, madam, but without a direct threat of violence or a clear identity, our hands are still somewhat tied. We can patrol your street more often, but that is about it." "What about the Tinder profile?" Mark asked, his voice strained. "Can't you trace him?" "We can try, but these apps are designed for anonymity. Mr. Jensen. And if he is using a burner phone for these texts, it will be even harder." I felt a cold despair settle over me. We were on our own. The days that followed were pure hell. The texts from the unknown number continued, not always daily, but often enough to keep me on edge. Sometimes it was a picture of my house, sometimes a comment about my garden, or even a detail about what I was wearing. "That blue sweater really brings out your eyes." I would have been wearing that sweater inside my house, with the blinds drawn. My security system felt useless. My motion sensor lights were a joke. It was like they knew when to avoid them, or they simply did not care. They were inside my head, and now, it seemed, they were inside my home, or at least had unfettered access to viewing it. I stopped showering with the bathroom window open. I started changing clothes in my closet, even with the blinds drawn. Every shadow held a potential watcher. Every sound was amplified into a deliberate presence. I barely slept, relying on coffee and sheer terror to keep me awake. Mark tried to help me come up with a plan. "We need to catch them in the act," he said, pacing my living room, or at least get a clear picture of them. We set up a small, discreet camera near my mailbox, hoping to catch whoever left the next note. We tried to vary my routine even more drastically, but it felt pointless. They knew. They always knew. Then came the new method of torment. Phone calls, not from Ethan, not from Chloe, but from a blocked number. I would answer, my heart hammering, expecting a voice, a threat. But there was nothing. Just silence. A long, drawn-out silence that stretched for minutes, sometimes until the call disconnected itself. It was worse than a voice. The silence implied a presence, a listening ear, a silent observer at the other end of the line, just being there. One evening, after one of those silent calls, I was sitting on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, trying to pretend I was watching TV. Buster was curled up at my feet, occasionally letting out a soft sigh. Suddenly, the motion sensor light on my back porch flared on. My head snapped up, my eyes wide. I froze, holding my breath, straining to hear something, anything, over the frantic pounding of my own heart. Nothing. Just the hum of the house, the frantic beating of my heart. After a few seconds, the light clicked off. I waited, tense, for it to come back on. It did not. After about 5 minutes, the silence became unbearable. I had to know. Slowly, carefully, I crept towards the back door, my hand hovering over the deadbolt. I peered through the small window in the door, trying to see anything. The yard was dark, silent. Then, I saw it. Tucked neatly under the welcome mat was a small, white envelope. My stomach lurched. I backed away from the door as if it had burned me, my breath catching in my throat. Another note: they had been here, right outside my door. I called Mark, my voice barely a whisper. It is here. Another one. On the back porch. It was there in minutes, a baseball bat clutched in his hand. He looked around the yard, his eyes scanning every shadow, before carefully retrieving the envelope. His face was grim as he handed it to me. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside, there was no note this time, just a single, small, bright yellow button. A button from a shirt, and then I saw it. My yellow mug, the one I would bought to replace the blue one, was gone from the kitchen counter. I would used it that morning. I would washed it and left it to dry by the sink. It was not just a button, it was a trophy, a piece of my stolen normalcy, from a mug that was no longer mine. She was in the house. Mark, I whispered, tears streaming down my face. She was inside. She took my mug. He pulled me into a tight hug, his arm wrapped around me. I know, he murmured, his voice thick with anger and despair. This is beyond anything I have ever seen. The police were called again. This time, they took the button as evidence, dusted for prints, finding none, of course, and actually seemed to take my claims more seriously. A detective, a stoic woman named Detective Miller, was assigned to my case. She listened, she took notes, but her expression remained unreadable. We will do everything we can. Thompson, she said, her voice calm and professional, but without a clear identity or more direct evidence. This is going to be a difficult case. Difficult? That was an understatement. It was impossible. The next few days were a blur of hypervigilance. I did not sleep. I barely ate. Mark stayed with me constantly, but even his presence could not dispel the creeping dread. I felt like a hunted animal, trapped in its own den, waiting for the predator to strike. One afternoon, I was huddled on the couch, staring blankly at the TV, when my phone buzzed. It was a text from an unknown number. I almost did not open it. But a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to know what fresh hell awaited me, compelled me. It was a video, a short 5-second clip. I pressed play, my heart hammering against my ribs. The video was taken from inside my house. It showed my living room, the very spot where I was sitting, my blanket, my empty coffee cup on the table, Buster asleep on his dog bed. The camera panned slowly, deliberately, across the room. It was shaky, as if held by an unsteady hand. And then, in the last second, the camera turned towards the window. Towards me. My blood ran cold. My breath hitched in my throat. I saw myself, a blurry figure on the couch, staring blankly at the TV. The camera zoomed in slightly, just enough to show my face, my eyes wide and terrified. The video ended. A new text came immediately. You look tired. Maybe you should get some rest. I dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor, the screen cracking. I could not breathe. I could not scream. I could only stare at the window, my eyes wide with unspeakable horror. Someone was in my house. Someone had been in my house, not just to take a mug, but to film me, to watch me, to confirm that they could get to me at any time, in any place. The silence of the house pressed in on me, heavy and suffocating. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every creak of the floorboards became a deliberate step. I was not alone. I had not been alone for a long time. I scrambled backwards on the couch, my eyes darting frantically around the room, searching for any sign, any movement, anything that would betray their presence, but there was nothing. Just the familiar, comforting objects of my home, now twisted into instruments of terror. Buster, sensing my absolute panic, woke up and started to bark, a sharp, frantic sound that echoed in the sudden silence. He barked at the window, then at the hallway, his hackles raised, a low growl rumbling in his chest. "No, Buster, no," I whispered, my voice raw with fear, pulling him close, trying to silence him. But he would not stop. He kept barking, his eyes fixed on something I could not see. Then, a faint sound from the kitchen, a soft, almost imperceptible scrape. My blood froze. It was not a creak of the house. It was not the wind. It was deliberate. I could feel my heart pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. I wanted to run, to scream, to call Mark, but I was paralyzed by terror. My eyes were fixed on the kitchen doorway, a dark rectangle against the dim light of the afternoon. The scrape came again, closer this time, like something being dragged, or a soft shoe shuffling on the linoleum floor. Buster let out a series of sharp, desperate barks, straining against my grasp, and then a shadow detached itself from the darkness of the kitchen doorway. It was tall, indistinct, a mere outline against the faint light. It moved slowly, deliberately, into the living room. My breath caught in my throat. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing it to be a nightmare, a hallucination, anything but real. But the sound of soft footsteps, slow and deliberate, grew louder, closer. I opened my eyes, a single tear tracing a path down my cheek. The shadow was closer now. I could make out a vague shape, a human form. It stopped a few feet away from me. I could not see a face, just a dark silhouette against the dim light of the window behind it. A whisper, soft and chilling, drifted through the air. "You really should not have gone on that date." It was not Chloe's voice. It was not Ethan's voice. It was distorted, almost mechanical, like a voice changer. But the words, the implication my mind reeled, they were working together, or this was Ethan, his true self revealed, or Chloe had found a new way to torment me. The lines were gone. The threat was a tangible, terrifying presence, standing right in front of me. Buster let out a final, furious bark, then lunged forward, trying to break free from my grasp. The shadow did not move. It just stood there, a silent, menacing sentinel in my living room, watching me, knowing me, owning me. I closed my eyes again, tears now streaming freely down my face, a silent scream trapped in my throat. The horror was not just outside my walls anymore. It was inside, and it had always been there. The next story adds to our experience. The coincidental sightings continued, each one a fresh stab of ice in my gut. It started innocently enough, or so I tried to tell myself. The first time I saw Sarah at my usual coffee shop, I chalked it up to chance. It was a popular place. After all, she was sitting by the window, sipping a latte, her eyes meeting mine for just a fraction of a second before she gave a small, almost imperceptible smile. No wave, no greeting, just that smile. It was the kind of smile that did not reach her eyes, a polite mask that hinted at something deeper, something knowing. Then the grocery store. I was in the produce aisle, picking out avocados, when I felt that familiar prickle on the back of my neck. I looked up, and there she was, at the end of the aisle, pretending to examine a bunch of grapes, but her head was tilted just so, her gaze locked onto me. This time, she did not smile. She just watched. My heart started to hammer against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the mundane sounds of shopping carts and muzak. I grabbed my avocados, my hands clammy, and practically ran to the checkout. The gym was the worst. I tried to vary my times, to throw her off, but it was no use. One evening, as I was finishing my set on the bench press, I caught her reflection in the mirror. She was on the treadmill, a few rows back, her movements fluid and graceful. but her eyes, even in the mirror's distortion, were fixed on me. She was not running, she was observing. A cold dread seeped into my bones, a feeling so profound it made my muscles ache more than the workout. I cut my session short, showering quickly, my eyes darting around the locker room, convinced she was lurking around every corner. I started to feel like a lab rat in a maze, and Sarah was the scientist, watching my every move, charting my reactions. My once comfortable routines became minefields. Every time I left my cabin, I scanned the road, the trees, the parking lots, searching for her car, for her face. Sleep became a luxury I could no longer afford. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I would lie there, rigid, listening, my breath held captive in my chest, convinced she was just outside, or worse, already inside. The chair propped against the back door, the baseball bat beside my bed, they were no longer comforting props. They were pathetic attempts at defense against an unseen, omnipresent threat. My cabin, my sanctuary, had become a cage. Then came the day the little things stopped being subtle. I got home from work, utterly exhausted, my nerves frayed to breaking point. I pushed open my front door, the familiar scent of my home, usually a comfort. But this time, something was off. My living room felt different. I could not immediately pinpoint it. Everything was where it should be, or so I thought. I walked into the kitchen to grab a glass of water, and that is when I saw it. My favorite coffee mug, the one with the chipped rim that I always use for my morning brew, was sitting on the counter, upside down. It was such a small thing, so insignificant, but it hit me like a physical blow. I never ever put my mug upside down. I always washed it and placed it right side up on the drying rack. My hands started to tremble, the glass of water clattering against the counter. This was not a coincidence. This was not a mistake. This was a message. She had been inside. My mind reeled. I checked every window, every door, still locked, still secure, or so they seemed. How could she have gotten in? My blood ran cold, colder than the evening air that used to seep through my window. This was not just about watching me anymore. This was about invasion. I spent the next hour in a frantic, paranoid search, every nerve ending screaming. I checked every closet, under every bed, behind every curtain. Nothing. No sign of forced entry. No sign of her, but the upside-down mug was irrefutable proof. She had been here, in my home, while I was gone. The terror that night was visceral. I did not sleep. I sat in the living room, the baseball bat clutched in my lap, staring at the front door, then the back door, then the windows. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a form. Every creak of the old house sounded like footsteps. I felt violated, exposed, utterly helpless. The next day, I called my best friend, Mark. Dude, I think my Tinder date is stalking me. I blurted out, the words tumbling out in a rush. I told him everything. The window, the tie, the crane, the sightings, and finally, the mug. I watched his face as I spoke, hoping for understanding, for validation of my fear. Instead, I saw a flicker of concern, yes, but also a hint of skepticism. "Look, Alex," he said, his voice gentle. "I know you have been under a lot of stress lately, and breakups suck. Maybe you are just a little oversensitive right now." Oversensitive. Mark, she was in my house. I practically screamed. He sighed. "Are you sure about that mug thing? Maybe you just put it down without thinking." "I never put it down like that," I insisted, my voice cracking. "And what about the tie? Or the crane? Or the fact she knows my cabin?" He rubbed his temples. "Okay, the tie and the crane are weird. I will give you that, but people run into each other. And the cabin, maybe she just heard you mention it once." "No, Mark. She knew specifics, and she knew about the tie before I even took off my jacket. She was watching me." He looked at me with pity. Alex, have you thought about talking to someone, a therapist? This sounds a lot like paranoia. His dismissal was like a punch to the gut. I was alone in this. No one believed me. The isolation I felt was almost as terrifying as the stalking itself. I started to change my routines drastically. I took different routes to work, frequented new coffee shops, even joined a different gym across town. For a few days, I saw nothing. A fragile tendril of hope began to bloom in my chest. Maybe she would gotten bored. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Then came the text message. It was late at night, my phone buzzing on my nightstand. I picked it up, my heart leaping into my throat. It was from Sarah. Hey, stranger. Have not seen you around much lately. Hope you are doing okay. That new gym you joined has terrible parking, by the way. Just saying, my breath hitched. The new gym, I had not told anyone about it. Not Mark, not anyone. My blood ran cold, a familiar, sickening sensation. She knew, she always knew, the fragile hope I would nurtured withered and died, replaced by a crushing wave of dread. She was not just watching my old routines, she was watching me adapt, watching me try to escape. She was playing a game, and I was her unwitting pawn. I did not reply. I could not. My fingers were numb. I just stared at the text, the casual, almost playful tone of it making my skin crawl. It was a taunt, a confirmation that my attempts at evasion were futile. The little things inside my cabin started to escalate. It was not just a mug anymore. One morning, I found my toothbrush, which I always kept in a holder, lying on the sink counter. Another time, a specific book from my bookshelf was on my bedside table, open to a random page. Nothing was ever stolen. Nothing was ever broken. Just rearranged, slightly, subtly, just enough to make me question my sanity. Just enough to let me know she would been there. Each time, my stomach would clench, and I would feel a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I knew I needed proof. Something tangible. I went online and ordered a set of wireless security cameras. I installed them discreetly, one pointing at my front door, another at the back, and a third in the living room, angled to capture the main entrance and the kitchen. The app on my phone gave me a live feed, a small sense of control, returning for 2 days, nothing, just the mundane recordings of my empty cabin, the occasional dust motes dancing in the sunbeams. I started to relax, just a fraction. Maybe the cameras would deter her. Maybe she would sense them. On the third night, I was trying to fall asleep, the familiar anxiety churning in my stomach. My phone buzzed. I reached for it, my heart pounding. It was a motion alert from the camera app. Front door. I fumbled with the phone, my fingers shaking, and opened the app. The live feed loaded. My front door, it was closed. But the timestamp showed the alert was from 5 minutes ago. I scrolled back, my breath held tight in my chest. The video started, the front door was closed. Then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, the doorknob turned, the door swung open, just a crack, revealing nothing but darkness outside. My blood ran cold, my hands starting to sweat. Then a figure, a slender silhouette, cloaked in shadow, slipped through the opening. It was her, Sarah. She moved with an eerie grace, her head turning slowly. Scanning the room, her eyes, even in the grainy black and white footage, seemed to bore into the camera, as if she knew it was there. She was wearing dark clothing, a hood pulled up, obscuring most of her face, but there was no mistaking her slender frame and the way she carried herself. She walked into my living room, her movements deliberate, almost balletic. She paused, then, slowly, she reached out a hand and picked up a small, framed photo of me and Mark from my coffee table. She held it for a moment, her head tilted, before placing it back down, ever so gently. Then, she turned and looked directly into the camera, and she smiled. A slow, terrifying smile that stretched her lips, but did not reach her eyes. It was the smile of a predator, the smile of someone who knew they had won. She raised a hand, and with a delicate, almost mocking gesture, she waved, then she turned, slipped back through the front door, and it clicked shut behind her. The video ended. I dropped my phone. It clattered against the floor, the screen still displaying the frozen image of my empty living room. My entire body was shaking, a primal fear seizing me. She was not just watching, she was not just leaving subtle messages. She was invading, she was in my home, walking around, touching my things, and smiling at my camera. She knew I would see it. This was not just stalking, it was psychological torture. Sleep was impossible. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, every fiber of my being, screaming. My home, my sanctuary, was utterly compromised. I was trapped. The next morning, I called the police. I played them the video. The officer, a gruff man with tired eyes, watched the footage. When it ended, he looked at me, his expression unreadable. "Sir, I understand this is unsettling," he said, his voice flat. "But she did not steal anything. She did not damage anything. And she did not threaten you. We can't arrest her for walking into an unlocked house." Unlocked? I locked it. I always lock it. I pleaded, my voice hoarse. The video shows her opening the door without force, sir. No signs of forced entry. It is a misdemeanor, at best, and without a direct threat or repeated, documented harassment after we warn her, our hands are tied. But she has been stalking me. The tie, the crane, the sightings. He held up a hand. "Sir, those are circumstantial. We need more. A clear threat, physical harm, damage to property. Until then, all we can do is send an officer to her residence and issue a warning." A warning. That is all they could do. A warning to a woman who smiled into my camera, knowing I was watching. It was useless. I was on my own. I stopped going to work. I could not. Every time I thought about leaving my cabin, the image of her slender silhouette, her knowing smile, flashed in my mind. I was a prisoner in my own home. I boarded up the windows, not with flimsy blinds, but with thick sheets of plywood I bought online. I reinforced the doors, adding deadbolts and security bars. I felt like a madman building a fortress against an invisible enemy, an enemy that seemed to slip through walls. Days bled into nights. I ate canned food, my phone clutched in my hand, constantly checking the camera feeds. I saw nothing, not a single movement outside. The silence was almost worse than the threats. It was the silence of a predator, lying in wait. Then, one evening, I heard it. A faint scratching sound, coming from the back of the cabin. My heart leaped into my throat. I grabbed the baseball bat. My hands slick with sweat and crept towards the sound, my eyes darting around the darkened hallway. The scratching continued, a rhythmic, unsettling sound. It was coming from the back door. I peered through the peephole I would installed. Nothing, just the dark woods, but the scratching was still there, soft, persistent. I pressed my ear against the door, my breath held. It sounded like fingernails, or something sharp, being dragged across the wood. Suddenly, the scratching stopped. A moment of silence, then a soft thud. I jumped back, my heart hammering. I waited, rigid for what felt like an eternity. Nothing. Slowly, cautiously, I approached the door again. I checked the camera feed for the back door. It was dark, the night vision struggling. I rewound the footage. There, a shadowy figure, just outside the door, hunched over. It was her. She was kneeling, her back to the camera, doing something. The scratching sound was clear now. Then she stood up, turned, and looked directly into the camera. And smiled. That same terrifying, knowing smile. She raised her hand. Not to wave this time, but to point. Point at something on my door. Then she melted back into the shadows. My blood ran cold. What had she done? What had she left? I stared at the door, paralyzed by fear. I could not open it. I could not open it. The suspense was killing me. Finally, driven by a morbid curiosity and a surge of desperate courage, I slowly, carefully unlatched the deadbolts and slid back the security bar. I pulled the door open, just a crack, my eyes scanning the darkness. Nothing. I opened it wider, my baseball bat held high. And then I saw it. Tacked to the center of my back door, a single, perfectly folded origami crane. But this one was different. This one was not made of paper. It was made of a dark, reddish-brown material, and impaled through its center, securing it to the wood, was a long, slender silver needle. My eyes widened in horror as I leaned closer. The material, it was dried. Flakes of it crumbled slightly as I touched it. And the color, a sickening, rusty brown. It was not paper. It was dried blood. My stomach lurched. I stumbled backward, gagging, the bat clattering to the floor. Dried blood? She had made an origami crane out of dried blood. And then she had used a needle to pin it to my door. The realization hit me with the force of a tidal wave. This was not just about stalking anymore. This was about something far darker, far more ritualistic, far more deranged. This was about possession. I slammed the door shut, locking it with frantic hands. I leaned against it, gasping for breath. The image of the blood-soaked crane burned into my mind. I was no longer just afraid, I was terrified. To my very core, this was not a game. This was a nightmare, and I was trapped in it. I could not stay here. Not anymore. Not after this. I had to leave. Now. I packed a small bag, my hands still shaking, throwing in essentials. My passport, some cash, a change of clothes. I did not care where I went. Just away. Away from the cabin, away from the woods, away from Sarah. I crept to my car, parked out front, starting the engine with a silent prayer. The engine roared to life, a comforting sound in the oppressive silence. I put the car in reverse, my eyes darting around, searching for any sign of her. Nothing. Just the dark trees. Standing sentinel. I backed out of the driveway, my tires crunching on the gravel. I shifted into drive, my foot pressing down on the accelerator, desperate to put as much distance as possible between me and this place. As I sped down the winding road, the cabin disappearing behind me, I felt a fleeting sense of relief. I was getting out. I was escaping. Then my phone buzzed. A text message from an unknown number. I hesitated, my heart pounding, but my curiosity, or perhaps my masochistic need to know, won out. I glanced at the screen. It was a single image. A photo. It was a photo of me, right now, in my car, driving away. The angle was slightly from behind, through the back window of my car. My head was visible, my hands on the steering wheel. The cabin, my cabin, was visible in the rearview mirror reflection. And in the bottom corner of the photo, subtly, almost hidden, was a small, perfectly folded origami crane made of dark, rusty brown material. My blood ran cold, a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. She was still watching. She was right behind me. I slammed on the brakes, my tires squealing, the car skidding to a halt in the middle of the deserted road. I looked in my rearview mirror, frantically searching. Nothing. Just the dark, empty road stretching back to my cabin. I looked at the photo again. The crane was there, and the timestamp on the message, it was sent milliseconds ago. She was there, or she had been, or she was everywhere. A cold, hollow laugh escaped my lips. It was not a laugh of amusement, but of pure, unadulterated terror. I had tried to escape, but there was no escape. She was inside my head, inside my life, inside my very existence. I put the car back in gear, my hands trembling on the wheel. I drove faster than I ever had, not knowing where I was going, just knowing I had to keep moving. But as I drove, I could not shake the feeling of being watched, the feeling of a silent, knowing smile, just out of sight, always there. I never went back to that cabin. I changed my name, moved to a different state, cut off contact with everyone I knew. I live a quiet, solitary life now, always looking over my shoulder, always checking my locks. Every new face is a potential threat. Every sound is a warning, because sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, I find them, small, perfectly folded origami cranes, sometimes on my doorstep, sometimes tucked into my mail, and sometimes, when I least expect it, I catch a glimpse of a slender figure, just at the edge of my vision, her head tilted, her eyes fixed on me. And I know she is still out there, always watching, always waiting, and always smiling. Next up, a news story worth sharing. The cold evening air that seeped through the barely ajar window was not just a physical chill. It was a psychological one that burrowed deep into my bones. I stood there, staring at the slender gap, my mind racing. Had I forgotten? Was I just being paranoid? I was certain I had latched it. I am meticulous about that kind of thing. Always have been. A habit born from living alone in an old house where every creak and groan sounds amplified in the dead of night. But the window, it was just a crack. Enough for a draft, enough for a whisper, enough for a presence. I slammed it shut, the sharp click of the latch echoing in the sudden silence of my living room. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the rising tide of unease. I tried to rationalize it, to tell myself I was overthinking. That the strange, knowing glint in Sarah's eyes, her casual knowledge of my cabin, was just a coincidence. A lucky guess, she would said, but the window felt less like coincidence, and more like a deliberate message. A chilling prelude, indeed. That night, sleep did not come easy. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every floorboard creak sounded like footsteps. I kept replaying the date, searching for any other red flags I might have missed. Her smile, so warm and inviting, now seemed to hide something predatory. Her intelligence, which I would found so attractive, now felt like a weapon. I tossed and turned. The image of that slightly open window burned into my mind. The next morning, exhaustion gnawed at me, but the dread was even sharper. I had agreed to a second date. A small voice inside me was still screaming no, but another, more insistent voice, the one that wanted to believe in good things, that wanted to dismiss my paranoia, urged me on. Maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe I was just jaded from too many bad dates. I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt. I wanted to be wrong. The second date was at a trendy new bistro downtown. Sarah looked stunning, of course, in a sleek black dress that perfectly complemented her dark hair. She greeted me with a warm hug, and for a fleeting moment, I almost relaxed. She was charming, witty, and made me laugh. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, our dreams. She asked thoughtful questions, listened intently, and made me feel like the most interesting person in the room. But underneath the polished surface, my senses were on high alert. I found myself scrutinizing her every move, every word. Her eyes, which had seemed so captivating, now felt too observant, too knowing. When she recounted a funny anecdote about a clumsy waiter at a cafe, I found myself wondering, how did she know about that specific cafe? It was one I frequented, a small, out-of-the-way place. I had not mentioned it to her. I dismissed it as another coincidence. She probably just went there too, right? It was not that obscure. Then, as we were finishing our meal, she casually mentioned, "Oh, I saw you were wearing your blue tie today. It really suits you." My blood ran cold. I had not seen her before the date. I would put on that blue tie this morning, at home, before I left for work. It was not visible under my jacket on the way to the restaurant. It was only when I would taken off my jacket at the table that it would have been visible. I looked down at my tie, then back up at her, a forced smile on my face. "Yeah, I like this one," I mumbled, my throat suddenly dry. She just smiled, a small, knowing curve of her lips that did not quite reach her eyes. "It brings out the color in your eyes," she added, her gaze lingering a little too long. I wanted to ask her how she knew. I wanted to demand an explanation, but the words caught in my throat. What would I say? How did you know what tie I was wearing this morning before I left my house? It sounded crazy. She would just laugh it off, make me feel foolish, so I just nodded, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. The paranoia was no longer pricking at my skin. It was gripping me in a cold, suffocating embrace. Driving home, the casual words replayed, now feeling less playful and more predatory. The blue tie. The cafe. The cabin. It was not coincidence. It could not be. This was someone who had been watching me that night. I triple-checked every window and door. I even propped a chair against the back door, a ridiculous movie trope move, but it made me feel marginally safer. I slept with a baseball bat beside my bed. My nerves frayed. The little things continued, escalating in their creepiness. A few days later, I noticed my mail was slightly askew in the mailbox, as if someone had rifled through it. Nothing seemed to be missing, but the unsettling feeling returned. Had Sarah been checking my mail? Why, then, one morning, I found a small, meticulously folded origami crane on my doorstep. It was not there the night before. No note, no explanation, just a delicate paper bird. My first thought was that it was a random act, maybe a kid, but then I remembered Sarah mentioning her love for origami on our first date, how she found it meditative. My hands trembled as I picked up the crane. It felt like a calling card. A message. I was here. I know where you live. I started seeing her in places I would not expect. I would be at my usual coffee shop, and she would happen to walk in. "Fancy meeting you here," she would say, her smile wide. I would be at the grocery store, and I would catch a glimpse of her in the next aisle, only for her to disappear when I turned to look properly. Once, as I was leaving my gym, I saw her car parked a few blocks away, facing my direction. She was looking down at her phone, seemingly oblivious, but the hair on the back of my neck stood up. It was always just plausible enough to be a coincidence, but the sheer frequency of these coincidences was becoming terrifying. I tried to talk myself out of it. Maybe I was just hyper-aware because of the window and the tie. Maybe I was seeing things that were not there. But the fear was a constant, gnawing presence. I started checking my car every morning for signs of tampering, my house, for anything out of place. I felt like I was living under a microscope, every move observed, every moment recorded. One evening, I came home to find my spare key, which I usually kept hidden under a loose brick near my porch, lying conspicuously on top of the brick. My heart leaped into my throat. I always put it back under the brick, tucked away. This was no accident. Someone had been there. Someone had used it. I immediately checked my house. Nothing seemed stolen. Nothing overtly damaged. But the subtle shifts were there. A book on my coffee table, which I remembered leaving open to a specific page, was now closed. My toothbrush was in the wrong slot in the holder. A small decorative pillow on my couch was flipped to the other side. These were tiny, almost imperceptible changes, but they screamed intrusion. They screamed, Sarah. I felt violated, my home no longer a sanctuary. I called my friend, Mark, trying to explain the situation. She knows things. Mark, she is showing up everywhere. I think she is been in my house. Mark listened patiently, but I could hear the skepticism in his voice. Dude, I get it, dating can be weird. But are you sure you are not just a little paranoid? Tinder dates can be intense. Maybe she is just really into you and you are misinterpreting things. She knew about my cabin. Mark. Details. I never told her. She knew what tie I was wearing. My spare key was moved. I pleaded, my voice rising in frustration. Okay, that is definitely weird. But do you have any proof? Pictures? Anything? I did not. Just a gut feeling. A series of unsettling coincidences that, when strung together, painted a terrifying picture. Without concrete evidence, I knew the police would not do anything. I was on my own. The next day, I changed all my locks. I installed a cheap security camera facing my front door, hoping it would deter her, or at least catch her in the act. I felt a fleeting sense of relief, but it was quickly replaced by a deeper dread. If she was this determined, new locks would not stop her. They would just be a temporary inconvenience. And they were. A week later, I received a text message from an unknown number. It was a picture of me, asleep in my bed, taken from the foot of my bed. My new security camera had only been installed at the front door. It did not cover my bedroom window. My blood ran cold. My hands shook so violently, I almost dropped my phone. The picture was clear, disturbingly intimate. I could see the outline of my face, the rumpled sheets, the faint glow of my digital alarm clock. She had been inside my house again. While I was sleeping, a new text came through Sweet Dreams. Alex, you look so peaceful. It was Sarah. It had to be. Fear, cold, and absolute washed over me. This was not just a quirky date. This was a full-blown nightmare. She was not just stalking me, she was in my home. She was watching me sleep. The thought made my skin crawl. I immediately called the police, my voice trembling as I explained everything. The cabin, the tie, the window, the origami crane, the spare key, and finally, the photo. The officer listened, his tone sympathetic but ultimately unhelpful. Without a clear threat of violence or definitive proof of breaking and entering, there is not much we can do, sir. We can't act on suspicion. We will file a report, but I advise you to block her number and avoid any contact. But she has been in my house. She took a photo of me sleeping. I yelled, desperate. We understand your concern, sir, but without forced entry, or if she somehow acquired a key, it is hard to prove a crime. And a photo, while unsettling, is not a direct threat. I hung up, feeling utterly helpless. The police would not help me. My friends thought I was crazy. I was alone. Alone with a stalker who seemed to know my every move, who had access to my home, and who was clearly escalating. I blocked Sarah's number, but it did not stop the messages. They started coming from different numbers, burner phones, always with unsettlingly personal details. Had a tough day at work, huh? Maybe a warm bath will help. Do not forget to eat your veggies. Alex, you have been skipping them lately. Every message was a chilling reminder that she was still watching. I could not stay in my house anymore. The thought of her silently creeping through my rooms while I slept, her eyes fixed on me, was unbearable. I packed a small bag, grabbed the baseball bat, and decided to go to my parents' cabin upstate. It was isolated, no cell service, no internet. I could hide there. I could figure out what to do. Maybe, just maybe, she would not think to look for me there. The drive was a blur of paranoia. Every car behind me, every shadow in my rearview mirror, made my heart pound. I drove straight through, not stopping until I reached the familiar dirt road that led to the cabin, the overgrown oak, the creaking tire swing. Sarah's words echoed in my mind. This was supposed to be my sanctuary. As I pulled up to the cabin, a wave of relief washed over me. It was exactly as I remembered it. Rustic, quiet, surrounded by dense woods. No signs of anyone else. I felt a sliver of hope, a momentary respite from the relentless terror. I unlocked the heavy wooden door, the familiar scent of pine and old wood filling my nostrils. I dropped my bag, feeling the tension drain from my shoulders. I was safe. I was finally safe. I walked through the small living room, checking the windows, the back door, just out of habit. Everything seemed undisturbed. I went into the kitchen to grab a glass of water, my guard finally starting to lower. That is when I saw it. On the small, chipped ceramic plate on the kitchen counter, next to the sink, was a single, perfectly folded origami crane. My breath hitched in my throat. The water glass slipped from my fingers, shattering on the linoleum floor. The sound was deafening in the sudden, absolute silence of the cabin. No, it could not be. How? My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. Had my parents been here recently? No, they were out of state. Had I left it here myself? No. The one from my doorstep was still in my car, a morbid trophy of my terror. A cold dread, far deeper and more insidious than anything I would felt before, seeped into every cell of my body. She knew I was coming. She was here. She had been waiting. Hello. Alex. A voice purred from behind me. I spun around, my heart hammering so violently I thought it would burst through my chest. Sarah stood in the doorway between the kitchen and the living room, illuminated by the fading afternoon light filtering through the window. She was wearing a simple sweater and jeans, looking completely at ease, as if she owned the place. Her smile was wide, but her eyes held that strange, knowing glint, now amplified, triumphant. In her hand, she held my baseball bat. "I knew you would come here," she said, her voice soft, almost affectionate. "This place, it is so nostalgic, so vulnerable." My mouth was dry. I could not speak. My entire body was rigid with terror. "How did you know?" I finally managed to croak, the words barely a whisper. She took a step closer, slowly, deliberately. "Oh, Alex, I know everything about you. I have known about you for a long time. Longer than you think." "What do you mean?" "Your profile on Tinder was just a formality, a way to initiate contact. I did not need it to find you. I found you long before that." She gestured around the cabin with the bat. "This cabin, for example, my family used to own the property next door. We spent summers here when I was a kid. I used to watch you and your family from the woods. You had a dog, a golden retriever, right? Max. He was a good boy." My blood ran cold. The memories flooded back. Max, my childhood dog. This was not just research. This was a twisted, decades-long obsession. "You have been watching me since I was a kid?" I asked, horrified. She nodded, her smile unwavering. "You were always so interesting, Alex. So full of potential. I knew we were meant to be together. This is not meant to be. This is stalking. You broke into my house. You terrorized me." Her expression hardened slightly. "Terrorized? I was merely guiding you, helping you realize your true path. You have been so lost, Alex. So many disappointing dates. I am here to fix that." She took another step, raising the bat slightly. My eyes darted around the kitchen, looking for an escape, a weapon, anything. The broken glass on the floor, a sharp shard glinting. "Do not even think about it," she said, her voice still calm, but with an underlying steel that sent shivers down my spine. "I know this cabin better than you do. Alex, every creak, every loose floorboard, every secret passage. There is nowhere for you to run." My mind raced, desperate. I had to fight. This was it. There was no escaping her. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, to buy myself time. "I want you, Alex. All of you, forever." She took another step, closing the distance between us. And now that I have you right where I want you, we can finally begin. The bat twirled in her hand, a menacing arc in the dim cabin light. I knew I had only one chance. My eyes fixed on the shattered glass, then on her. The silence in the cabin was suffocating, punctuated only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. This was not a date. This was a trap, and I was caught. You have been listening to Daily Story, where real experiences are shared with honesty. Another true account has come to a close. If you would like to support the channel, you are welcome to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate it. Thank you again for being here today.